Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's 12:04, and we are broadcasting from the admin building in downtown Aspen for the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. And we've got a busy agenda today, so we're going to keep cranking through it. Up first, I want to check, we've got additions or deletions to the agenda.
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda.
Excellent, thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comments. We're limiting public comment to 3 minutes as usual. And if you'd like to make a comment, please come up and let's get started. Rachel, come on down. Look for the red light on your microphone.
Okay. Looks like it's on.
Get to my Rachel notes.
Thank you all for your, can you hear me? Is this on?
Yeah.
You don't hear it.
You don't, okay, thank you. Thank you all for your time today, and congratulations to you, Francine, and all who are going through grueling election battles for the next 5 months. I'm here today, Rachel Richards, Aspen resident, because I have no budget for paid PR people and 3/4 page ads in the paper, or lawyers who will write specific legal briefs to my liking. I depend on the actual law. I depend on the National Environmental Policy Act, and I depend on that for reviewing and analyzing the entrance to Aspen and the Castle Creek Bridge replacement issue. That's because, and I'm approaching you, because you were signatories to the original document in 1998 and would need to reject that to go forward with a new corridor without NEPA. I think we're going to need NEPA when CDOT eventually wants to improve Highway 82 access up Independence Pass, or do Forest Service removal of tree and fire mitigation and water issues going forward. But the city of Aspen agreed to spend another $600,000 on May 28th to ask CDOT, the Federal Highway Administration, and the Federal Transit Authority to approve their concept of a 3-lane bridge with reversible lanes, without going through a NEPA process, to notify the neighbors of that new corridor, what their impacts would be from closing streets in the West End and also adding a traffic light where the old Poppy's restaurant was. I'm concerned about this because Bill Toot was the county commissioner who insisted in the 1990s, in negotiations I was in with John Bennett, that if rail could not be funded, there had to be an alternative for people. There had to be a busway into town and dedicated mass transit. I'm here today because we killed the straight shot in the 90s. The straight shot was an unrestricted 4-lane from Basalt all the way straight through to Aspen. And we replaced it with a mass transit system that puts mobility over the use of the single occupant car, that put people trips over car trips. But the new proposal that the city council majority is proposing does none of those things. They have effectively asked CDOT to build us a 4-lane, but we just want it on a 3-lane platform that we can switch back and forth daily. And we're not hearing from the public, where does that overhead signalization start? Does it start on the Maroon Creek Bridge, or right after the Maroon Creek Bridge, or right in front of the roundabout? How far down Main Street does this overhead signalization need to take place? The 90s, we spent 20 plus years improving our mass transit system, working for mobility so that maybe a family could have 1 car instead of 2. But now we have a system that is going to create a single lane of traffic for all the counterflow traffic. basically forgetting that the buses that need to come into town in the evening are the same ones we need to take people home in the evening. And if you need 3 drivers and 3 buses to move the same number of people to keep the same schedule up as you did before, that's a huge extra expense on RAFTA and a lack of additional service we could provide. I'm here to ask the county commissioners to get involved because you represent the citizens who use Highway 82 on both sides of the Castle Creek Bridge. And you represent us in the transportation planning regions, which the city of Aspen is trying to avoid its normal process of allocating money to NEPA-approved projects. I just ask for your real involvement. I know your place is full, but I think that without looking at population growth 30 years from now and what our commuting workforce needs will be, this is just a waste of time. And we are watching the federal infrastructure money that was passed in November of 2021 slowly being divided up, or actually rapidly being divided up among counties and municipalities across the state to fix their failed infrastructure. We're missing out. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Rachel.
Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. I will share your comments from today with RAFTA also, but I don't know if we'll see you again, but thank you for coming down there. Thanks for coming down there as well. Okay, public comment. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment? Eric, come on down. Thanks for coming. Good to see you.
Hey, thanks for allowing me to speak today. I hope you received the supportive documents that I sent over in the last week and a half regarding our canoeing permit denial, the first time we've ever been denied a permit by Picken County. And we've operated successfully for 28 years in the Aspen area with Sundog Athletics. We've offered the Valley's only canoeing experience, not just the area, the valleys. Only guided canoeing. We've never had a violation or an issue with our program. Additionally, a year and a half ago, we were awarded a Picken County Cares Community Service Award, and Kent Blackmer was here to accept that for our stewardship work with pristine riders, cleaning up litter in that very area. I've also adopted Highway 82 through CDOT to clean up litter actively and ongoing in that area. I've really tried to show my stewardship. I volunteer for RFOV, RFMBA, and also Aspen Cycling Club Trail Crew. I've been canoeing Stillwater for over 20 years, paddling hundreds of runs, and have always been a steward in any way possible, including cleaning up litter, as mentioned. I felt strongly about increasing those efforts and began organizing trash crush events, which Commissioner Curry has taken part in over the last 9 years as a volunteer. Again, I adopted Highway 82 as another step up in that stewardship. We were awarded this award in September 2022. I've gotten to know the neighbors like the Boyles, the Willies, the DeVores, the Posses, who've all thanked me for my efforts. Many have submitted letters of support of this canoeing operation. They've seen who I am. Additionally, I've educated the public about not littering, flying drones over our nature preserve, and trespassing, supporting our rangers. I've reported related problems to our rangers as well, further acting as a steward. In discussions about the new management plan for North Star, I was informed by OST staff that they had advised not restricting guide services, recognizing their value, especially adding safety. But a determination was made to dramatically reduce permitting to 5 guide services, eliminating the majority of guides. Your committee ranked Sundog Athletics canoeing application in 7th position, 2 spots from being permitted, where only, again, the top 5 were awarded. The new scoring is deficient in what it considered, and aspects like uniqueness and stewardship not taken into account. With no appeal process for our first ever commercial denial, permit denial, I'm proposing a compromise to maintain guided canoeing to allow 30 guests per season, what some high volume operators do in 2 or 3 days. I'm offering for the entire season. I'm fighting for my business livelihood as recreational trends move to e-biking and pickleball in the Aspen area. Many guests have no other option to enjoy North Star and Stillwater but by canoe. They're not going to be stand-up paddleboarding. I don't know how many of you would want to stand-up paddleboard. Maybe you'd want to be in a guided canoe that cannot tip over because there's outrigger floats like training wheels that do not allow our clients to swim. One aspect that brought our score down was a misunderstanding. We park at Wildwood. That's only the case when I'm not guiding. When guiding, we unload at the designated area, and then we park at a nearby public parking at the entrance to Difficult. We utilize the role of, we role model a bike shuttle, which is suggested in several areas on the county's website to avoid using multiple large vehicles. We lost points for that environmentally friendly practice, as it was thought to inconvenience our guests. We've become increasingly challenged with rising costs, recreational trends, and growing government restrictions on operating permits for our programs. Canoeing, one of a kind recreational opportunity in the valley, our economy reliant on recreation and tourism. We're losing our uniqueness. We're scrubbing it away by the day in Aspen. It would be a shame to lose recreational value for locals and visitors, especially when we haven't done anything wrong, including any North Star violations. In terms of being
wrap it up. Just
in terms of being the safest operation, I'm with the guests the entire time. It's not a shuttle service. We have floats to prevent tip over. We have PFDs, and we have maximized safety. In closing, I'm again asking just for a compromise. I remember when that was possible in government to allow just 30 guests. I'm trying to right now salvage the last couple weeks of our season because we only go till mid to late July, and then the water level drops too low for canoeing. And I'm just asking for your consideration and just to salvage the remainder of a really short window of opportunity. I'm hopeful you've read all the supportive documents, including Steve Merolt, the Boyles, the Willies, Charlie Tarver's here in person today, and I really hope those are taken into account because it's not just me at stake here. It's a lot of longtime locals, a lot of guests, and the neighbors who all support this.
Thanks.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you for coming. And yeah, I did read it. I think everybody has.
Definitely read it.
Charlie, do you want to say something? Come on up.
Oh, yeah.
3 minutes, please.
Charlie Tarver, two things. I sat on almost every board trying to get transportation made better in the Roaring Fork Valley in the 90s, right beside Rachel, and what she said is spot on. Oh my God, the bridge is falling down. Well, we knew it was going to fall down, and everybody's just not taking action. They don't last forever, just like us. Anyway, I'm here to speak for you as Eric Scarvin. He's a pain in my butt. We used to race against each other and just didn't like each other then either, but he's a good friend. Difficult is a mess. I was out there today, and the new bollards you put in are very dangerous to any cyclist.
Did you say difficult?
That whole area, the difficult road from Aspen Club out to Difficult, that road where all this stuff is occurring is way too crowded. Eric is not part of the problem. He's part of the answer. The fact that the scoring system it doesn't make sense. How someone who doesn't shuttle a bunch of people in cars is penalized. It doesn't. This guy is the least impactful of any of these purveyors of services for guests. It's hard to change things because we've already decided on it. You can change things, okay? Originally, women couldn't vote. Oh, we made a mistake. We changed it. You can own people. Oh, it's a mistake. We can change it. Eric Scarvin was left out, and Sundog Athletics was left out. That's a mistake. Change it.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thank you.
Good speech.
And go ahead and let women vote, too.
God, you're so
We're looking
kind.
into that. Thank you.
Quick head, Charlotte.
I owe Charlotte a huge favor. Thank you, Charlotte. Can you believe it? That's abuse of my privileges right there. Here it is, folks, on TV. Thank you. My lunch.
Thank you,
Okay, I'm looking
Charlotte.
for public comment. Anyone else would like to come and make a comment on any topic? Okay, well, I don't see any of the public comment in person. Is there anyone online? Not seeing anybody online. We're going to keep it moving. To commissioner comment.
Be really quick.
Patty.
I just want to thank ACRA for, again, pulling off an amazing food and wine event. Seemed a little quieter than in the past, which was nice. Also, at the ACRA meeting yesterday, it appears that we're going to have a little softer summer. as far as bookings and events. And I think people are kind of, on one side of it, I heard complaints last night at a restaurant that this girl wasn't going to have enough work, even though she's working 7 days a week now. And I'm like, take some time and enjoy the surroundings, and use this summer to your advantage to relax, take some deep breaths, and get ready for more coming in when winter comes around. So I just want to remind people to be safe out there. Traffic is still flowing through town, and Snowmass Canyon, I know it should be wrapping up here in the next couple of weeks. We will have survived that, so be safe on the highway and get out there and enjoy it. So thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Patty. Francie?
Yeah, I just wanted to let people know that I went to the service for Matt and Atlantic last Friday, and it was very moving. The pastor did an incredible job of talking about the cost of guts and grit. And he talked about Matt as a person and how strong he was, but how that very strength made it hard for him to ask for help. And he pleaded with everybody who was there, which was a lot of people, recognizing that Crystal River Valley and the ranching community prides themselves on having guts and grit, but that it also is an impediment to getting help. So I just wanted to pass that out there, that it was a very meaningful message, and I think it's true. And I know we don't have enough mental health resources in this community, in our whole valley, but there are some out there. So just want to put it out there to take that message to heart, that asking for help is not a sign of weakness. Thank you.
Thank you, Francie. Steve, go ahead.
So I'd like to correct something Patty said about Snowmass Canyon. They're still going to do milling and repaving of the entire stretch, and that's even going to be longer delays and more single lane stuff for a while. It'll be really nice when they do
I
get
said the next couple weeks or so it'll still be going on.
So right now, the rivers are really high, and the creeks. The dust that landed on the snow this wintertime is now causing the snow in the high country to melt way faster. So the rivers, at least Capitol Creek, Snowmass Creek, are raging because that high snow is all melting, and it's melting quickly. I urge anybody to be extremely careful if you are crossing any of the creeks trying to get into the back country now. It's so dangerous. Just be really extremely careful. I hope nobody drowns out here in our back country this summer, but I would not be surprised if it did happen. So just be careful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Kelly, do you have anything you want to say? You're out there.
Yes, please. Can you guys hear me okay?
Can, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that Friday is Pride Day, and many communities celebrate the month of June as Pride Month. And just take a moment to stand in allyship with all of our neighbors and friends in the LGBTQIA community. This Pride Day commemorates the Stonewall riots in 1969, which was a violent uprising that lasted almost a week. I was recently down in Denver and went dancing in a gay club. And to get into that club, you need to pass through a metal detector and have your belongings checked. And so, again, our friends and family are not totally free from the fear of violence for how they move through the world, show up as themselves, and who they choose to love. And I hope that our community feels that they can all live and thrive safely together amongst each other, and just sending my love out for everyone, and keeping that front and center as we celebrate Pride. Thank you.
Great, Kelly. Thank you. Thanks for that. I just wanted to say that summer has begun, and maybe it is a little quieter or projected to be, but just thinking about all the amenities we have here. This weekend, I was able to go to a jazz concert at the Wheeler with Christian McBride that was just mind-blowing for such a small community to have such major talent coming in with his students from all across the country. Then last night, the art festival fair started, and they showed a film about the Venice Biennale in 1964. It's almost like a whodunit or a scandal film about the scandals, and it was just so cool. And the filmmaker was there, and some of the artists were there, and I thought, this is what our town is about. I was so excited about it. I also wanted to share that I rode my bicycle through Shale Bluffs last night and had an encounter with a bear that was kind of interesting. Luckily, he wasn't chasing me. He just wanted to get across the highway, and he bolted, and he did it successfully. But then riding in this morning, I just want to report the Shale Bluffs barriers that hold back the shale that crumbles off the wall are full to the brim and overflowing. There's shale running out across the road, beyond just the median, but into the highway in places. And it's treacherous for cars as well as bicyclists like me. They haven't cleaned it out in so long. There are actually plants growing in the full debris bins. And so it shows what a bad design that was initially. And it also shows the lack of maintenance that CDOT is performing there. And I'm upset at it, and I'll just keep bringing it up. The last thing is, there's an article out recently. I want to refer to everyone who has kids or friends with kids. It's about the relationship between fentanyl overdoses and social media, Snapchat. Snapchat's a perfect place for a drug dealer to sell illicit drugs. And it turns out the fentanyl they're selling as other pills isn't mixed properly. So kids that break a pill in half, even one can get a lethal dose while the other one just gets a nap. It's just a terrifying thing. One community in California has had 900 fentanyl deaths as a result of this. We've had 2 in our valley that I know of just in the last year or two, and I know there are more. So I recommend, it's a Rolling Stone magazine article about fentanyl and Snapchat, and as a public service, I just wanted to highlight that. It kind of gives you some insight onto why the Surgeon General is saying that social media might be dangerous, although he just thinks being on your phone that much and social media by itself is dangerous. But this is a really lethal way of distributing dangerous drugs. That's it for my rant for Commissioner comment today. We're going to go into consent items. We've got single reading minutes of May 28th. Any comments about those minutes? Yep.
Can I just jump in, Greg? I would note, I don't know if folks have observed, but Narcan can readily be purchased at least the City Market Pharmacy. I don't know about other pharmacies in the area, but
thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, it's becoming
I
available.
want,
Yeah.
people should know that they can get it if you have any suspicion, any concern. That I think it's about $50 to buy, and it was very prominently displayed at my last visit to that pharmacy.
Thank you for adding that. Good suggestion. Yeah, I think everybody ought to be carrying it at this point. Okay, minutes of May 28th. We had the special meeting, the Board of Social Services, and the June 12th regular meeting. Do I have a motion or
I
a
will move
comment?
to approve.
Second?
Patty and Steve, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Hi.
Individual consideration items, public hearing, 1 reading. This is an application for a new fermented malt beverage and wine retailer license submitted by Down Valley Hospitality, Inc., DBA Boulevard Barrel. And is Sam coming in, or who's teeing this up for us?
Sam's not coming in.
Sam's not coming
Sam's
in.
on the,
She's on already.
She, just speaking.
There she is.
Yep.
Okay.
Doesn't she need to be admitted as a participant rather than
Sam, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can. We're ready for you.
Awesome. Justin Abad should be online virtually as well. He is the applicant.
Right. Yep. He's there. We'll bring him in.
Awesome. So Justin has submitted an application for a new fermented malt beverage and wine retail license, which essentially is a beer and wine retail license, no spirits allowed. at 450 Redstone Boulevard. So the state statute does limit the requirements. It's 1,500 feet for a retail liquor store to be near another retail liquor store, and it's 500 feet for a beer and wine retailer. So he is just beer and wine, and we did have GIS submit measurements, and it looks like he's about 757 feet away from the Redstone General Store. I've listed his hours of operation, his lease agreement, and he has obtained signatures from people in the community. And I have Justin here to kind of speak a little bit about what he's looking to do, and I'm here and available to answer any questions you may have.
Great.
I turned my camera on, but I don't know how to right now.
Okay, no worries, no worries. Hey, Justin, welcome. Love to hear about it. And we saw you recently. You were coming in to apply for the Historical Commission, or?
That's correct, sir. Yes, the Redstone Historic Preservation Committee as an alternate member.
Great.
And was approved on that. And actually, since that time, have joined the Redstone Community Association and was elected to secretary in that position as well.
Fantastic! Congratulations. Be careful if you don't attend some of those meetings, they'll keep electing you to higher and higher positions.
This is the advice that I've been given, sir. Yeah, a little late, but that's the advice that was passed along.
Please tell us about your application, and I just want to start with one question, and that is, well, actually, no, I don't have a question on this. Go ahead. I'm going to leave it to you.
Sure. So, first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to hear about the project that I'm hoping to continue to pursue. Long story short, the name of the wine shop and tasting room is called Boulevard Barrel, and this is effectively a second iteration of a wine shop that I opened in Washington, D.C. in 2009 called AM Wine Shop. The goal of this is to be a part of the Redstone community where people can gather, grab a bottle to take home for dinner, grab a six-pack, etc., sit in the courtyard and share stories while they're waiting for their pizza or propaganda pie. It's a place that I hope to build a legacy for my daughter and raise her here in the Valley. And now that I know that her mother is staying in the area, it was the impetus for me to really plant roots, and in particular in this community. I think I submitted my biography previously, but I moved to the Valley to open Casa d'Angelo, which took over the old Pinion space, and from there moved to Duimani right before Luigi sold to Aspen Hospitality Group, and then made my way to the St. Regis when Snow Lodge moved inside of the Chef's Club, and most recently spent about 1.5 years as the general manager at Clark's Oyster Bar. And Aspen's an unbelievable and very special market, but candidly, I wanted to do something that was a little bit more low key and a little less like Washington, D.C. So the focus of opening in Redstone really came into real clarity when this space came up. And yeah, for me, it was just about trying to make sure that it was something that the community wanted, that the community would embrace. Because as we all know, Redstone gets pretty quiet after the spring and summer. It's pretty quiet most of the time anyway, especially compared to Aspen. But I just believe that it's a place that we could really carve out for ourselves here in the community, my daughter and I. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Great. Thank you for that. We have your application here. I want to ask if we have any questions from the board.
Yeah, I'm curious, is this location in the village commercial zone district or the village residential? I just want to confirm that.
From my understanding, this is commercial. It's right across from Propaganda Pie.
I can see on the map it's right by Propaganda Pie. I just don't know where the dividing line is between the VC and the VR zones in Redstone. Sam, do you know the answer, Sam?
Yeah, Steve, I did check with Suzanne over in community development, and she did confirm that this is an okay location for this retailer.
Okay.
Great. Thanks, Steve. Any other questions? Francie, comments?
Yeah, I just think it's great. I think I told you before, I'm totally in support of it. I can't wait. I'll be there as soon as you open.
Fantastic. That's great. I just want to say I'm gratified that you've got such experience and that you're bringing this to Redstone. You know, you may be making a real impact on the cuisine of the Upper Crystal River Valley and the culture up there with what you're planning to do in the valley. And so I just want to wish you well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm going to jump in if that's okay,
Kelly,
Greg?
yeah, please. Thanks. Sorry, I didn't see your hand.
No, that's okay. I think to answer Steve's question, I think the village commercial starts right after the inn that's next to Propaganda Pie, and then goes further north from that, if that's helpful, Steve. And then I was wondering, I guess this question is for Sam. What were the noticing requirements for this hearing? Like, was there a big sign? Were people in Redstone like obviously aware that this application is taking place?
Yes, it was published in the Aspen Daily News along with our other legal notices. And then Justin did post it on the property 10 days prior to this hearing.
Also,
And it's one of those big signage.
Okay.
yeah, sorry, Kelly, if I may interject as well. It was also introduced into Redstone Community Association minutes 2 or 3 meetings ago, as well as in the Redstone Historic Preservation Committee. And prior to moving forward, spoke to the other business owners, including the gentleman over at Propaganda Pie, Oriana Mobis, as well as her partner, Rochelle Norwood, and the management team at the end, Sarah Lewis. I don't actually think their last name's Lewis anymore. But yes, so they were all, I've been talking about this for about a year prior to submitting the application.
Okay. Is this the place that used to be the internet cafe, the red house? Okay. And then, yeah, I guess I was wondering, because I thought the general store also sold beer, at least. Is there any, I don't know, Francie, if you've heard any concern about competition for the general store, given we've known they've had some hardship?
I have not. I see Oriana pretty regularly. I haven't heard anything.
She was signed off on the petition, Oriana, as well as Rochelle, on my petition for application.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Kelly. Yeah, looking at your petition, you've got a significant number of the population of Redstone to sign on, and that's
Everyone on the
gratifying.
board, I believe,
Yeah,
to the RC.
everybody's
There's
there.
Ariana Amabius right there.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, do we have any other questions, any other comments, any other things to add here?
Just a public hearing.
Oh, thank you for that, Patty.
No problem.
I always look to Patty to keep me on track. This is a public hearing. If there's anybody online or in person who'd like to comment, raise your hand for us and we'll get your comment. I don't see anyone in the room. And I don't see anyone online. Just want to make sure, yeah. I'm going to bring it back. Okay, I'm bringing it back to the board. I would look for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Francie, and I'll
I'll
second.
make a motion to approve the application for a new fermented malt beverage and wine retailer license submitted by Down Valley Hospitality Incorporated, doing business as Boulevard Barrel.
I will second.
Okay, further discussion? Don't see any. All in favor? Oh, Kelly has discussion.
Yeah, Justin, when do you plan to open?
Depends on when I can get orders in. Really, whenever I have the liquor license approved, I'm ready to, the orders are tentatively placed with my vendors. In a perfect world, I'd love to try and do a soft opening for town this weekend, but I just don't know when, if approved, when the actual, when I could have the license to
Got
submit.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, great,
Definitely.
thank you.
I'm really hopeful before the 4th of July. Otherwise,
Yeah, hope
That
so.
is great.
Excellent.
dramatically.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we've got it. 5-0. Good luck.
Thank
and
you.
Hope you're open up by the 4th, but latest.
Me too. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to move on to individual consideration items. First reading set for public hearing July 10th. So these are not public hearings, but you may have to remind me of this, Patty.
I'll do my best.
Resolution granting approval and authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement with the Federal Aviation Administration in the amount of $3,469,301 for partial pavement rehabilitation of runway 1533 and taxiways A and B8 and runway 1533 pavement maintenance at the Aspen-Pitkin Airport at Sardi Field. Dan Bartholomew is here and Diane Jackson are here. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. I think before we get into this item, it's important to bring up the issue of grant assurance agreements that we have with the FAA. This is specifically the item that grant assurances kick in. Any acceptance of airport improvement program grant funding, either discretionary or entitlement. This one happens to be entitlement that we accept. We need to adhere to the 39 grant assurance agreements with the federal government and the FAA, and those range anywhere from civil rights to the preventing the rights and powers of the FAA and the federal government to pavement maintenance. Our airport layout plan needs to be updated, maintained, and other items that other 35 additional grant assurances that we adhere to and are technically signed off on when you sign the acceptance of this money. So I think it's just important to bring that up.
Thank you for teeing that up. Patty has a
Really
question.
quick, I want to thank you both, and I think Rye was involved. The agenda item summary was very clear on those grant assurances, more clear than any agenda item I've ever seen before for a grant.
Thank you. And you don't need to thank Rye. Yeah.
Okay, I don't need to thank you. Okay. Remove that. Scratch that one from the record. No, in reading it, as you can see, I had a lot of highlighted items that I think is important for the BoCC to know and for the general public to know that when we do accept these grants, we have some very tight requirements that are made on the county, and we need to follow those. And I really appreciate that.
Great. Thanks, Patty.
Greg, could I just add on, for the public, I think it's important to understand that in accepting these grants, we're not creating any new obligations. That the first time the county accepted a grant of this nature and these obligations was in 1957. And in part, a little bit later on, the county accepted grant dollars to acquire property. And once we accepted the grant dollars to acquire property for purposes of developing the airport, specifically terminal and ramp, I believe was that acquisition, these grant assurances apply in perpetuity as long as that property is in our ownership, and the FAA has to give any permission for it not to be in our ownership. And so I just want to make the point, too, that in accepting these grants, we aren't restarting a clock. Yep. We aren't accepting new obligations, but these are exactly the type of activities that have been happening over decades now that have created the grant assurances and the contractual agreements that we have with the FAA that have put us in the position of following their rules.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
It's important. Okay, now do you want to continue with?
Absolutely. So thank you, commissioners. You will have two resolutions before you, one for the federal portion of our annual grant, and the other would be the Colorado state grant portion for that. The FAA being 90% of the eligible federal portion of the grant done this year. We did 3 mil inch and overlay of portions of the runway. We have paint included, crack sealing, as well as a seal coat and some grooving included this year.
Dan, did you say 3 mil?
3-inch mill and overlay. So they milled,
Okay.
sorry, I apologize for that. They
That's
milled
really
down
tiny.
3 inches in areas.
Not like
And
3
we did that
million.
through a pavement walk in January. We kind of pick out what
Where it needs to.
what are the areas of most priority
So
for the year.
you're milling 3 inches.
Correct.
Right, not 3
Most areas
mils.
were 3 inches.
I was going to say, that's really tiny.
Oh,
Use
yeah.
like a razor blade to scrape that off. Steve?
With the CDOT Aeronautics Division, do we have something similar to the grant assurances with them? Or is that strictly an FAA thing?
It's technically an FAA thing, but however, CDOT aligns itself with the FAA for the grants. So really anything we sign with the CDOT really reflects on the FAA grant assurances as well. But there's not a direct written 39 grant assurances with the state. They're with the FAA.
Okay.
I think that's an important point too. They're very close in funding too. So if you get approved with FAA, their funding rolls into
You
that.
get
They're
them
not going to
both.
approve you if the FAA doesn't approve it.
Got it. Comments, questions? Kelly? Kelly's hands up.
Thanks. Just a little bit back to what John just said. As for me, I guess, and the public to understand. So we've heard published from the FAA that our services rendered are valued at $116 million. Does the acceptance of this grant like add on to that? Is that what we think of when we think of, you know, the amounts that they've allocated for Pickens County Airport since 1950 something?
Yes, yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else on either of these you want to discuss? We'd have to vote separately.
I will make a motion to approve on first reading, set for second reading and public hearing on July 10th. The resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement with the Federal Aviation Administration in the amount of $3,469,301 for partial payment rehabilitation of runway 1533 and taxiways A and B8 and runway 1533 payment maintenance at the Pickens County Airport.
Further, oh, Kelly, further
All
conversation?
right, one more. Yeah, I just have one more question. So, since this work was already done, we're getting kind of reimbursed for it. How does this show up in our budget? Do we budget for the full cost and then get reimbursed, or do we know to budget to expect this amount?
Sure. So what we do is we budget to an estimated cost of the repairs that we'll be making, and then the amount for the grant is put into what's called the WIM system, which is the FAA's database for reimbursement. And then we draw down on the actual amount based on what the invoices come in. So even though we're requesting, $4.48 million from the FAA on this one, the actual pavement cost, let's say, may come in at 4.7 million, let's say, and we'd only draw down 4.7. So the remainder would stay in our entitlement bank for the following years.
But so when that shows up like in our budget, we have whatever, 10 million in reserve, I think is what it generally is, probably at the end of the year. So is that, if for some reason we didn't get that from the FAA, would it come out of that 10 million? Or
Yes.
did we already sort of budget for the full cost and then what we're getting goes back into the reserve?
No, it would come out of that 10 million.
Yeah, Kelly, we estimate
Got
it as revenue, and then if it were not to come in, then it would reduce fund balance. Yep.
Okay, and I do also think it's helpful for the public to recognize, like, we really only have like $10 million like in the bank for the airport in any given year, not some huge sums of money. Thank you.
Kelly, were you going to make a second on that motion?
I can, sure.
Okay. Further conversation, Steve?
One more question. Is this the last money we will get from the FAA for runway maintenance unless we get the new ALP in place and approved?
Yes, sir.
So next year, there won't be any $3 million next year if we don't approve the new ALP.
It would be locally
So
funded.
this is where
It'll
it
be
starts
coming
getting
out of that
expensive.
$10 million reserve that's not going to last very long.
Good point. Excellent question. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. This is for the item number 5. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to item number 6, which we've already discussed here. Is there any more on this? And this is the state.
This is the state portion, and also based on estimate, you'll get actual values are the only things that we can reimburse for, but this is the maximum amount.
Got it. So we're asking for the max.
I have a question.
We have a question from you? Oh.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So in light of Steve's question and Kelly's question about this combination of factors, if we do not have an approved ALP and we're not eligible for FAA grants, how does that impact us to being eligible for the state grants?
It's an interesting question. It's unlikely we would be eligible for the state because the state is really an add-on they match entitlements up to 5% typically. So if an entitlement is not made, typically you wouldn't get the.
So we'd have to have A to get B.
They
In
wait
this
for the
case, we'd have to
FAA's
have 5 to
approval
get
with
6.
us.
Yeah, it's one of those items where we're in uncharted territory there a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
John, did you want to add something?
Dan said exactly what I was going to say, is that there's not precedent for that. And so we anticipate that we would not be eligible, but there's not precedent for that. Yeah.
and I have said this many times, I think it's great Pickens County always leads the way, but there's sometimes we wish we weren't in that position, which we seem to be in more and more these days. So, Greg, if you would like, I will make a motion
Please do.
to approve the resolution of the Board of Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign a discretionary aviation grant resolution with the Colorado Department of Transportation Division of Aeronautics in the amount of $264,999 for a partial pavement rehabilitation of runway 1533 taxiways A and B8 and runway 1533 pavement maintenance at the Pickens County Airport.
I'll second.
We have a second. Further conversation?
Thank you.
Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Hi.
Okay, now we're moving on to emergency resolution set for confirmatory public hearing and reading on July 10th.
This is the biggie.
And this is an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign agreements authorizing the FAA to temporarily transfer $4.488 million in entitlement grant funding to the City of Colorado Springs Municipal Airport and Yampa Valley Regional Airport. So, this is an interesting one. Can you talk about this, Dan?
Sure. Oh, absolutely. So we currently have our entire entitlement bank right now has a balance of $4.48 million. Because we're not able to use this money next year, as we're sitting right now for pavement maintenance, the FAA has requested that we transfer this money over to some other airports that currently can use it and need it quickly for existing projects. This doesn't mean the money won't be available next year to us if we do comply. This just transfers it for this year, that balance that we have, over to other facilities. Some FAA airport district offices or regions don't allow that. Ours does, fortunately. The nice part about this is that it can be reciprocal. So if we're making good on this time for their projects, there may be a time where they have money and we have a project they can reciprocate for us. So it builds not only goodwill and an opportunity to transfer the funds, it also has an additional value to it. There's a 5-year clock on entitlement funds from the FAA, from the year that you're given that entitlement fund. And then those entitlement funds are banked. So we have at least 2 years worth of banking right here. We get about $2.4 million a year in entitlement funds, and that's based on our passenger payment numbers. By transferring these funds, for the amount of time that they are transferred, in this case we're expecting 12 months, but it could be longer if, let's say next year we're not eligible for the funds, they may hold on to them longer and give them to a different airport. But that stops that clock. So that helps us extend the lifespan of those grants that we have, in the hopes that when we can use that money, it'll be available back to us.
Great. I wanted to ask how often this happens. And then
That's what I was gonna.
Yep. It does
We've
happen.
done it in the past because I
We have.
remember doing
I
it.
think we've done it before since I've been
We
here.
have, actually in 2019 or 2020, before my time, but Colorado Springs and Grand Junction were both recipients of that. We've received that money back since then.
Got it. So
We are very fortunate. Not all offices do that.
right.
It's
I
great
mean,
that we're
not all
allowed to do
regional.
this.
So in another region of the country, they may not
They
do
don't.
that.
I
for-
came from
for-
another region that did not. So
Does
it's
it come
very,
back to
very
us
nice.
with interest?
Unfortunately not. No, they just
Wondering.
they just kind of stuff it in the mattress someplace.
She's
and then we
always,
get it
that's
back
always
later,
her
so,
wondering
yeah.
question.
Got it. Okay, Steve.
So when we want the money back, it's not Colorado Springs and Yampa airports that are paying us back, but it's more a FAA general fund that the money would be coming from at that point.
It is our money, so it comes out of our entitlement banks. It would come back to us probably either out of their bank as a discretionary fund, or just returned to us as funds. Either way, it wouldn't necessarily be them paying us back. It would be more just the FAA transferred the money and then they're transferring it back. It's just it's more on paper than anything else.
Okay.
So it's not as scary as it appears when
It's
you first
not,
read it.
no.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Kelly?
What happens if we say no?
Nothing really. It stays in our
I'm not
entitlement bank.
suggesting we do. I'm
Oh, sure.
curious as to like, is this perfunctory? Is this, is this, like,
Oh,
what are the impacts of just saying, nah, we're not going to transfer?
No impact whatsoever, just that it doesn't stop that time clock. so the sunsetting of these grants. So that puts us at risk of losing the grants at some point in time when that 5-year window ends. But we're not required to do so. It's more of the FAA saying we respectfully request that you allow us to transfer this money to other airports for their use. But it's not a requirement. We don't have to do it.
Thank you. Good question. Rich, you've just shown up here. Do you want to comment?
No, I was just going to mention in between time after John Kinney had left and before Dan, the board did go through this and approve that to happen. And Dan was a lucky recipient of getting that money back from Colorado Springs, actually. So I was just going to, you'd ask if this had happened again, and that's why I popped on, because we had done this in the past, but Francie remembered that. So
Great. Thank you.
Greg, I have a comment.
Yes, Patty, go ahead.
I just think too, I think the fact that we're doing this and we've done it in the past just shows our willingness to cooperate with the federal government and with our neighboring airports. And I think that will be much appreciated at the end of the day. So I am more than happy to be doing this and more than happy to make a motion to approve this emergency resolution set for a confirmatory reading public hearing on July the 10th. And the resolution being to authorize Greg, we're giving you a lot of authority, which
Happy to
makes
sign
me
it.
really nervous. To sign agreements authorizing the Federal Aviation Administration to temporarily transfer $4.488 million plus in entitlement grant funding to the City of Colorado Springs Municipal Airport and the Yampa Valley Regional Airport.
Thanks, Patty.
I'll second the motion.
Second from Steve. Further discussion? Only other to say, I handle numbers like this all the time.
I know it, and I'm so happy to give you the authority to do so.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thanks. Thanks for coming in.
And Dan, great
went
job of
quickly.
presenting
Yeah.
yesterday at Accra.
Well, thank you very much.
Good discussion.
Okay, moving on to individual consideration items. This is public hearing. I'm reminding myself right off the bat. This is a resolution authorizing tastings on the licensed premises of retail liquor stores, liquor licenses, drugstores, and fermented malt beverage and wine retailers. And I think Sam's coming back in to join us, and I don't know if anyone else, we'll see if there's public comment. But, Sam, go, take it away.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. So this is second reading. Again, this is allowing tastings at licensed retail liquor stores, licensed drugstores, which Pickens County currently does not have, and fermented malt, beverage, and wine retailers. Tastings, as a reminder, is for malt and vinous liquors is of 1 ounce, and I believe spiritus is a 1/2 ounce. I did reach out to City of Aspen to find out if they had an ordinance or resolution allowing this. They did authorize one back in 2004. I since have talked to Mike over there after I wrote this AIS, and they did a minor update a few years ago when the titles changed, but they didn't change anything in the actual ordinance. So overall, that still is accurate. The only weird thing that he pointed out is they don't allow tastings on Sundays, because when this ordinance was approved, liquor was not allowed to be sold on Sundays back then. So that's been changed with the current statute.
Great, thank you. Questions from the board, comments? I think you've satisfied the questions I had the first time we saw this.
Me too.
So 1/2 ounce of spirits, 1 ounce of wine or beer, is that what it was? And it's a long way between liquor stores, so it's not like you could overindulge too easily.
Correct. And it is limited to 4 servings of the tastings, whichever they may be, per patron. So.
Okay.
Especially in Pickens County, you'd have
That
to
would do it
drive a
for
long
me.
way in Pickens County to get to those liquor stores.
Okay.
Want to hear a motion?
Well, I think I do. I just want to make sure this is a public hearing.
Oh, yeah.
But Steve has a comment or question.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that our ordinance, is it the exact same wording as the City of Aspen ordinance? Because it totally makes sense to not have confusion between establishments that are within the city limits and those that are outside the city limits.
So Ryan can clarify for me, but like I said, their ordinance is just outdated based on the new legislation. So yours is based we'll have the language referencing the new Title 44 language, which the only changes I could find were the 156 days as opposed to prior is 104 days per year for tastings. And then with the restriction of 6 days a week because Sundays we're not allowed to sell liquor at that point in time.
So the language will mirror.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, Kelly, is that your, no, that's Sam's hand is up. I don't see any questions on this. I'd entertain a motion.
Public hearing?
Oh, Trent caught me again. If there's anybody who'd like to comment on this.
I wasn't gonna remind you again, so.
Yeah, see, you're just trying to sandbag me. I'm easily fooled, Patty.
I know that.
You noticed that. Okay, anybody in the room want to comment on liquor tastings? And I promise it hasn't gone into effect yet, and none of us have done it today. I don't
Even
see,
though it may sound like it.
I don't see any public comment. I just get giddy thinking about it.
Early yet, folks.
Not yet. Okay. I'm going to bring it back, and I look for that motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution of the Commissioners authorizing tastings on the licensed premises of retail liquor stores, liquor licenses, drugstores, and fermented malt beverage and wine retailers.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Patty, Francine, Patty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. We're going to just keep
Thank
moving.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay, now Connie's coming in, and just on
Hi,
cue,
Connie.
look at her. Perfect timing. Resolution approving second quarter budget supplemental requests.
Yes, good afternoon, Board. The supplemental requests before you in second reading would increase the county's 2024 budgeted expenditures by a little over $1 million and offset by budgeted revenues of about $354,000. And that makes a net increase in budget of $688,722. The requests were presented to the board in an earlier work session in June so that the board had a chance to ask staff questions and get answers on anything where there were concerns. The requests include a number of different ones from the Sheriff's Department, the replacement of ballistic plates for the deputies. There are 3 requests from dispatch. One is a contract to examine paging solutions for dispatch, a phone automation software, 911 dispatch transcription software. Then in the BoCC's department, a contribution to Aspen Fire District for wildfire detection cameras. In the Translator Fund, in April, the board approved an IGA, and this is for a fiber lease with the Northwest COG. There is a grant that covers half of the cost, and then our partners in City of Aspen and Snowmass Village also contribute. In the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, there's a contribution to the East Mesa Ditch Company. Redstone Ranch Anchors Road General Improvement District, there's an increase of $19,300 for their road and bridge maintenance projects for the year. In the Airport Fund, IDMS security software, an increase in that budget. And then in the Human Services Fund, a new ongoing position, which is a child welfare caseworker, with the state covering 80% of the costs. In the Ambulance Fund and Debt Service Fund, there is an increase in the the interest income on the debt service of about $42,000 per year. That's just a very brief overview of the requests. If you have any other questions, I'd be happy to address.
Great. Questions from the board? We've seen this before, and we've gone over it fairly thoroughly, so I'm comfortable. I can't see Kelly, but I guess
comfortable.
Francie's good. Steve, anything questions? Kelly's good. Okay, I'd look for a
Public hearing.
Public hearing. Does anybody want to talk about this in the public? Anybody in the room
We're
want
just
to
gonna put a
raise their
big
hand?
sign up
I
here
know.
flashing.
Or just wave at me, or online, looking for hands up. The room is just so placid and calm
I know
this morning.
they're just gearing up.
They're waiting for something else, clearly. I don't see any. I'm bringing it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve supplemental appropriations to the 2024 budget and amending the 2024 budget for the second quarter.
I'll second.
And Francie is a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks,
you.
Connie. Good
Thanks,
to see
Connie.
you.
Connie,
That was
so great.
fast
You
and
always-
furious
You
and
always
thorough.
show up
Yeah.
right at the table. It's so great.
Okay, and next in the chute, it's like a rodeo. Here comes Ashley. This is a resolution approving a grant agreement with the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition to fund the Good Deeds Program. Yeehaw. Here we go.
Hi, good afternoon, Board. I'm Ashley Pearl. I'm the Resiliency and Housing Director for Picken County. And in front of you is a resolution that, if approved on second reading, would direct the county to contribute $1 million in a grant to the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition for them to use on their new pilot launch of their Good Deeds program. If we give them the money through this resolution, they would then use it to purchase deed restrictions on existing free market homes, locking them in perpetuity as affordable homes for workforce. And I know that we are familiar with the way this program works because we have one internally. But the exciting news of this would be that this would be the first regional program of its kind, spanning 3 counties, 5 municipalities that are participating. It would go across 9 municipalities, and potentially have really recognizing that this is not just a watershed and a travel shed, but a work shed, and really recognizing that everybody needs housing in this here shed. So I know that April Long, Programs Director for the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, is on, and I just want to invite her to just say a couple things before passing up to the board for questions.
Great. Welcome, April.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
And I don't believe you can see me, can you?
No.
I just saw you.
We said we could.
I just saw her this weekend.
You all know what I look like. I'm sorry, I don't know how to turn on a camera of any sorts. So I'm just gonna speak to you all about the program. And as Ashley said, the primary goal of this program is to increase the inventory of affordable housing for home ownership for working locals without building any new units. And so we're going to participate in the open market and make the existing housing there attainable by subsidizing that sale and adding a deed restriction onto that home, thus removing it from the free market and creating a sub-market for local workforce so that they can continue to afford home ownership. And so there's home ownership opportunities, but this is also helps us achieve goals in community and workforce stability, long-term housing stability, and decrease pressure on rentals, which are currently occupied by working locals that could afford and desire home ownership. And so this is an also unique program because the eligibility for it doesn't specify the type of work, the employer, the employment location, other than within our region, and it'll increase the mobility and resiliency of the local workforce. It offers opportunities for those that have worked in the area for many years to achieve homeownership and maintain it through retirement. So we are incredibly excited to be launching this program. We have lots of interest already without having advertised it. And as Ashley said, we have other municipalities contributing to this program. And I just wanted to, we had some discussions about this with the commissioners throughout this process. And I wanted to let you all know that just this week, I've been contacted by Newcastle and Silt, who are both excited and eager to understand how they can partner in this program as well. Cool. So we are expanding possibilities down Valley. So we're very excited about that too. And that's no doubt due to Picken County's leadership here in this program.
Thanks, April. Question from Patty.
Yeah, real quick. Let us know, I think, if we can do anything to help encourage, incentivize, educate, whatever you want to call it, other municipalities or jurisdictions or whomever to be part of this program and help fund it. And I think any of us would be more than willing to go speak with them.
Okay, thank you,
Thanks,
Patty.
That's a great offer, and I think that could be helpful, so I will keep you in mind.
Let us know.
Francie.
Thanks, April, and I just hope you'll bring us news whenever you close on a house. It would be really exciting to hear that. So good work on this.
I just sent
Thank
you
you,
another
Commissioner.
card.
We certainly will. We will definitely, sound the alarms when we're able to get somebody into home ownership.
That'd be great.
Right, Steve, go ahead.
So April, I will be curious to see in a year's time, well, I'll speak on Jeffrey's behalf. Jeffrey's here in the room with us. I won't be here in a year's time to get the report. But to find out of those who participate in this program who are purchasing homes down in Silt or Newcastle or Eagle or Garfield counties, how many of them are workers here in Pickens County? How many of them are working in other places? I think a good summary report on all of the purchases and where the people live, where they work, would be important for, tweaking the program as it goes forward.
And Steve, we can ask that the report be sent to you wherever we may find you.
Okay, I'll leave my email address with you.
I think that's, absolutely important and interesting information that we intend to report back to you on an annual basis. I can tell you right now, the interest in the program is there's several couples who one side of the couple works in Pickens County and the other works closer to Glenwood. And so choosing a place for home ownership and has been difficult for them as well. And then, there are other factors that I think are really interesting. Like we have another couple interested in the program who have their day jobs in Carbondale. However, they're both on mountain rescue for, our area, which is certainly a benefit to those of us that live, work, and play in Pickens County. So those volunteers are also part of our community that are contributing in ways that don't always show up with their incomes and their employer.
It's great to hear.
Great, thanks, April. I was thinking we've talked about this before, at least I think all of us have. Even if they're not living or working directly in Pickens County, a lot of the work they're doing might actually be for the benefit of people who are working in Pickens County or commuting to Pickens County or associated. So it might be slightly more indirect, but it still has a positive impact. Is that a good summation of what you said?
That's perfect, Greg. Like you took the language from my mouth.
Well, okay, thank you. Any other questions, Kelly? Comments, questions? Nope, Kelly's sitting there looking content. Thank you.
Yes, I'll be glad to approve this.
Yeah, okay, this is a public hearing, right,
Hey,
Patty?
Greg.
Is there anybody in the room who'd like to comment on this, or anybody online? If you're online and want to talk, Lisa Tasker has her hand up, but I assume that's about the next subject, but she could talk about this if she wanted to. Looks like you're, yeah, well, I'm going to assume, Lisa, that you're here for beavers and not for housing.
Yes, that's
okay,
correct.
thank you. All right. Okay, I'm bringing it back to the board, and I'm going to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution approving a grant agreement with West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition to fund the Good Deeds Program.
Steve, I need a second from
I'll second.
Patty. Okay, further conversation on this? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Great, thanks. Thanks, Ashley.
Thank you all
Good
so
luck,
much.
April. Thank you, April. Moving right along.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, item number 11, resolution approving an amendment to the collection agreement. Is that where I am? Yes. With the United States Forest Service regarding management actions to promote beaver utilization of headwater streams and Lincoln Creek watershed monitoring activities. Very important, and glad to have Lisa Tasker online with us.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, everybody. And for the public, I'm Lisa Tasker with Pickens County Healthy Rivers Program. And I'm here to talk about beavers again. How wonderful. I'm here for the second reading and public hearing regarding our adjustment to the original resolution of 2023, allowing Healthy Rivers to financially support the Forest Service in its efforts to promote beavers in our headwater streams within the forest in the Roaring Fork watershed. And Although beavers receive the biggest embrace, the Forest Service collection agreement language casts an even broader net as well, stating that improvement to watershed health and promoting increased occupation by native aquatic species in the headwaters is the guiding overarching goal of the entire effort. So today's ask includes a clerical adjustment, basically, that better aligns the original resolution that only stated that the agreement would continue over a year to now aligning it to the dates that are within the Forest Service collection agreement, allowing us to partner with them into 2027. This obviously creates more flexibility and less trips for clerical presentations, which is a win-win. As a reminder, the funds are already allocated in the 2024 budget to continue this collaboration this year regarding beavers. Today's resolution not only amends the original one to 2027, but also allows for amendments to the scope of work related to projects until then, and the latest being obviously for this season. So the collection agreement for 2024 is also in need of signatures today in order to release funds to begin paying seasonal employees that have already actually been hard at work for the Forest Service over the last month. So that includes and then it's also, this collection agreement amendment also includes the additional $10,000 in funding for monitoring on Lincoln Creek, which was unanimously recommended for approval on May 18th by the Healthy Rivers Board and brought to your work session on May 28th, where it was favorably received and moved forward. So succinctly, we're looking for approval for the amendment to the resolution 013-2024, extending the agreements to 2027. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Lisa. That was a lot, and I was following in the AIS as you were saying it, and I want to open it up to questions first, if anybody has one. Doesn't look like it. I was just, the relationship, the financial relationship with the Forest Service, we're kicking money in. The way this is written, it looks like we're giving them a grant. And I just wanted to comment on that and ask if anybody wanted to clarify. Is this something we regularly do? Just the way the agreement it's written, it made it look, when I first read it, I was thinking, it looks like we're giving grant funding to the federal government, which is,
We are.
which is, just, to me, that's a newish wrinkle. John? No,
Just going to see if Ryan's going to jump in there first, but Greg, we have entered into partnerships, particularly with the Forest Service. Some of our efforts with rangers and enforcement and such, I think, are somewhat unique to Pickens County. There are not a lot of counties that do enter into those partnerships, so you're right to point out that that is a little bit unusual, but not necessarily unusual for us as an organization.
Well, thank you, and now you've reminded me.
Well, great. Can I
appreciate
add to
Patty,
that?
go ahead.
And this is one of the reasons we've calculated how many dollars we've given over X amount of years to the Forest Service for issues as with rangers, etc. As part, is it the Shred Act, the ski area dollars that stay in the communities that would go, that are earned off of the monies, what would help pay for those services so it wouldn't have to come out of county funds?
Yeah, that's
Clarify
the
that
forests
for
that
me.
originate them. Yeah.
So this is important. It also allows us to create a better partnership, or even further our better partnership with the Forest Service.
Steve?
Yeah, and this is Lisa, and I
sure, go
think,
ahead.
I would just like to say that, we're all the ones that are on the downstream side of these headwater streams, and it's very important for them to be high quality and still flowing. So I think there's a lot of that. So that kind of a partnership makes a lot of sense to me as well. So, I think we're grateful that this kind of opportunity exists, because the Forest Service is not allowed to actually come to our regular grant program and ask for a grant in that way. So this is a more creative way of handling this. And what's really great is that we've really been in constant communication and very able to work with them and understanding how these projects are going to unfold and how they're going to be planned, and then how we can actually get more of the public involved with them. So that's a really great bonus, I feel like.
Great. Thanks, Lisa. Steve has a comment.
So I think it's worth pointing out that the United States government is the largest landowner in our county by a wide margin. They are fully invested in the land stewardship business, and I think it's entirely appropriate that we are, seek out these opportunities to do cooperative projects with them, and that we fund part of the money. They're still paying the bulk of it, but we are putting some of our money into it.
Great. Thanks for that, Steve. Kelly.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I'm going to suss out among partner counties who might be funding projects with the Forest Service jointly. I do think Gunnison County is also paying money for some Forest Service ranger services as well.
So we're not the only
And I think
ones.
maybe
Yeah.
Eagle and Summit have also been
Perfect,
using.
yeah. It would make sense. Sounds like a good, they'd be doing it if it's working. This is a public hearing. Does anybody want to weigh in on Beaver, Lincoln Creek watershed monitoring? If there's anybody out there who wants to say anything about that, boy, they're all sitting on their hands here in the room. Nobody else.
They're waiting.
I have to sweeten the deal here to get them to talk. Okay, I don't see anybody online bringing it back. Who wants to make a motion?
I'd like to move to approve.
Okay, Kelly, thank you.
A second.
And Francie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Lisa.
I apologize. I don't know if you had a comment you wanted to make, Steve. Did I jump in?
No,
Call it too
I'm
soon?
good.
No, we're good. Okay, we're going to keep moving here. Thank you. Thanks,
you.
Lisa. Okay, now up next, we have the resolution of the Board of Commissioners amending the Carbondale to Crested Butte Trail Plan. This is another thing we've heard a lot about in previous meetings. Gary's coming up to give us the summary and tell us what to do.
Oh, I get to tell you what to do?
What to do.
You can
It's actually
try.
recorded.
Yeah, see, now we got to now they don't take it
Oh,
too
that's
far.
true. I can tell them what to do.
You
You
get
can
a
always
raise
tell
with
us
that
what to
too,
do.
Gary.
They can give me one of their 5 fingers. So, anyway,
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
Gary Denenbaum. I'm the director of Picken County Open Space and Trails, and here today for second reading is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners amending the Carbondale to Crested Butte Trail Plan. I do have a couple changes to the plan that I worked with Wilderness Workshop on. They're just clarifications. If you want me to show them, they really just make sure everything references the things that we're trying to remove. So there were a couple references in the plan that didn't necessarily coincide with the avalanche section that we're removing. And so we just wanted to make sure we catch all those in there. I can show you them. They're little tiny.
Why don't you?
All right, let me see
Sure.
if I can get
Pop
this
them up.
up.
It's worth seeing.
It's
that.
worth showing. But other than that, there are no major changes. The biggest update, if you could just open that piece. Oh, you got to get me on.
Will, do you want to come up? Want to join them? You could come up if you want to. We want to invite Will to weigh in. It's up to your. it's up
Well,
to
he's
him.
going to make a public comment, and
Oh, got it.
I
So
think
we'll wait till
Gideon's
public
here
hearing.
for the public
And
comment
Gideon's
too.
here as well. All right.
But I just, while we're getting there, what I want to do is also say that, remember at first reading, I said we were working on getting withdrawals of objections from all the objectors. And as of last night, all of the objectors have submitted their withdrawal to the Forest Service. So the Forest Service has in their possession a withdrawal of an objection to the Forest Service. So the Forest Service is prepared to issue the notice of decision. Obviously, today's meeting is critical for that because this is a piece of the compromise and the deal that we've made with everybody. But besides these two little changes, and I didn't realize the computer wasn't up and running, but besides these two changes in the plan, there are no other changes. We are really, this has been a long process, but in the end, by spending the last 5-6 months working through these objections and working through a way to resolve them. I feel we have a better plan overall, and we have better community support for this plan overall. And I feel, you know, from all of our staff that have been working on this and working with the objectors, I feel like we're in a really good place, and I really feel we're ready to move on and kind of get this first phase done. And if you choose ever to do another phase, we now have a process to move forward with that. And we did a very good job of, are we there yet? We did a very good job of working with the biodiversity. There it is. And the biodiversity policy that you created, which you created kind of right as we were doing this plan originally. And so we're taking out the biggest biodiversity piece of this potential plan for the future, and working on a plan that, you know, we'll see where it goes in the future, but I think in the overall thing, we are in a pretty good spot. And so the two pieces is on page 114 of the plan. There's a little thing at the bottom to make an asterisk, because what we found was avalanche B section was the avalanche area that we're removing that. If you want me to go back to the actual map right here. So this was the original map, and this was the original thing in the Carbondale Crested Butte plan. And so what we are doing with the resolution today is we are removing this B. And so the new plan has this. B disappeared. And so B is no longer being contemplated at all in this plan. And so with that, there were a couple other places in the plan that referenced this. And so we needed to make sure that, you know, on page 114, that we put an asterisk in there to make sure that you said that alignment A was selected as the recommended alignment June 2024. And the other place is in talking about the Narrows Trail segment, and we are basically removing things in there and saying if alternative B is chosen, the bridge connection between Avalanche Alt A and Alt B is estimated as this, just to make it clear that there is no Avalanche B, and Avalanche B is gone. So those are the only two changes. So when you do make your resolution, if you do make your resolution after the public comment, if you can say amended plan based on the two amendments that we proposed today, that would be great. And so I'm happy to answer any other questions, or you can move to public comment.
Thanks for the reminder. Twice. I remembered to do it now. Any comments, questions from the board? Steve?
So Gary, I think it would be important to point out that there were two controversial parts of the Redstone to the top of McClure Pass. One would be the old McClure Pass Road, the switchback part, and then the other would be the Bear Creek, is it called Bear Creek Trail?
Yeah.
And those are both places with wildlife concerns, I think, especially in the wintertime. And now it's my understanding that these will have seasonal closures on them like many of our trails. And that will actually be an improvement over the current situation where people can use those trails year-round without any restrictions on them whatsoever. So I just want to clarify that, and I think it's worth pointing out to the public's benefit that this actually will help to improve the situation for the wildlife going forward.
Well, I think you said it perfectly. Yes, so when the decision notice is issued and we develop a special use permit with the Forest Service to implement this, the first thing that we're going to probably implement is these closures. And so both the McClure Pass Road and Bear Creek sections will be closed from December 1st through May 1st. And so they're going to be closed to all public, because now currently, you know, even though it's not an official trail, that in the forest you can go in places that, you know, you can walk and ride your horse in places and people, you know, we've been monitoring this for 4 years, and there's a decent amount of use that's happening there in the winter. There's a decent amount of use with people with dogs up there in the winter. And through CPW, our consultants, and the Forest Service, they determined that this should have a full seasonal closure. And so gates will go up, signage will go up, and this winter will be the first year of a full seasonal closure. And we will potentially be working with the Forest Service also on adding another forest protection officer, which is done through the participating agreements that you just talked about before, just for the Crystal area, because it's not just this area. There are other areas that have closures, and Forest Service dog closures in Avalanche and other areas that could benefit from additional enforcement. So thank you, Steve, for bringing that up, because those are the clarification pieces, because in the end, the Redstone McClure has some really good wildlife protection pieces in it, and those will move forward immediately upon signing our special use permit.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Other comments or questions on this topic?
Well, I'll just say that, you know, as I told you before, I'm really happy with these changes. I was a nay vote initially, many, many years ago, but for this trail, but now I feel pretty comfortable. But particularly with the excluding the avalanche on that other side of the river, and looking at the whole thing as one trail. So thank you for those changes, Gary.
Great. Public comment. Anybody in the room want to come up and say something? Will, I see you there. And after Will, John, did you? Nope. Okay. Gideon's back there. Okay.
Do I need to push a button?
As long as the light's red, you're good.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll keep these relatively brief, but I just wanted to extend my thanks to the BoCC and especially to Gary and other open space and trail staff for the work on this. As Gary said, we've been kind of engaged in detailed conversations over the past several months, and I think it's a good example of, you know, folks coming together. We didn't start out all on the same page, but really appreciate the time and effort that's gone into it. I think there are some real benefits for wildlife in the amendments, especially the commitment to look at the full trail in a comprehensive way. That was certainly a big concern of ours, as well as other folks. And as a important note as well, the county's committing to that, but the Forest Service is as well in their decision notice. So there's really good consistency there. And, you know, broadly speaking, I think we need to be thinking about planning and managing recreation in a much more holistic manner. And so this is a step in the right direction as we see, you know, a lot more use and intensity of use. Considering trails in, you know, kind of a piecemeal fashion just becomes more and more problematic. So really glad to see that in here. And when we do, or if we ever do get to that stage, you know, that doesn't mean that there's, you know, no environmental or biodiversity impacts in that, but this gives us an opportunity to really look at those closely, identify, you know, which segments still have some impacts, and consider that holistically across the valley. So, you know, if the county does decide to go ahead with the trail, we'll be engaged in that process as well, and feel like this is an important foundation for that. And then I just, you know, emphasize as well that it's great to see the BoCC removing the option for the trail in the Avalanche B segment. It's over a mile of trail through some really important wildlife habitat as identified in the biodiversity report. And it's, you know, it's the confluence and floodplain of Avalanche Creek with the Crystal, and great to see that commitment to wildlife in the amended plan.
Thanks.
So thanks again
Will.
for the work and being about to approve the resolution.
Thanks for your comment.
And I'm going to give Will some credit. He had to take 10 different objectors and work with them all. And so, you know, I give him a lot of credit because I didn't have to talk to each of the 10. Will acted as kind of the wrangler of objectors, and I can't imagine that was easy, but so I appreciate
His new
that.
title.
Yeah. Thanks, Will. for your
Objective
perseverance.
Wrangler.
Yeah, thanks for
This and other things.
Yeah, and I appreciate the involvement of the other folks. Gideon, I think, might say something, but they've been a great great partner, and some of the other local conservation groups, Roaring Fork Audubon and Sierra Club, it's important to have their voices included as well.
It's timely with the population impact. The people traversing that upper section area of the Crystal has changed dramatically over the years, and this is the appropriate response, I think.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Will. Gideon, come on down. Thanks for coming.
For the record, I'm Gideon Kaufman, and I guess I'm one of the people that was wrangled. So I just want to take the opportunity
Good job,
to say,
Will.
Thank you. I want to thank Gary.
Do you have any rope burns?
I got branded. Other than that, I'm okay. So I wanted to thank Gary for working with us on this. It's a compromise, and no one gets everything that they want. I think, as Will said, the most important thing is that the commitment to look at this trail holistically. I want to be candid with you, and that is that if there are future segments of this trail ever built, which I'm not sure will ever happen, but if they are, there's some very significant wildlife impacts that will be potentially impacted at that time, and that I think we need to look at all of that. It's not the trail, it's the location of the trail. And so there's some very critical areas up the Crystal now that have very little, if any, impact. There are drainages that have no trails in them. And as we all know, wildlife is being pushed harder and harder and harder as we get more and more people in the valley recreating. We have more and more opportunities to recreate now with, what used to be age puts you out of certain biking opportunities, and now with mountain bikes. Many of my contemporaries are now doing things that they wouldn't be able to without those. So I think that it's important for us to all work together and keep in mind that as important as recreation is, the wildlife is the one that doesn't have a seat at the table, and they really need to be looked after. So I hope that we'll take that into account in the future, if and when any more segments of the trail go in. And again, it's the locations more than the trail itself. So thank you for working with us, and have a good rest of the day.
Thanks. Thanks, Gideon. Good to see you.
Gideon, I want you to know I ran by telling people that my constituency were elk. So just so you know, I'm
Well, now moose. I had an
moose.
encounter the other day on my bike with a moose. So
Fair. Greg, can I make a real quick
yeah, well, Kelly's had her hand up for a while. I just want to get to her first.
I just wanted to do
sorry. Were you commenting?
I can wait till public comment is
Okay,
closed.
thank you.
I just wanted to do a real quick public service announcement. There was just a bullet alert that went out, so everybody knows. There are trees down in the river between the 7-Eleven and Emma Curves. So anybody, I know they're not, but if you know anybody who might be out on the river or guides, people need to be going through that section with caution. Just wanted to get that out there for the public. Thanks, Greg.
Okay. Any other public comment on this? No, I don't see any in the room. Online, we're going to just take a look. No hands up for this topic. I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I'm ready to entertain a motion.
Kelly still has her.
Oh, Kelly, you still have your hand up. Sorry. Now you're muted.
Thank you. I just think this is interesting in light of Rachel Richards' comments that we heard in public comment related to NEPA, to kind of point out how this process can result in negotiated settlements that really make things better for the community, for the wildlife, for the values that we all profess to care about. And so I just wanted to sort of tie these two together, because I think her concerns were really valid that we haven't addressed. And this is a great example of how it's a tool to actually move communities forward. So thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. Thanks for saying that. Steve?
I've always been really excited about the prospect of having a trail from Redstone to the 3 subdivisions just upstream from Redstone, because we heard from residents there that it was not safe for them to ride their bikes to Redstone. They want to take their kids on it. It's not safe to go on Highway 133, even for the people who live right there and are really part of the Redstone community. So to me, that first couple miles of the trail from Redstone to McClure Pass are the most important, because that's providing service to the people who live there, that they'll have a safe way they can walk or ride a bike to Redstone. And to me, that is just such an important part of it. I've been trying to remember, but I believe I voted against the trail when we had our original vote on it years ago, because I didn't support a lot of the alignments from Redstone to Carbondale, and I was really in favor of the Crested Butte to Redstone part of the trail. And in my mind, we have built or will be completing a Redstone to Crested Butte trail, and that might be all that ever gets completed. But to me, that is a grand accomplishment. And going forward, to me, it makes as much sense to do a Redstone to Marble Trail as it does to do a Redstone to Carbondale. But those are all things to be worked on in the future, if, depending on public desire and input. And I think we're in a good place now with, being able, with having the desire, if it is Redstone to Carbondale, to look at it as a whole entity and not do any more fragmentation at all. So I'm really glad to approve this McClure Pass to Redstone segment of it. That to me always made sense, and I'm glad we're finally getting there. So that's it.
Is there a motion attached?
Yeah, I would make a motion to approve the resolution amending the Carbondale to Crested Butte Trail Plan.
With the two amendments that I talked about today, yeah.
With the two.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Francie, Steve, and then Francie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, guys, for coming
that.
out. Thanks,
So
Will.
you get me for a
Will.
little bit longer.
Oh, yeah, you're still here. Gideon, Will, thanks for this.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We're going to keep it moving. Okay, now it's getting interesting. The room is starting to fill up. All right, we've got an ordinance amending the other Power River Mobility Device Management Plan, and that's still Gary.
It is me.
I choke on that title every time.
It's not easy. OPDMD is what I use, and I've gotten better at even the acronym. It's not easy to say. So, you all know me from the last thing, but I'm Gary from Open Space and Trails, and this is an ordinance to adopt the 2024 Other Power-Driven Mobility Device Management Plan. This management plan, as I said in the last meeting, is really a clarification of our original management plan that we created in 2011. This just helps us as a program manage our whole system, because in 2011 we were doing it trail by trail. Now we're doing it by trail type. And so this doesn't change anything on our current system, because I think if we are going to look to change things, it's a bigger deal. We have a lot of partners out there that would need to be involved in that, with the Town of Snow West Village, City of Aspen, Town of Basalt, and the Forest Service and BLM. And so for us right now, this is to clarify the rules and to make it very clear to the public where you can and cannot go with an underpowered mobility device. So there are no changes from first reading, so I'm happy to take questions.
Great.
I just
Patty.
have a comment, yeah, and I truly understand the need, because we have trails that begin and end in Pickens County with Forest Service in between, or municipalities, so we need to have a comprehensive discussion if we're gonna make major changes, say for electric bikes, et cetera. And I think that's gonna be a big public process. We've been receiving letters for many years about either opening up everything to electric vehicles, all of our trail system, or minimal, or part of some, or creating new ones. So I think sometime in the future, hopefully sometime in the near future, but what near means I don't know, to have that discussion with the public. So thank you, Gary, for just clarifying this and allowing this to move forward while we're working on the other bigger picture. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I don't see comments here. I'll look to Kelly, then I want to open it up for public comment online as well as in the room. No
No
comment
comments
there.
at this time. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Kelly. I don't see hands up. Okay, back to the board, and I think we've talked about it enough, and it seems like some housekeeping more than anything else. I'd just as soon look for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Francie?
And this motion is to approve an ordinance, the commissioners amending the Other Power River Mobility Device Management Plan.
Great.
I'll second.
And Patty seconding. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
And I'm going to ask my board right now before we go to the next thing. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
I was thinking we'd try to get through these next three and then take a break. Is that okay?
That sounds good.
Good with me.
We're going to keep pushing through.
Yep.
This is an ordinance approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for Yank Creek Ranch LLC. The moment John Starr has been waiting patiently
We'll
for.
let other open space staff take this one. So I'll get a map up here.
Hi, John.
My name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Open Space and Trails Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager. And I'm going to get you a map here in just a moment to help with the discussion. But quickly, there.
Paul's pretty good at this.
I'm seasoned.
Sometimes, most of the time.
Just not as quick as I want to be. Yeah, I'm happy to present this second reading for the Yank Creek Ranch LLC conservation easement. Open Space and Trails has been working with John Starr here to my right to conserve his piece of property. It's outlined in white on the screen up there. The only changes I have from first to second reading, I did clean up the CE, though I don't think it got reflected in the packet. I changed the date. It said 2023. I think it had Steve as the chair. There were a few other minor things, but the protection language is not changed. And Patty did also bring up a question about permits for the cabin. I was unable to find any permits, though the assessor at some point has figured out that there is a cabin up there. But in the conservation easement, we do allow John or any subsequent landowner to expand the existing cabin, which is about 500 square feet, up to 1,000. If that does occur, they'll have to go through.
That'll go through permitting.
I
talked with ComDev also, so thank you, Paul.
Right. And like I said, so this is what the property looks like up close. The building envelope is outlined at the bottom there. That's essentially encompassing the existing structures. And I'll entertain any questions. I know you want to move this along quickly.
Well, thank you. My first question is just what's the setback from the river and what rules apply for the building envelope?
The structures that are in place are there currently. So I don't know what the setback is, but it's essentially.
Just looking at the map, I was trying to figure it out just from looking at the picture. But thank you. I understand they're already there. And it's, yeah. Any other comments, questions? And I understand you're encumbering it with the conservation easement. And getting tax credits for it. So there's no fund transfer, as you said, which is always appealing when that happens.
We are not expending any open space and trails funding to purchase this conservation easement. John is essentially donating the conservation easement and then obtaining tax credits through the state program to be compensated.
Got it.
I just have a comment.
Francie.
You are the stuff of my dreams.
Well,
this is what I have been hoping would happen more and more often. So thank you so much. It's just exactly what landowners should be doing, and I appreciate it from my heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to just add, having just been up in that neck of the woods, it's beautiful up there. It's beautiful, and it's an area that definitely needs conservation efforts. So I appreciate it.
If I could
Please do, yeah.
speak to specifically to that, Patty, as you all know, I was also in attendance at the site visit at one of the items you have later on your agenda, the Albany Ranch. I was taken back by learning so much more of the history of this entire parcel in holding. I am energized to learn more about the 100+ years of this community's involvement in this backcountry, very much backcountry place. I am hopeful of exploring that history and perhaps coming back to AVLT and OSTB with some further information about how we can memorialize this history as a management plan and future activity in this magnificent in-holding takes place. So thank you again for inviting me to the site visit. I learned so much more and enjoyed learning that, and hopefully we'll take it forward to more history.
Great.
That's great.
Thanks, John. It was a great day.
Yeah, it was a really wonderful day. Other questions, comments, Steve?
So looking through the conservation easement, I don't see anything about fences, and I don't know if you have a fence around the perimeter or around parts of your property.
Well, interesting you should mention that, Steve. My partner, Jerry Foster, who's just come into the valley first time in about 5-6 years, he is up there with other of our friends putting together our summer fence. We have an electric wire fence that runs along the, as you will see, that little corner where our cabin is down off this beautiful bench. That's the major part of this. And so we have, and have for many years, an electric fence that just runs around our little black thing, solar power forced. And my understanding is that the cattle come over, stick their nose in there, and they say, no, not going down there. And that's what we do.
Okay.
And there is some language in the conservation easement about fencing. It's our standard. You can maintain existing fencing, but if you want to put in new fencing, it has to be wildlife friendly.
Does that
Yeah,
mean
and
lay down?
I mean,
or-
I couldn't find the wording on that. I mean, that's what our conservation
Yeah.
easement has.
I think usually it means 3-strand wire, smooth on top, and then it has gap standards, certain height from the ground, and then a certain gap up top.
Yeah, and I think I'll have some comments later on the next item up in the neighborhood there about fencing, which we might need to change our definition of wildlife friendly fencing perhaps.
It'd be great if you spend some
I think
time.
that's so important. I'm a firm believer in wildlife friendly fencing.
Yeah, what we've done is we rely on the CPW guidelines, so that document can change over time, and the conservation easements that we're writing now just refer to that living document so that it can evolve.
Great.
Since I've had the experience of 2 different times, I had my wire cutters with me and I cut our fence and saved one time was a calf elk and one time was a deer that were hanging upside down on the fence, and we were there in time to cut them and let them go. Other times there have been dead animals hanging on a the fence because the 2 top wires were too close together and they try to jump it and get tangled up in there. So based on my firsthand experience, the wildlife friendly fence, there's a real reason for that and the real good reason for the design of it. So I'm glad to see that.
I was quite interested to hear from Bill Fales when we were at Dale Will's 25th gathering, that the Cattlemen's Association, or some of the cattlemen, are exploring virtual fencing, as in how you keep your dog in your parcel, and that of course would be marvelous because it would deal only with the cattle and not with the wildlife that would have free and easy access.
We saw a lot of cows on our way out with collars. Sometimes they work, right, Steve? And sometimes they don't.
Just like fences.
Yeah.
Okay, Pat, or Francie, go ahead.
I would just encourage you, Paul, to go visit with the Garfield County Commissioners about our fencing regulations. given that I live right next to Tom Bailey's fencing
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to just be a fly on the wall at that meeting, just to
If
hear
you
the
come with
conversation.
me, I will go. I'll be back up.
After the election.
Sure, sure.
I can talk to Perry.
This is a
Yes.
public hearing, and so I want to open the floor for anybody online or anybody in the room. I don't see any faces online for this. Anybody in the room wants to comment on this topic? Raise your hand. Don't see that happening. I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I'm going to look for a motion if we're ready for that.
I'll make a motion. I'm happy to make this motion. Let's see if I can get the right one.
14.
Oh, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance of the County Commissioners approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for Yank Creek Ranch LLC property, with many thanks to John.
I will second.
Thank you, Patty and Francie. I don't know if anybody has a comment, but I'm ready to call it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Thank you, John.
Great, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you, John.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm looking forward to your historical,
Yeah,
your
we
essay
wanna
or
see
your
that.
presentation, yeah.
Me too.
The old timers who will be here.
Okay, up next, we've got individual consideration items, emergency resolution, confirmatory reading. First one is approving a grant agreement with Northwest Colorado Council of Governments for Adult and Family Services. And I believe Lindsay's going to be online with us.
I think Chad's here
Or
too.
Chad. I saw Chad on there. And Kelly's on there. Can you hear us? Let's, you'll have to unmute Chad, and Kelly, whoever's teed up. Kelly,
Hi, this is Kelly Kirkpatrick.
great, thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
Great, take it away, whichever one, is one of you two are doing it, or are we waiting for Lindsay? I think
Chad,
it's-
why don't you go ahead and start?
Sure. I think Kelly, yours is first, actually.
Oh.
And Lindsay's not able to join us this afternoon. Go ahead, Kelly.
All right, so we have the services contract with Vintage for the fiscal year 24 to 25. The Pickens County Adult and Family Services portion is for $10,000. This is services for care navigation for adults that are 60 years and older.
Right. Anything else? Are you still there? It sounded like you got cut
Yes.
off. Okay, I wasn't.
No,
sure
I,
if you were
I
done.
am still here.
Okay. Is there more?
That's really the adult and family services portion.
Got it. Great. Any questions from the board? We've seen this before. I don't see any questions. I'm gonna, let's see, this is not public comment.
It's a confirmatory, so it is public
Oh,
comment.
is it still? How come it, see, thank you for keeping me legal on that. Steve first, and then I'll open it up.
So I'd like
Sorry.
to make a motion
You can leave.
to approve the emergency resolution of the board authorizing a grant agreement with Northwest Colorado Council of Governments Vintage for Adult and Family Services.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Rye, just confirming, is a public hearing on this?
It is a public hearing.
It is, okay.
You didn't
So we've
believe
got
me and
the
trust in
motion.
my legal advice.
No,
Greg, I
didn't.
will second it to just.
We've got a
make-
second from Kelly, thank you. Now I'm gonna open
This
it up
is
for
confirmatory reading.
I'm going to open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the room who has a comment on this grant agreement with Northwest COG for adult and family services? I'm guessing there isn't. Don't see anybody in the room who wants to talk about it. I'm bringing it back. If you think I'm rushing, just let me know. But
Oh,
I'm bringing it
go,
back to
you're
the board, and I'm going to ask for a motion. And we've got the motion.
got the
I'm going to
motion.
call it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Now, number 16. Chad, I guess this is you. Emergency
That's me.
resolution.
Thank you.
Yep, approving a grant
Thanks,
agreement.
Greg and the board.
well,
So
just go
this
ahead.
resolution is to approve the contract with Northwest Council of Governments Vintage for the state fiscal year 24-25 for funding for senior services. that covers $85,000 for congregate meals, so meals at the senior center, and 9,000 meals for home delivered meals, which are delivered out to the senior center, for an annual total of $94,000. And this is a public hearing.
Great, thanks for the reminder. If I didn't, it takes a village. Comments, questions from board before I go to public comment? Okay, Steve.
Well, a comment about the meals at the senior center. This is one of the best restaurants, you might say, in the whole upper Roaring Fork Valley. I think the food served there is just awesome. You have to be over a certain age to benefit from getting this money from the grant money from Northwest COG, but other people are welcome to eat there and pay for their meals. And I urge everybody to go at least once to try to see what is being offered at the senior center. It is well worth spending a lunchtime there Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at noon.
So if you're old enough, you've got to prove it. You have to take an ID.
Yeah, and I can't even remember what age. I'm over the age,
60,
but
60.
So
you need an
60,
ID.
yes. Yeah, but all are welcomed.
But all are welcome. Thank you. Thanks, Chad. Board comment other than Steve? I think we're going to keep moving. Public comment online. Let's just go back and check to make sure. And I don't see any new faces for this one. And you have another question, Steve?
so no, I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, sure. I'm going to bring it back. Nobody in the room has their hand up on this, I don't think. Bringing it back to the board, I'll take your motion.
So I move to approve the emergency resolution authorizing a grant agreement with Northwest Colorado Council of Governments Vintage for Senior Services.
I'll second.
Steve and then Patty, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. We got through the first 16 items in 2 hours.
Good
Is
job.
that 2 hours? Wow, it was. Okay, I think the board's going to take a break.
You're right when you said
Is a
2
10-minute
o'clock.
break long enough, folks?
It's good for me.
10-minute break, and then we're going to come back to land use public hearings. Okay, welcome back. It's Wednesday, June 26th. This is the Commissioners' regular meeting. And we are on item number 17, which is a resolution determining the Taylor, Logsdon, and Sarah Reserve parcel that is constrained and granting one constrained site TDR. And Tammy Koken is up on deck.
All right, I'll just start by sharing my screen. All right, so this is the Taylor, Logsdon, and Sarah Reserve application for a constrained site TDR. The picture on the screen is looking right at the subject parcel. We've got Taylor and Sarah here in the room, and they're represented by Cody Horn with Davis Horn Incorporated. And on this screen, we have a map of the subject parcel. It's referred to as Parcel C, and it's highlighted in red. And then for vicinity's sake, you can see Redstone Boulevard borders the parcel just to the west, and just to the north is the East Creek Road. The lot contains 7,405 square feet and is obviously non-conforming in the AR10 zone district. So they are requesting that the BoCC make a determination as to whether or not the parcel is undevelopable or severely restricted in order to obtain a TDR in exchange for preservation of the parcel. It's generally a flat parcel. It does have some sod and some more mature vegetation. Improvements on the lot include an overhead electrical line, this picket fence, some other dilapidated fencing, and an overgrown 2-track road. When I took this picture, there were some items being stored on the parcel, like a boat and trailer, and I've been told since then those items have been removed. So quickly, some background is the Redstone subdivision was platted in 1936. There have been numerous revisions to that subdivision plat, but none of those plats included the subject parcel within that subdivision. And then in 1995, the subdivision was rezoned to village residential. And in that ordinance, it stated that East Creek Road established the boundary for that new zone district, which would include the subject parcel. However, the map that was in that ordinance omitted that parcel from the zone district. So there's a little bit of discrepancy there. But in summary, per the title review, the parcel hasn't merged with any adjacent lots, and it does contain a development right, although it has never been fully developed. So just some existing conditions. The photo on the top is the residence at 654 Redstone Boulevard, just to the south of this parcel. It's improved with a house built in 1901, and it's also owned by the applicant. And then the parcel just to the north is a parcel owned by Picken County Open Space. And prior to it being owned by Picken County, it did go through the same review, and it was granted 2 TDRs due to it being determined to be constrained. The East Creek Road, as you can see in the picture on the bottom, does go through that property, and that road provides access to the East Creek Trail as well.
Can I just say?
Sure, go ahead.
So the one with the house is adjacent to the lot that we're talking about?
Yep.
And owned by the person who owns the lot?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Steve.
Question about, I'm trying to get oriented. The Argyros open space, is that the land that was the Gerbaz parcel? From a couple of years ago when we did a land use thing
I
with
think,
them?
Steve, that's generally correct. That and another parcel just to the north of that are part of, and I think Gary's gone now, but part of the connection between the Boulders area to the very far north and essentially East Creek Road, where East Creek Trail parking area is. And there's a through trail that connects all through there and then through the Forest Service and then to other property owned by the county.
Okay, because I think we did a site visit on that, what was called the Gerbos property at the time.
Yep,
and
you'll recall.
I just wanted to verify that was the same. I think it's the same as.
There is that chain gate on it when we were up there.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
No. Okay.
Great. Keep going.
This was supposed to have
Can I
this.
jump in with a question?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kelly.
That's okay. I just was wondering if both parcels were acquired at the same time in one contract.
I'll let you answer that.
This is Cody Horn for the record. Yeah, and I cover a lot of the title chain research in my presentation, so we'll get there if you don't mind.
Great.
This slide is supposed to have the survey on it, but it's not showing up for some reason. But the subject parcel is outlined in red, and the blue line represents where a 15-foot Forest Service right-of-way easement crosses through the property. And it's likely that this easement was meant for the East Creek Road, which is just to the north. Sorry, the survey's not showing up.
Got our map. Yeah,
there we
you
go.
Hey.
Oh, just took some
Just
time.
slow, everything's a little slow today.
So, as you can see, as I just said, here's East Creek Road, and that easement parallels the road just to the south on the subject property. This is also a good image. You can see the adjacent lot with the 1901 house right here. So this application was referred to the entities on the screen. We did receive a letter of support from a neighbor, K. Bell, and we also had Colorado Geologic Survey reviewed the application, and they submitted a letter as well. So the process for this is that the BoCC shall make a determination as to whether the proposed preservation site is undevelopable or severely restricted under the land use code, and if it is, then they shall determine that principles of equitable mitigation merit the issuance of a TDR. So here's some of the criteria that goes along with that. This lot does meet this criteria. It's not within one of those listed zone districts. Okay. So the first constraint that we're going to talk about is wildlife habitat areas. So this parcel is within 1/4 mile of a bighorn sheep production area, elk severe winter range, and an elk winter concentration area. So the top map is the bighorn sheep production area. It's shown in green. The parcel or property is, as you can see, is highlighted in yellow. The map just to the south here shows the elk habitat. It's a little bit hard to see, but it's this hatched area to the south.
Well, aren't all those lots adjacent to elk habitat?
Some are closer.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're 100 years old.
But they're already developed with 100-year-old structures.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just go back. So the applicant did have Red Mountain Environmental do a wildlife habitat assessment. And within that assessment, they verified that significant habitat was there. And they stated that sterilizing the property would help to reestablish the native habitat, the native vegetation there. And they recommended that some noxious weed mitigation occur. There is some thistle in the area. They also recommended that some of the fencing, the dilapidated fencing, be removed to improve that habitat. And that by doing that, that would really increase the buffer area for that habitat to the more developed areas.
Sorry, in that map, is the parcel that you're showing both together?
Yeah, the GIS actually doesn't have the line between both the applicants' lots. So you're correct, Kelly, I should have pointed that out, that outline in yellow is multiple lots.
But all owned by the applicant.
That's the 2 lots.
So it's like their yard.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's move on.
But it has a
Yeah.
development right on it.
All right, so the geologic hazards, this is mapped within a rockfall hazard area. The applicant had Goodrich Engineering complete a geologic hazard analysis, and they determined that the area right above, so the picture showing all those cliffs with the red rocks, is prone to rockfall. They're not sure, it's hard to say when that event would occur, if it would occur. But that they did determine that the subject parcel and the neighboring 645 Redstone Boulevard parcel was entirely within that zone of hazard. And they found that due to the severity of the rockfall hazard, mitigation is probably not an economic option. And so we had CGS review their report. They also did a site visit, and they concurred with the engineering report and also recommended that this be approved for a constrained lot TDR. And they also reiterated that, yes, you could probably mitigate this hazard, but it would involve mitigation on a really big scale, such as something you would see on I-70. So it would be very, very expensive.
Can I ask a quick?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm not as concerned about the expense as I am about the impact of putting a bruise net or something on their own property to prevent rockfall issues would take up a majority of the property. Not only that, would kind of destroy the historic nature of the structures to the north, I guess it is, going up towards Redstone itself.
Well, it likely wouldn't be on their property. It would be off, they'd have to figure out how to.
Yeah, and off their property would be in the forest. Right. So I'm not sure the forest would like that either, so, okay, thanks.
Some other considerations are there's also a Holy Cross easement, and there is an existing overhead line, so development would require them to bury that line, also another financial expense. And as we talked about before, there is that Forest Service road right-of-way easement, and like I said, it's likely that that easement isn't totally aligned with that East Creek Road.
Is that the line, the diagonal line we're seeing on the right, the double?
Yeah, so
What's that?
Diagonal. I'm not sure what you mean. So East Creek.
Yeah, which is the Holy Cross easement, and then where's the U.S. Forest Service?
So this line right here is the overhead line.
And that's an overhead line. Got it.
Yep. And then the Forest Service easement is this dashed line there, following my cursor.
Got it.
So as you can see, it somewhat parallels East Creek Road just to the north. So there's some kind of discrepancy likely of where that pin is to where that monument is and how that got.
So the survey markers, there's a question.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a question.
Go.
Well, I was just thinking, each one of these, to me, I'm thinking, well, the entire town is in danger of rockfall from the look of things. You say it gets worse on the north end of town, but it seems like the entire town is in danger of rockfall. And the entire town is close to wildlife habitat. In some parts of the street are even closer than this parcel. So I'm just trying to figure out how, and so my next question is regarding the Holy Cross easement. There's a power line going overhead. What would be required if they were to develop? If the lot was developable, would that have to be moved, or is it just something that you're pointing out? Is something that needs to be relocated, or how does this relate?
Yeah, typically with new development, we do require that electrical lines be buried just for a safety protocol. I I don't know the feasibility. They may be able to develop underneath the line potentially.
But it'd have to be buried if it were developed. But that's normal, right?
That's our standard condition.
So this doesn't
typically,
seem like it. Okay, go ahead, Francie.
I'm wondering who does that power line serve?
Redstone.
It seems to go up to the edge of the forest. I'm kind of.
Francie, I believe that's the Holy Cross line that feeds the Crystal River Valley on that side.
So it's a big power line.
It's a substantial power line. I mean, I believe it's a 30-foot wide easement, so it's the big overhead that you see running on that side of the valley.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
So just going back to that Forest Service easement, so within the actual easement language, it does have a statement that if for 5 years the easement is not used or the Forest Service determines it's no longer needed, the U.S. Forest Service may terminate the easement. So if this is approved, staff has conditioned within that resolution that the applicant does follow up with the Forest Service to terminate that easement, just to clean up that easement and remove it, just so there's no issue if this parcel is sterilized, that in the future someone comes back and needs that easement.
Now, does that contingent upon the approval, or is that something they could do anyway?
They could do it anyway.
Right, thank you.
So it is staff's recommendation to grant 1 TDR based on those 2 constraints we mentioned. And I did, like I said, I have some conditions within the draft resolution that reflect that easement and cleaning up the parcel, removing some of the stuff stored there, and the dilapidated fencing, and submitting a noxious weed management plan to deal with some of the noxious weeds on the parcel. So with that, I'll turn it back to the board or to Cody.
I have another.
Yeah, let's Francie, and then.
I'm good for now.
Have they applied for historic designation, preservation?
And well, there's nothing on the parcel right now.
No, but on the other house that they say they need the money to support the house?
Yeah, this is Cody Horn. I get into that in the presentation, but it's the historic Mona Lisa house. So it's ongoing maintenance for deteriorating structures and upkeep as pursuant to the historic standards in the Redstone District.
I can't quite hear you, but you're going to talk about it in your
Yeah, I'll
presentation?
talk about it.
Okay.
I think Suzanne's probably going to jump in, but I think I know what she's going to say, which is because the existing house is within the VR zone district and is covered by the historic overlay for the town site of Redstone, those structures are not eligible to apply for and receive whatever benefits may be associated with designating the structures on the Picken County Historic Register. So it's not like they could double dip essentially by requesting a TDR now and then coming back and designating the house as a historic structure and requesting an additional TDR for that.
No, I was thinking instead of.
Oh, I see.
Not in
well,
addition
if you had
to.
that, every structure on the boulevard could be in here asking.
So what is
for
the
one.
benefit for the people on the boulevard to be called historic? Do they get any benefit from that? So it's actually a detriment for them.
When they were put on the National Historic Register, we did not have a program of incentives. That's a much more recent thing where we've tried to voluntarily encourage people to protect their historic resources. That goes back to, I think, 1980. So again, there are building code incentives that allow you to work with historic buildings and not necessarily meet all of the current codes, things like that. But it was just a totally different.
Right.
The incentive program was the county's way we approached historic preservation to get people to voluntarily protect.
Yeah.
It's just a later construct. And when this was put on the register, that was not.
Well, that's unfortunate for those people, because they have to maintain these houses in their historical condition, but they don't get any remuneration for that because the whole thing was declared historic. That's a detriment for those people.
Are they required if they're just on the historic register? Is that a requirement that they
There's
maintain?
Redstone, that's why there's a Redstone HPC to
district.
review
It's pretty
exterior
strict.
changes.
It's pretty strict.
Right, so yes, there are requirements in terms of if you're working on the exterior of your house, having to meet.
Oh, it's from the National Register. Okay.
Yeah,
And
you
we- and
might
we- and
remember
we
my
have-
fight with Suzanne about solar on one of those houses. Yeah, it's strict. Interesting.
Okay. Other questions?
So basically, in answer to my question, you're both saying there's no opportunity for them to get a TDR for historic preservation.
Correct.
At all. Okay.
Kelly, are you okay? We're gonna go into Cody's presentation now, I think.
Yep,
Okay,
sounds good. Thank you.
great. Cody, take it away.
You have to stop sharing, I think.
Sorry.
Alrighty. Well, first and foremost, I'm Cody Horn. With me is Glenn Horn. We represent the applicant. I'd like to enter the affidavit of posting into the public record.
I'll take it.
Thanks, Ryan. We represent Taylor Logston and Sarah Meserve. Taylor works for a general contractor and Sarah is a local school teacher. So a lot of this will be review after Tammy's presentation, but I'll go through it anyway. The subject lot, we started on the wrong screen here.
That's a little laggy.
Yeah. The subject lot, for which we're requesting a constrained lot designation for the award of a TDR, is located where this red star is, just sandwiched in between 654 Redstone Boulevard, the applicant's current residence, and East Creek Road. Just to give you some context, got Redstone Boulevard, and it's the last house on the northern end of the Redstone town site. We got the geologic rockfall cliffs to the east, Highway 133, and the Crystal River. The photo on the left is 654 Redstone Boulevard in the historic Mona Lisa House, as it's called by the historic district. On the photo on the left, we have the Maroon Formation escarpment just to the east of Parcel C. The property is bordered on the north, immediately on the north by East Creek Road. As you travel even further north, you get to the county open space parcel, which you guys discussed earlier. It was bought partially because of high rockfall hazard areas. It's kind of interesting. The geologist on the land use review said that it would be mitigatable if this rock was incorporated into the wall of the house. Picken County decided to buy that parcel, designate it as constrained, and make it open space. To
What
the
is
south.
that inset? I'm confused by that photograph.
Oh, sorry. That photograph is where the red star is located.
Oh, okay.
So there was
Okay.
a land use application to develop that lot. Picken County ended up buying it, designating it as open space. I think it's a cool anecdote that if that rock were incorporated as a hazard mitigation structure into the housing wall, it would have been deemed safe. So that's the kind of degree of mitigation we're looking at for protecting a potential rockfall hazard.
It's a big rock.
But to get back on track here, the rest of this parcel to the north is open space. We have two privately owned parcels. Even further north, the open space ends at the Redstone sewer plant here. You can see these steep cliffs to the east of Parcel C and the Bighorn Ridge subdivision just to the southeast of Parcel C. A and B resemble 654 Redstone Boulevard, or where the applicant's current residence is located. A and B have been merged, and Parcel C is the property in question for which we're requesting a constrained lot.
Are there houses on Bighorn Ridge, that area there? I can't tell from this photograph.
Not within the photograph, but they're a little bit further south.
Okay.
To the east of the historic town site. What's kind of interesting, and you spoke about this, Greg, is that the rockfall hazards get progressively worse as you travel north. And as you guys well know, John Osgood, the founder of Redstone, the original castle inhabitant, platted the town of Redstone. He's a pretty smart businessman, and looking back on it, he might have been a wise planner, because the limits of the Redstone town site end right at the northern boundary of lots A and B. And so as the rockfall hazards become life-threatening, that's right where the subdivision ended. And he had a vested interest in preserving the life of his employees. You know, he had the married couples in the single-family homes, and he had the single people in the Redstone Inn. So Parcel C is really that threshold line to where both our engineering report, CGS, as well as John Osgood, saw the rockfall threats becoming a threat to life safety and welfare. Just a quick review of the existing conditions. This is a 0.17 acre site, or 7,400 square foot site. The applicant's attorney and county staff agreed on the determination that Parcel C was a legally created, separately developable lot. The determination for the lot being separately developable was a large factor in the owner's decision to purchase the property. The owners bought the lot with the investment-backed expectation that they would have reasonable economic use of Parcel C, which would be to develop a house. Attachments 10 and 11 in the land use application, which is included in your packet, provide a comprehensive title chain analyzing the history of Parcel C and the legally separately developable nature of that lot. The former use, as you saw from Tammy's pictures, was for storage. There's some chicken coops on there. They had a composting pit. And as we've discussed, these utility lines, which not only bisect the property but transverse it south. As you can see in this picture, Taylor and Sarah have cleaned up the lot significantly. It looks great, and it's complying with the conversations that we've had with staff. So when Taylor and Sarah approached our planning firm, they requested a development analysis on Parcel C, so that because they had the intentions to develop. Upon investigation of the land use code, the regulations, and the different site constraints that we included in this development analysis, we determined that the site was severely constrained by a number of factors, those being geology, the utility lines, wildlife, as well as neighborhood compatibility.
What does that mean?
Well, we kind of got into this earlier. Parcel C is not within the historic overlay district, so theoretically, if it were to be developed, it wouldn't match those guidelines and could be a sore thumb. That's definitely not the intention if they were to build on that property, but it has different standards to which
Okay, I see what you mean.
need to conform.
So they could put a modern,
Yeah, big skyscraper there.
with height restricted
It is
skyscraper.
Pitkin County.
Right, right.
So a small
Like
skyscraper.
two-story
Skyscraper might protect the rockfall for the neighbors.
If they incorporate the boulder.
Right. But at any rate, we'll just do a quick review of the geologic hazard code criteria. The low and moderate zones, development is permitted if the hazard can be adequately mitigated. High rockfall hazard zones, development is strictly prohibited. Rex Goodrich of Goodrich Engineering performed a geologic hazard analysis on Parcel C. He determined that the property is within a high hazard rockfall area, both by the Pitkin County as well as empirical standards. As Tammy mentioned, CGS commented that similar rockfall hazard zones have been mitigated in places like the I-70 corridor, but I think that's a pretty stark difference when you think about how those are funded between a contractor and a school teacher versus a federal government. But it is interesting, and I do want to remind you guys that following the Bighorn Ridge subdivision just southeast of Parcel C, following that review, the BoCC did amend the land use code to prohibit all development within all rockfall areas and geologic hazard areas. And these very restrictive measures were in place from 91 until they were amended by this board in 2020 to where you could mitigate for hazards in low and moderate areas. You may recall that the rockfall section of the code that Glenn presented on, that discussion was sort of centered around the Bighorn Ridge subdivision. And that board's analysis determined that it was not advisable nor feasible to allow development in high rockfall areas.
Has there been rockfall there?
Well,
How
I
far
would
back
assume
do you
that
go?
boulder came from the Maroon
I
and
don't see any
Scarpin.
rocks.
That big
What did
boulder?
What did you say?
I would assume that big boulder came from the Maroon and
The one
Scarpin.
we saw, yeah.
And we need to consider it in geologic time. You know, we plan for these 300-year events, and hopefully that's not next year. But so moving forward to the utility lines, it's not a codified criteria for a constrained lot, but it is a very real consideration if you wanted to develop this property. We talked to Max Deuce at Holy Cross, and he commented that in order to develop the property, the owner would be required to not only relocate but underground the entire section of the line. This is a segment, and this is the section, the entire Redstone line. So, I mean, you can see it goes over these houses and all these single-family lots. It would be significant economic investment, extended disturbance to the land, undesirable impacts to the neighborhood, as well as clearance of all trees within 15 feet of that center line. So it's a pretty unrealistic undertaking. This is a good picture. We noticed the property. And
So I think you're saying that not just put underground the part of the lines that go over the property, but also down the boulevard?
the entire Redstone section.
Why?
I guess that's protocol for Holy Cross. If it needs to be a continuous section and to tie in, they would request that the entire section be underground.
So the line doesn't go down.
That would be
and
a
then up
blessing for
and-
Redstone, but not, pretty expensive.
It'd be a blessing if you could fast forward in time and it'd be under the foundations of everyone's home.
God,
But,
that's ridiculous.
so the Holy Cross line is a severe encumbrance in many ways. Next, we have wildlife. Parcel C is mapped within the quarter-mile buffer of the bighorn sheep production area. That's shown in green. It's 710 feet away. The winter range is shown in this blue overlay, and then this red line is the migration patterns. This is a pretty cool picture. You can see that these cliffs are pretty towering and could provide some substantial rock fall if one were to break. And there's some sheep in here if you look closely within this red circle. It's pretty amazing that those sheep could get up there. And to Patty's comment, it makes me think about if a GeoBruge net was along those whole cliffs, what those bighorn would do. And I do want to remind you that development within the quarter-mile sensitive wildlife areas is not permitted. So that is a large property constraint. Additionally, it's within a quarter mile of the elk habitat. These vertical lines are winter concentration, and the horizontal lines are severe winter range, which makes up this hatching pattern. Our wildlife biologist said that sterilizing the lot would reduce development within that quarter mile buffer, assisting severe winter range and concentration areas. And finally, we have neighborhood compatibility. Casey K. Bell did write a letter of support for designating Parcel C as constrained. And as you know, these are 100-year-old homes that take constant maintenance and require investments to keep and restore deteriorating structures. 654 Redstone Boulevard is the historic Mona Lisa house built in 1880, so it's well over 100 years old. And Taylor and Sarah are longtime locals. They live and work in the valley. They commute up and down valley. Sarah teaches elementary school. Taylor works for a contractor, so they're both contributing to the local economy. Sarah guiding the direction of our youths. So designating this constrained lot and approving a TDR will allow them to continue to enhance the value of the historic district, upkeep their home, and preserve that charming historic character, as well as avoid the economic burden of relocating that Holy Cross line, mitigating for geologic hazards, which is prohibited. So it would really help them out to get economic use out of a developable lot. So just as a quick summary, we're in a high rockfall hazard area that's also highly encumbered by utility lines that presents a life safety threat as well as insurmountable economic barriers to develop the site. The property to the north was bought by Pickens County and designated as open space due to the high rockfall, partially due to the high rockfall hazards. And so an added benefit to granting a TDR on parcel C is that will become a extension to this open space, a permanently preserved, privately owned, undeveloped lot. And developing a house on parcel C could have the potential to create neighborhood disparity given architectural styles. And it might temporarily restrict access to East Creek Road, which is the primary access to the White River National Forest in Redstone. And it is within a quarter mile of 2 sensitive wildlife habitat areas. And I just want to close out saying the issuance of a TDR is a mechanism to sterilize a parcel in lieu of developing a site. The TDR mitigates for the loss of investment-backed expectations. Thank you.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Patty?
Yeah, I think this is appropriate as a constrained lot. I would like to pick at the requirements a little deeper as far as returning this site to more natural vegetation. Not just noxious weeds removal is required by state law and local law, so that's already a given, and we appreciate any efforts in that direction. But just to be able to return this to a native habitat for the wildlife up there, I think would be important. So I don't know if that's clearly, I didn't see that in there, but.
I mean, so that some of the conditions, like the noxious weed plan, I also had putting up a fence between parcel
Right, to
A
keep the paints,
and
but
B,
the pets, but
Yeah.
I would like to see more as to restoration of the property back to more native vegetation. Besides the weed removal, the noxious weed removal, because I think that would be a huge benefit to the connection to the other areas for the wildlife, the sheep and the elk.
Well, and one thing that I did want to bring up, and there is the condition for the fence in between parcels A, B, and C, so not to be an expansion of the yard. Although when I was visiting the site, I parked my car on East Creek Road and pulled as close to parcel C as I could, and I could see there being recreative parking there if it were not fenced. But that's just my
Yeah, I don't mind the fencing. Again, it's just the land itself. Whether you're gonna take out the thistle and whatever else is noxious there, I'd like to see just some more return to native vegetation through that area.
So some active landscaping, or
Not active landscape. That sounds like fountains and
I mean, so like a landscape plan placing.
just pretty basic and fundamental. Just a restoration. You take out a patch of weeds and let's plant something in there that's more native.
Okay.
So I don't know how your wording would be, but I just think that needs to be enhanced.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Francie and then Kelly and then Steve.
I have a couple of things. It seems as though this lot has been used as their yard. They have stuff on it. They have a compost pile. It's been an extension of their yard. So that's a little bit of a concern to me.
It was cleaned up, though.
And then if we find that this is constrained, is it still discretionary to give a TDR, or is it incumbent on us to give a TDR if we find it constrained?
We called it takings, I believe, if we didn't.
Yeah, so I'll jump in on that. The constrained site TDR provision in the code is really a two-step process. There's the first finding the board would make to grant a TDR would be a finding that the lot's constrained. That determination is not the same as reaching a conclusion for the purpose of granting an activity envelope or something like that. But it does need to be satisfied in order for the board to take the second step, which is to grant the TDR. the entire process is discretionary. The code provisions regarding constraints are relatively clear for this property. It's constrained by a number of constraints as defined by the code. But that does not tie your hands one way or the other to issue a TDR.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So, I mean, really, there's a lot of places along the boulevard that were we to go back and start over would be constrained. So-
Constrained or undevelopable, right?
Yeah.
And I should have followed up. In the event that the board were to not grant the TDR, as Patty alluded to, you're essentially kicked into a takings type of analysis after that.
If we find it constrained.
If you find it constrained and don't grant a TDR, correct?
Yes.
The policy objective behind the constrained site TDR program was to allow our constrained provisions in the code to exist at the same time as totally denying development on a particular parcel where the board decides or determines that development is not appropriate.
So somebody else platted this and said, you can build something here, but now we have to mitigate that as the BoCC, even though we had nothing to do with the platting of this. It falls to us to pay for somebody's mistake platting this 100 years ago.
You've run across that in many other similar.
In Redstone before, actually.
Well, Redstone and elsewhere in the county. Again, right, the properties are created under the land use code based on when they were created and how they were created. They have a development right.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
right, we live with what might have been platted 100 years ago, 40 years ago, as long as it meets those certain timeframes in our code about when that means you actually have a development right associated with that property.
But
And
is
this
this going to
predates
set a
that.
precedent then for other places in Redstone who want to put an ADU on their property, but they can't because there's rockfall or, I mean,
Same reason.
what's this going to do?
This is a request for a vacant piece of property. Somebody who already has development has utilized their development right already.
So when this was purchased by these people, was it purchased as 2 lots or as one piece of property?
2 lots with the understanding that they were both developable, separately developable.
That's in the title, that it's 2 lots?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Before I go to Kelly and then Steve, I just wanted to ask for clarification from Rye. Regarding takings, if value isn't given or if specifically a TDR isn't given. You said TDR, but I think you meant fair.
Sure. So if we want to shift how a takings proceeding would transpire. So let's hypothetically say the board denies the application today. In order to avail themselves of the taking proceeding, the applicant would then need to file a request or an application for activity envelope review, which under our code would almost certainly be denied administratively given the constraints that are on the property. Once that application has been denied, the applicant can then file an application for takings proceeding in front of this board. And the result of that takings proceeding is twofold, essentially. One is a payment of cash or based on a valuation, or 2, the board could approve a development plan for the property that somehow fits within the constraints on the property. This particular parcel looks like it would be challenging to do that, but there are historic precedents for how that's been done in the past. Usually it involves limiting the size of the house on the property, but I'm not sure if limiting the size of a structure on this particular lot would help mitigate things like rockfall.
Right, copy that.
So mitigation may be tough. I don't want to get into too much of a hypothetical about what the outcome of a takings proceeding in front of this board would be, because there's not an application to that effect. So it's hard to speculate exactly what that would be, but that's generally how the procedure would look. They would still have to go and file an activity envelope application, have that denied, And your decision here today wouldn't have any bearing on the activity envelope application with regard to, if you decided it was constrained today, that wouldn't necessarily follow that the activity envelope application would be denied. But again, given the obvious constraints on the property, that's the logical conclusion that ultimately the admin review of the activity envelope application would result in a similar outcome.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more follow-up, and Kelly, I'm going to get to you. So if there was a takings hearing, and it was determined that it was a takings and that we were obligated to compensate with fair market value, or how does that work?
That's generally how that would work.
Got it, okay. So if we looked at the assessed value of the place, it would probably indicate what the property would be worth, right?
I believe that, but in preparing for the packet today, I did not see that the assessor has separately valued this piece of property historically.
It's not separately valued, but it's valued with the other parcel as
Correct.
one.
As
Yeah.
parcel A, B, and C have all been valued together historically.
How much
And that's-
value would there be on a constrained
about-
lot that nobody can build on?
Well,
That's-
that's what we're getting to. Yeah, thank you.
I'll just add really quickly, because I know Kelly had her hand up, but by history, the reason that we created this process was because we were going through this rigmarole of, we're gonna deny you, you have to come in under this application, then we're gonna go through this process. And it was just time-consuming and burdensome for both parties. So we created a TDR
constrained lot,
program that allowed for us to compensate the owner of a property that was severely constrained. And we didn't have to jump through all those hoops. We could get to that point where we were gonna end up anyway, but it also, the funds didn't come directly out of the county's general fund.
See how indispensable your institutional knowledge is.
I
Thank
know,
you
so
for
you don't
that.
want me to go anywhere in 2.5 years, but that's not gonna happen.
I've got to go to Kelly. Thanks for waiting, Kelly.
Thanks, Greg.
I'm a little confused about some things, and I guess I have a question for Cody and a question for Tammy, and then maybe another one for Cody. But first I'll start. I'm a little confused on the A, B, and the parcel lines, how they're treated together. What if the house straddles both A and B? What are they going to come back and ask for a TDR on B? I'm a little confused about those.
Yeah, understandably.
If the assessor is not treating these as separate parcels, why are we treating these as separate parcels? That might be for our attorney. But this is murky.
Yeah, and that's why we went through a pretty exhaustive title chain review prior to providing any comment in a development analysis to the owners. But to answer your question, parcels A and B have essentially been merged. This is an old survey. The lot line ends at the southern boundary of parcel C. So parcel A and B are now one lot. Parcel C is now one lot.
And where does it demonstrate that A and B is one lot? Because the maps that were being shown and everything have them as two.
It goes back to ownership of contiguous lots being separately developable before a certain date. And these were in common ownership prior to that date. And so as it carries forward, they are individually, separately developable lots.
But A and B merged.
A and B weren't, because there was a house on it crossing both.
I can provide a little more background on that if you would like, but before I do that, I want to point out to you all that the letter regarding merger in the packet was drafted by my father. And he's a local attorney.
I saw that.
When that letter came in, I obviously would usually help community development out with reviewing title for something like this. Because he's my father, I kicked that to John Ely, who reviewed the chain of title for this property. But I can tell you the general history regarding parcel A and B, if that would be helpful, and as it relates to C, if that would be further helpful if the board is comfortable with me doing that. I don't feel like I have a conflict in that regard, but I just wanted to let you know that that was something, that's a factual circumstance of this application. So
You've disclosed, thank
It's
you.
a fact that Rick is really his dad.
Yeah, and I think that Suzanne can probably help me out with this, but when L.R. McDonald originally platted the Redstone subdivision, She was Osgood's third wife. And the original Redstone subdivision did not include the back half of all the lots on Redstone Boulevard. So what's parcel B and all the ones down the boulevard did not have the back half of the lots.
Oh, really?
That subdivision plat was subsequently amended to add all the lots to the Redstone subdivision. The prior owner of this property was Mr. Yocums, Bill Yocums. You are all familiar with him. He was on our Healthy Rivers and Streams board. He acquired parcel A first, and then later acquired parcel B from Ms. McDonald, or Mrs. McDonald, at the time that she replatted the Redstone subdivision to add essentially the back half of all the lots. When he acquired that parcel, he then took the action with this board at the time, and I'm not going to have the date off the top of my head, but he went through a subdivision exemption process for a lot line adjustment to merge lots A and B with permission of the BoCC, and which was granted. After lots A and B were merged by Mr. Yocums, he then subsequently acquired parcel C, again from Ms. McDonald or Mrs. McDonald in the past. So that's the history of those three lots, but parcel C was never included in the original Redstone subdivision or the amendment to the Redstone subdivision. Suzanne, I think that was in like 75 or 77, I think, when the board added all the back half of the lots on Redstone Boulevard to the original Redstone subdivision.
That's when they
That was
developed
so
the A and
interesting.
B.
Thank you.
That's when they developed the A lots, B lots,
That's
A lot,
why
B lots.
all the lots on that side of the boulevard have the designation of parcel A and parcel B. But as you can see, Mr. Yocums clearly wanted to build a house on both lots. I don't know what the code looked like. I believe he did that merger in 76 or 78, but he clearly needed to utilize both lots to build his house, or to expand his house, which was, as the applicant pointed out, originally built in 1880 or 1890, something like
90.
that. So,
And when did he meet, he bought this from Mrs. McDonald? Since she was the third wife of Osgood, it's like a historical.
She's on the wall with the other two wives.
She must have been old when she sold it to Bill.
I do have some more questions.
Sorry, thanks, Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah. So, okay, well, I guess, okay, I want to go to the memo a little bit because I'm a little confused on how to analyze the code sections. You know, I feel like we're missing some of the code language relative to the specific constraints. And specifically, I'm really unclear on how to deal with the portion of the memo that just says other considerations. I don't know if that's referring to specific code language or not.
No.
So I guess I'm not sure if that's just like, I think of that in terms of like neighborhood constraint, or if I have to think of it in terms of like very specific guidance in the code about how we deal with those factors. And then I have an additional question. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry I wasn't more specific in the memo with those, I guess, the wildlife section. Cody did a pretty good job explaining the geologic hazards and the fact that it is within a severe rockfall hazard area, and there is a prohibition on development in those areas. In terms of the wildlife areas, I believe if the code section states that if there is an area where you're outside of those significant wildlife habitat areas on your lot, you can develop there. You can also develop in those areas if you do mitigate. So there are ways to mitigate those wildlife habitats. As we've seen on a lot of parcels in the county, that does happen. And that's done with like construction timing or other ways to mitigate those impacts. In terms of the other considerations, that isn't anywhere in our code. We don't have that in our code. That was just thrown in there because the TDR standards are discretionary. You know, it's the way it's worded is you find that this parcel is severely restricted. So I guess those utility lines was just something to consider in whether or not something's severely restricted with development.
So those are considerations that any developer would have to sort through, but they're not something that would come to us in like a development application for assessment.
Yep.
Well, wait, I guess I would say they would come to you in a development application. I mean, again, it's looking at the property. There are specific constraints under the code, like Tammy said, geologic hazards, wildlife hazards, or habitat areas. But we also have to look at everything else. If there's an easement, a road easement across the property, clearly that's something we look at, you know, the utility easements. Those are issues we look at and what impact those have on the ability to develop a property. If this was in front of us for a site plan review, we would be looking at those, you know. So I think that's why Tammy kind of other considerations. When we've done these constrained site requests, we're always just trying to look broadly because the language says undevelopable or severely constrained. We have specific constraints, and then we have other development or lack, you know, or non-development considerations that we look at. So I think that's why those other things, the easements and the easements, you know, are put in front of you as additional considerations. But and I would just say that that's consistent with what we've done anytime we've brought forward one of these constrained site applications.
Okay, but a motivated developer could resolve those, and in their application, they would have proof of resolution for us to consider, or something along those lines. That's how I interpret that.
Is that, is he looking for an acknowledgement?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I think that's a
Yeah,
yes.
well, again, I'm really trying to understand, like, what is specific to our code that we would assess a development under, you know, and what is called out and what is.
I think a good answer to your question is,
You know, not a criteria by which we would evaluate a specific development application.
I think other falls under the utility lines and the economic burden to underground those lines. And the codified standards are geologic and wildlife.
Yeah, but thank you. That's clearer to me now after this discussion. I appreciate that. And then finally, will TDR proceeds be held in escrow? We have done that with other historic preservation projects to fund, you know, the maintenance of historic properties.
It could be
And
that
I think that's to you, Cody.
Please repeat the question. Would it be held in escrow or?
Yeah, would the TDR proceeds be held in escrow for preservation of the historic property? We have done that in other, and I know this is not a historic preservation TDR, but that's the attestation of what you know the TDR is needed for.
I believe the applicants. Sorry to interrupt. I believe the applicants would like to use the funds as they see fit. Obviously, they have a deteriorating house, and a portion of that would likely go into upkeep. But it would be preferable not to earmark them for specific causes.
Thanks, Kelly. Is that it? I'm going to go to Patty now.
Yeah, just real quick. We did that. Just real quick. This is pertinent to what Kelly said. We did that for the Bavarian. I believe put them in escrow because when we did it directly related to incentives for historic preservation, that made sense to then put them into escrow to be used for historic preservation. I'm not sure that this, even though they've alluded to the fact they're going to use the funds to help maintain their house, which I agree they probably will, but there may be some funds that they can use to do things that aren't directly related to maintaining the house, like, you know, revegetating the lot that they're giving up or something. So
there's not
the
a
farm
direct.
in Emma, I think we did it too.
What's that?
That farm in Emma, I think we did it there.
Yeah, maybe that was the
Bennett's.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a direct nexus
Feitzel
between an
property.
incentive to grant the TDR and historic preservation.
Yeah, that was, I think, one of the one. Thanks, Francie.
I'm going to go to Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, on parcel C, there are some there's some level of development. There's the compost area, which looks like it's wall built around it. There's a chicken coop, which is partially in Lot B and partially in Lot C. To me, that means it potentially has historic designation as being in the VR zone district, and I hope we don't have to deal with another historically designated chicken coop, but
Francie's favorite.
potentially we could have to here. Now, two questions. Would either of those developments that are already on Lot C preclude us from doing, designating it as undevelopable, basically, because there's already development on the parcel? First question. Second question would be, should those things, if we do the designation and grant the TDR, would those things have to be removed from Lot C?
Thanks, Steve. I think the two things are related, and I'd probably rely on Mr. Horn to answer this question, but I believe he stated at the beginning of the presentation that neither of those things are on Lot C, but to the extent that the board were to grant a TDR and then there'd be a covenant on the property against future development, you could not locate something like the chicken coop on Lot C anymore. But I'd turn it to Cody to confirm for the board whether those things exist on the property,
Yeah, and I apologize if I rushed through it, but that was conversations we had with Tammy throughout this process. As she said, make sure the lot's completely vacant, clean it up, make it look great. And so they removed all the boat storage, the chicken coops, compost, and they had a hard time with the utility lines, but there's no more chicken coops. So if they were historic, they're now history. But
Removed forever.
yeah, forever. And we'd be happy to execute a covenant to that effect if necessary.
So I guess part of the question then would be, if there's no development permitted because of the constrained site designation, nothing else could be done there, like they couldn't build a gazebo or something. Right now, it's kind of like the side yard of the house. It's part of the backyard and the side yard of the existing house and being used as such. They're parking extra vehicles there and, different things like that. So would any of that kind of activity be allowed going forward?
I certainly couldn't put any structures on that. And I think if it was granted and you wanted to put other restrictions, Patty talked about revegetating, preventing that. Essentially, the way we look at it with any TDR property is, it is what it is today, and that's what it will be, in the future. In this case, they've removed certain structures that were built over time. Obviously, that would be the condition moving forward, no structures.
And
the utility line will still be there.
But no uses. It would be returned to a native piece of property, not
Without a white picket fence.
without a dilapidated white picket fence.
No, that's the wire fence that's
Yeah, with the wire fencing and any of that, and no truck parking, no boat parking, no compost, no chicken coop, but.
No activity, really.
Because of it, being near the wildlife area, and that would be one of the two main reasons for granting it the designation. The more we could make it wildlife friendly and make it, rewild it, basically, possibly still with the power line running through there, but that, to me, would be a desirable outcome.
I want to go to Kelly.
Do we know if Holy Cross has any plans to underground lines in this area? This is a very common, popular wildfire mitigation approach that folks are taking. They've just done it recently east of Aspen. Before we assume that this is like a constraint in perpetuity.
I don't know of anything, Kelly, but I think you're right. I mean, it could be done. They could put it in the road or Redstone Boulevard. It's not something impossible to do, but I'm not aware of any ongoing future projects to do so.
And I'm not sure who paid for the east of Aspen undergrounding in total. So, and I don't know if think Redstone's up for paying for it, so.
I wanted to bring something up that's just been needling at me, and I'm trying to figure out where the real value is here for the public and for the public, funds, or the transfer of a TDR, which is something of value. The assessed value of the property, the entire property, is well under the value of a TDR, and I'm choking on that. If the assessed value of the property is about $620,000 in that neighborhood for the entire place, including the house, I'm having trouble transferring a TDR, granting a TDR for a fraction of that for what essentially is a backyard and a vacant lot with, the wildlife argument, the rockfall mitigation argument. All these things, just to me, are really hard to swallow, and I'm having trouble with it. I'm hoping somebody, enlightens me a little bit more, but it doesn't seem. It'd be nice to be able to tie the value of the TDR to the assessed value of the property we're granting it for. So we're giving good value, but we're not giving a windfall. And I need help on that. Patty?
Well, if the most recent TDR sale, which I don't believe we have any control over the cost of a TDR or what people pay for them, is about 800,000.
Yes.
One at 8, one at 9.
So if we're talking about 600,000 or 700,000 in assessed value, by the time we use staff time and energy to go through the process to get to a taking, to then pay them the money for takings, we're pretty much equaling out that value.
In this case, yeah.
In this case.
At the current value of a TDR.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's interesting.
And thank you for bringing that, because I was waiting for you to bring that up.
But we're not
I'm not
doing the whole
I'm not
property.
clear on how that math works, because Greg was talking about the entire property, and we're
Exactly.
just talking about parcel C.
That's what I was saying, Kelly, exactly.
No.
This is like a side yard. The whole property is 600, it's 600,000.
Oh, the whole property, I
Including the
thought he
house.
meant
With
C.
the house. Well, that's what Greg said, is that?
That's what I understand. I may be wrong. Somebody can correct me if I am, but that's what I understand, is
Where'd you get that?
the entire value is
I didn't
from
see
the
that.
assessor.
Is it in our
Comes,
packet?
it comes from the assessor.
No, but we're.
No, but is it in our
we shouldn't
packet?
be
I didn't
pulling
see it.
things up
I didn't see it in
on
the
our
packet.
computers
Um,
without it.
So I guess this brings me back to the subject of trying to give good value and not windfalls, but certainly compensate people for the lost value in a constrained site, or fair value for property. And I guess I want to tie the compensation to the value of the property, the appraised or assessed value. That's where I am, and I'm.
We
having
don't have
trouble
any
with it.
ability to do that under our current TDR program.
Right.
We
So
don't
current-
control
so
the
we've got an
value.
issue with our
You don't what?
program.
We do not control how much a TDR sells for. So we don't
Dramatic
have any ability to say, I mean,
If this, we get
it's the
that.
free market. We have stayed out of the free market side of TDR transactions.
I'd like to piggyback on that a little bit too, because it's not public funds that are providing the sale of the TDR. So obviously it goes to the market. So if this were to go to the hypothetical takings or whatnot, then that would be a cash payout by the county, which would actually cost the county more, in my understanding of it.
We couldn't just award them the dollars. They'd have to go through a process to get to a
I
taking
understand
for
the
us to award
expense
the
of the
dollars.
process. Yeah, Kelly?
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, I guess one, I just want a point of clarification of where we're at in the hearing. Are we finished with questions? Are we moving to board discussion?
We're gonna go to public
'Cause
hearing
I'm not
next.
sure when I want to bring up my,
Oh, we're gonna go to public hearing next.
my point. Okay.
okay?
Okay. I will come back to me later. Thank you.
I'll come back to you later. Just yell at me if I forget. I think if that's it from our board presently, I'm going to open this to public hearing. Is there anybody in the room who'd like to speak on this? Or anyone online? Looking for hands up. Is it star 9 to raise your hand? Yeah. And I don't see anybody here. I saw a hand wave in the back of the room, but that was just something else, sunglasses. Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for future final discussion.
I'll discuss.
Francie?
I have a hard time with this because it really seems like their yard. And they bought the property, even though they were labeled different lots, they bought it as a piece of property from Bill. I don't think Bill had plans to develop that lot, knowing Bill. But as Patty pointed out, there is a development right on it, strangely enough. So I'm pretty torn about where I'm gonna go with this. I regretted the one we did 4 years ago. Immediately after the vote, I'm like, what did we just do? You know, this is very similar.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not going to provide an avenue for wildlife. It's just not. And the rockfall, I don't know what to say about that. I guess that's all I have to say right now.
Okay, Kelly, you're back. You're back on.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking along the lines of what Francie is saying, but I also just like from a bigger sort of picture thing, I think that I just struggle to see how there's not unintended consequences, I guess. Like I feel like there is like a bigger neighborhood discussion to have with how our development code like deals with Redstone. And also I think we just have some TDR policy issues that affect Redstone differently than other parts of the county. I mean, we've heard comment about that recently, about how people want to do stuff but can't land TDRs, and you know, so I just think that there's like a bigger policy conversation that we should have before thinking about how this one property, which shares characteristics with every other property in that neighborhood, to do this. I mean, so I don't know. I guess that's a flag for me. I think it's a little strange in like the most densely developed area of rural Pitkin County to think about severing TDRs. It seems like, don't we want to promote development in denser places and figure out how to manage the constraints in those type of places? Again, I'm not convinced that like some of the the conditions with the Forest Service or the power lines are like permanent, which a TDR is permanent. So, I guess I'm not won over by this one yet, and maybe one of you all will convince me otherwise.
Thanks, Kelly.
Yes,
Patty,
Steve,
and then Steve, and then Patty.
So, couple of thoughts. One, if we had, this is hypothetical, if we had a fractional TDR program, which is a possibility with the Growth Management Committee recommendations, this would be an appropriate place to grant a half TDR, I would say, which would be more appropriate for the value of the property. We don't have that, so we can't do that now, but it's something for consideration going forward on code changes. It doesn't help us out in this situation. It seems like we are setting a precedent for every house along this side of Redstone Boulevard that nobody would be allowed to do any redevelopment or development in their backyards close to the wildlife area going forward in the future, because it's too close to the wildlife area. I think that maybe would extend the whole way up the Redstone Boulevard. I'm not sure without looking at the wildlife maps, but it seems like it's all like Bighorn sheep area as you get up onto the cliff band behind there. And I certainly don't want to have the BoCC have someone else along Redstone Boulevard. Maybe, I don't know if there are any undeveloped lots there, but there might be lots that aren't developed, that then those people are going to come to the BoCC and say, I want to get a TDR for this constrained site because it's too close to the wildlife area. Potential rockfall, the same argument. So we could be setting a precedent here that I think we should consider that. Thank you.
Thanks. Patty?
Okay, we've had this discussion a million times, and we've said we want to do fractional TDRs, we want to do this, we haven't got there yet. And that's our fault, not the applicant's fault. And the other thing is that if you already have a developed lot, you can't get a constrained lot. You know, it's not a constrained lot, you just might not be able to further develop in areas of concern like wildfire, rockfall, wildlife. So unless we want to scrape all of Redstone Boulevard and tell everybody that they can't live in those properties because they're in a rockfall area, we're 100 years too late to be doing that. This property is outside of that platted subdivision. It's different than all of those other ones. It has a development right. It has constraints on it. It has that electric line running through it with an easement. The other ones have the electric lines behind them. So this lot is different in my mind. And yes, maybe they were using it to store things on, a chicken coop and a composting thing, but they have mitigated that. They're willing to turn it back into more of a native vegetated lot where maybe you won't have migration paths for elk to get to the river, but I think it will encourage and it will help to not further be a detriment to wildlife in that neighborhood. And the fact that a bruise net would be a huge impact, and you'd have to run it the whole length of that rockfall band behind them. So that we know that's not going to happen. So in any case, I think one TDR is justified in this property. This property is set aside differently than the rest of Redstone Boulevard because it's not in that original plat. For whatever reason, old McDonald's decided to do that, I don't know, but.
And just to add maybe to Patty's, just so everybody's clear, what the county owns now to the north was originally, before the county purchased it, 2 constrained site TDRs were granted to the former owner of that property, and then the property was conveyed to the county, and it's now part of that Redstone Boulders open space. But that was done at the time. I can pull up the date for that, but you know, again, I think going to the north, you're clearly looking at what is now open space, but at the time was deemed inappropriate for development, and was granted those 2 TDRs at that time.
How large was that parcel?
It's definitely larger.
Except for the big boulder in the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a much larger piece.
Is this the most northern house on the?
25
Yeah,
acres.
25
Sorry.
acres, yeah. So,
But again, was determined as it had a development right, what was the appropriate, you know,
right.
in that case, was determined to be constrained, I think is really
So really, a
point I'm making.
TDR for this would reimburse the owners for the entire cost of their purchase of their house, as I see it. And so we're kind of buying their house from them.
But how do we weigh that?
Well, it's just a matter
I
of
mean,
what a
that's the whole
TDR's worth.
TDR thing that we're talking about, the
Well,
value of TDRs compared to the value of conservation and property. I mean,
Well, that's just it. I'm not sure there's an awful lot of conservation value here. We're trying our hardest, but I'm not seeing it.
there's also the possibility they can't even sell it. So it's not like we're giving them $600,000.
TDRs are fungible.
So
Some of them.
I've thought of there's a possible public benefit that could be associated with Lot C, and that would be a small parking area for people hiking up the East Creek Road or hiking on the trail, the trail that goes from the Redstone campground to the inn, basically.
There already is a parking
There
area.
is a parking lot just north of East Creek Road.
It's on the other side.
Yeah.
The other side, and it seems to me it's
Tiny.
It's tiny. This parcel maybe would be a better parking area, or it's just something to consider that if we did grant a TDR and we got an additional public benefit of us, additional small parking spaces there that are off of Redstone Boulevard, that could be a public amenity that would, make the one TDR more worthwhile for the community.
Pave paradise and put up a parking lot?
I don't know whether the property's suitable for that at all, but I just want to toss
And
that
have to be
idea out
paved.
there.
I think we need to keep in mind the rockfall hazard in our code and what the code says about those severe hazards and no development occurring.
No development means no development.
I think where you were going, Steve, earlier about the fractional TDRs is that if we were to deny this today, they could come back in a year when we have amended the code. I don't think this is an emergency. I mean, you know, that would be a possibility, assuming we go that direction. with
Assuming we
amending the
get it
code.
done in a year.
How long is it if you have a thing rejected? How long before you can come back?
I think you can come back, oh, I'm sorry.
6 months?
I think you can go back in 6 months.
At another
Whether the
expense.
applicant's willing to do that, you
Yeah,
would
I
have
don't
to
know.
ask him,
I'm
of
just
course.
taking that a step further.
Okay, I don't see people jumping in to raise their hands. We have
So right now, I agree with Patty in terms of the land use code and what the design for the constrained lot is. This is a constrained lot that is a separate development right on it from the lot A and B. And so I agree with Patty that it, you know, given our current code, it should get one TDR for it. I'm
Thank you,
trying to
Steve.
think of a way to make that more palatable because I kind of, you know, get
Yeah.
a lump in my throat when I swallow because it seems like way too
Windfall.
much for what we're getting for this one lot.
Right. I'd love to just circle back on what a takings process would look like and whether or not that might be a better way to go. One, just because it would discourage TDR prospectors from coming to us with interesting ideas like this one.
So, if the board were to deny the application right now, I would assume the likely result is the applicant would file for an activity envelope and site plan. Well, maybe probably just activity envelope, but I can't say for sure. That application would likely be denied, and then the applicant would have the opportunity to pursue a takings proceeding with the board.
Right,
And
on
that-
the value of that piece of property, this is our parcel
And-
C alone.
Right, and or seek development within the bounds of the constraints. So potentially to place a house on the property somehow. And the board would have some discretion then to waive things like the rockfall mitigation potentially or other hazards on the property. But you'd have to be comfortable with the level of development that would then take place on that lot. It would essentially be the only lot on the boulevard that is not limited by the Redstone Historic Design Guidelines. So you would have the ability to potentially develop a larger house of a different character than what exists on the boulevard right now. So the board would need to be comfortable with that potential outcome moving forward from here, if that were the process. Then establishing the value would be usually something that you utilize an expert to do that. And that expert would be something like an appraiser or something like that to value a separate lot on the boulevard with one development right. It's hard to say what that's worth, but given what lots are going on the boulevard or houses on the boulevard, you can, you know, reach your own assessment or conclusion on what that probably is. But does that answer your question about what the process looks like?
yeah,
And then I
thank you.
suppose that if the value wasn't something that the applicant was satisfied from, they could pursue takings, an actual claim, and sue the board for takings in the district court as well, potentially.
Thank you.
And payment of a takings, if it was determined to be a takings and we had to pay them for taking their property right, would come out of our general fund?
That is what it would come out of.
And whose property would it be? Would it still be their property, but what would be the outcome?
It's hard to say exactly. If you took the entire value of the property, I suppose it would remain their property, but you've taken all economically viable use of the property away from them. So they could hang
Of
on
that
to the
lot.
lot.
Right.
And you'd, instead of giving them the TDR, you'd write them a check, I guess.
I see.
The value of that check, I would need to be established by an expert. Usually the way that works is you have competing experts. Usually the property owner's expert suggests a value that's higher. The government's expert suggests a value that's lower. And frankly, the way that courts usually handle that is they split the baby and it lands somewhere in the middle. That's
how it
generally how that shakes
But can we do that instead of a TDR without a takings case? Can we just do it?
Give them a
Yeah,
check?
you told me that before once. I don't get that.
If they agree.
You mean just write them a check right now?
Yes.
I mean, I
Is
don't
that a
know.
possibility?
Generally, that's not a possibility.
Why
The
not?
way things work. You got to go through the takings proceeding and establish some reasonable basis for
We have to
issuing
pay the
cash.
lawyers, is what you're saying, in order to
Yes.
make it happen.
But it's
The way
Shakespeare.
the law is written on takings.
Ridiculous.
So, this is the mechanism that, for better or worse, the county has come up with to compensate property owners to not develop a property that through the county's expression of policy, you all as the board have decided are undesirable for development.
But why does it have to be a TDR instead of cash? Is there a law
Well, ultimately,
about that?
ultimately, the end result is cash if you go through all this back and forth and spend a bunch of money to get there. This is a way that, again, the county has said we don't want development on this kind of a lot because of X, Y, and Z. In this case, constraints, other factors that make it undevelopable. I think Mr. Horn mentioned community character. This would be a different character of lot on the boulevard. So all those factors, this is an opportunity to say, instead of going through that, here's a TDR. Thank you very much. We're going to have a covenant on your property and you can't develop it any longer.
But we buy conservation units in other ways, easements in other ways. So why can't we buy the development rights from this person without going through all the lawyers and the courts and all that rigmarole? Why can't we just do that instead of giving them a TDR? Is
Sure.
there a law against that?
No. So just like any other piece of real property in the county, if this board decided they wanted to buy it and the applicant were willing to sell it, then sure, you could.
But then we would own it rather than
then-
just buy the development
Then
rights.
you would own it. I suppose you could buy a conservation easement on this property. It's a pretty small parcel to purchase a conservation easement on. And you're, again, engaging then in a similar type of analysis. You're trying to establish the value of the property, utilizing some objective basis for doing that. Usually that would be some kind of an appraisal or something like that.
Thank you.
I appreciate that the county has developed a way to avoid the takings thing and come up with this. It's just that,
How
it's a
often have we
TDR, so.
done this?
Well, we did it years ago. We created the constrained lot TDR program because we were seeing these lots come in with extreme value, and it was a matter of the county just writing checks out of our general fund.
Right.
And at that point, we didn't have as many uses for our general fund, and we still came up with a constrained lot TDR program. So that's why now, do we want to continue just to write checks out of our general fund, or do we have other priority uses for the limited amounts we have in our general fund
It
right now?
doesn't seem like it happens that often. The last time we had to do this was 3 years ago.
But that doesn't mean
It was
next year we
3.5
might
years.
not, there
Do
might
what?
not be.
Do a
Consider-
takings or grant a TDR?
Avoid a
Keep
taking.
the constrained site
TDRs.
TDR
I think you
issue.
just did one 6 months
No,
ago.
he's talking about the one in Redstone that was
On the
to
Crystal.
avoid a takings. It was a very similar piece of property. It was,
$40,000 lot.
Oh, the Red Dog Road application?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a very similar.
no. It was in downtown Redstone.
Another one. She's
And
talking
it was
about another one, yeah.
adjacent to this people's property, and they were talking about bears and
They
stuff
come
going
in,
through
they
it.
come in, and you might not see another one for 5 years. You might see 5 in the next year. We don't know. We have tried to find how many constrained lots might be out there that have a development right on them. So we created this program, so we weren't just writing checks out of our general fund, because then the TDR was a way for them to get some reimbursement for the value in their property without it coming right out of the general
Yeah,
fund
I
and
get that.
taxpayer dollars.
Thank you, Patty.
I'm gonna go to Kelly.
I'll just jump in on this. I mean, I still have strong support for our TDI program, even as I don't like this one. But, we do have wildlife protections as part of our open space fund, and that's something the open space board can consider if we wanted to talk about other monies as well.
Good point.
Is that it? I'm actually, my feeling at this point, I would almost rather see this go to toward a takings or negotiation to purchase the property, because I think the property, that parcel is not worth anywhere near the value of the TDR we'd be giving, and I just don't want to keep giving windfalls, because that just spurs more. And so I keep thinking, maybe this is the time where we draw the line and say, hey, we realize you need compensation for this property, but it certainly isn't a free market value TDR. So until we fix our TDR problem, we're going to have this recurring again and again and again, and I don't want to see it anymore. So I would rather it go to a takings if it went to that. I'm naive in that I don't recall spending a lot of time on takings hearings, but that's where I'm leaning right now, because I want to see the value to the commons, to the community, be a fair value, and I don't want to be giving windfalls, because it's only going to create more. Thank you, Patty.
Yeah, just really quick, but to me, the best use of taxpayer dollars is not just to be buying properties. If we're talking about community, what's in the best interest of the community is just spending our general fund monies so we can, when we have another opportunity in which to buy these properties out, which would be a TDR, one TDR. And so for me, let's just spend taxpayer dollars rather than utilize a process that didn't cost the taxpayers.
Well, see, part of what I think about when I look at this half an acre and what the possibilities for this half an acre are, getting a TDR, then I think the Fails or the Flying Dog should have gotten 100 TDRs.
Well, we're not going back, we're moving forward.
I'm just saying that the comparable value of a TDR when we're talking about agricultural land is pennies compared to this piece of property getting a TDR.
We should not be punishing this applicant.
It's just frustrating for me. It's just not balanced. There's something wrong with that picture.
But that's our fault, not the applicants.
I'm not trying to punish these nice people.
I think we are.
Okay, I don't see any more, unless anybody else wants to add a suggestion or a comment. I am willing to ask for a motion on this. Steve?
So I'm going to make a motion in support of the applicant. I move that we approve the resolution of the board determining that the Taylor Logston and Sarah Meser parcel is constrained and granting one constrained site transferable development right.
I will second.
Can I jump in? Okay, can I jump in for a point of clarification, please? I feel like maybe a conference with the applicant on whether they wish us to vote on this or if they wish to withdraw. I'm not totally clear on where our board stands, but I do want to assess like the consequence if this is denied and give them an opportunity to weigh in on that before you call the question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think I have a motion and I have a second.
I didn't second, I didn't get through before I got interrupted, so.
So I've got a motion on the table.
Without a second.
Without a second.
You seconded though.
No, I didn't get through my second because I got stopped midstream.
I called a point of order.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so what do we do now?
Do you have a second on the motion?
No.
Not at the moment. I think Kelly has a good point. We have done this before where we've asked if people want to withdraw their application rather than have it rejected and perhaps approach us with a different kind of proposal. I think that's what you're saying, correct, Kelly?
Or could we allow it to be continued until they bring us back some information about valuation?
Thank you, Patty. So Cody, I'm looking at you.
You guys are in the hot seat.
You want to have a conference?
Sure.
Glenn? What do we
Should
need?
we take 5 and let them go outside?
10-minute break, 5-minute break?
Sure.
Was that enough?
Okay.
Okay, we'll see you back here. We're going to take a break for 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's Wednesday, June 26th, Commissioners' regular meeting. We're on item 17, or is it? It's 17 still, on our land use public hearings list regarding the constrained TDR in Redstone. Back to Cody and Glenn.
Okay, well, thank you for letting us have a conference. We talked it over with Sarah and Taylor, and we want to proceed with a request for this board to take a vote on the motion. And I want to kind of touch upon what Patty brought up, which is how this whole process developed to go through a constrained lot process. It started with a series of lots that were in the Crystal. And back then, you had to go through an activity envelope or site plan review at cost to the applicant and time for the staff, time for the board, and then you'd have to be denied and submit a request for a takings determination, and then the board would have a meeting to determine whether there was a takings. Then there would be a process of determining what could be done to mitigate the takings in the form, and usually ended up being issuing a TDR. And the board way back then in when it first started in the Crystal Valley was uncomfortable. Just what you were uncomfortable about, Greg, is the disparity between the value of land in the Crystal and in the Roaring Fork Valley, and the fact that the land in the Crystal just wasn't as valuable as land in the Roaring Fork Valley, and the TDRs value was being driven to a large extent by the value of land in the Roaring Fork Valley. But I don't think anything about the value of the TDRs is part of the criteria before you today for this decision. You're here to rule on whether this is a constrained lot, and it certainly is based upon what we've seen today, and whether or not you want to award a TDR because the lot is constrained, and that's what the code suggests that you do. It's your decision. The lot's clearly constrained based upon the rockfall hazard, and I just think it would put Taylor and Sarah in a rough position to have to withdraw this application and go through a long review process to get back to this point. And I don't know how long it would take, maybe a year and a half to be here again, and they would incur, the costs of going through the process all over again. So with that, I would ask that you just follow the standards of the code, and hopefully vote to award a TDR to the applicant because it's a constrained lot as laid out in the code.
Okay, so you haven't changed your position. Thank you. All right.
So Steve had made a motion,
All right, your motion is still on the table?
Yes.
but I will second the motion with the addition of the wording I had about.
Can folks turn their microphones on, please?
I will make a second to Steve's motion with the addition of the language I suggested as far as restoring the property to some kind of native vegetation habitat.
Okay.
And taking down the fence?
That's already in there.
Oh.
This
Okay.
is in addition to.
Further conversation, Francie, Kelly? Anyone?
I would okay her addition amendment to
To your
my
motion. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, thank you. I'm soliciting comments or questions or thoughts.
Well, if I could comment, I think this is, by definition, this is clearly a constrained site because of the two things, the wildlife and the rockfall. That's like very clear cut to me. The wildlife is not as much of a consideration it is on Redstone Boulevard after all, but it is still within the, that zone close to where the wildlife critical area is. And that alone, the power line to me, somebody could build a house on there with the power line there and they could make that work. it wouldn't be as desirable by any means. The power line could be moved, and maybe at one time it probably should be put underground anyhow because of wildfire concerns, but that's I think beyond the means of the landowner to do that, since Holy Cross wants the whole boulevard put underground at the same time is not reasonable to put on them to do that. So I think those are my reasons for saying the code or land use code provides for this. This is a case where we should apply the land use code as it is written, what it was designed for, just this kind of a situation.
Great, thank you, Steve.
Thank you,
Francie?
Steve. I'm leaning towards a yes vote, but I do think it's time for Redstone to become a municipality. Because, I'm serious, because there's a lot of issues that are very distinctly Redstone. And we can't solve all these problems of all of these houses being in wildlife corridor and underneath rocks and all of this stuff. So, in the future, I think we should consider that. I think it would solve a lot of Redstone residents' problems and ours. But I'm leaning towards a yes, because I don't see any justification in our code for saying no. I want to say no, but I think it's in our code that it's somewhat incumbent on me to say yes.
I'd like to just drill down on a sec. I have a question about the comment about Holy Cross. You can't underground the lines on your property without paying to underground the entire block. Something doesn't sound right about that to me.
No,
Is that how we interpret it? Could they insist that one landowner pay to underground the entire community? That just sounds like, and I'm just wondering if that's a real constraint here,
I don't
a real
know
issue.
what Holy Cross's standards are, but I believe that, and Cody or Glenn, I believe there's a email from Holy Cross in the packet or something like that, or?
Yeah, I mean, our correspondence with Max Deuce, and there might be further analysis to be done on the definition of segment versus section, but that was the feedback we got from Holy Cross is not only would you have to underground this segment, but the entire section. And so even the segment was out of the realm of possibility for these owners, so that just exasperated the scope even further. There's certainly more to be defined there, I think.
Okay, well, that's a question mark then. I think I'm going to be the no vote. I'm going to protest this because I don't like what we've got here, and I don't feel comfortable voting for it, and I don't feel comfortable voting against it. But I just want to announce that right now. Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think of myself as a person and a commissioner that, really evaluates our code, with a fine-tooth comb and adheres to it. I think in this case, even voting no, I will be, because we are given the discretion on deciding these things. Because I think we're able to take a lot of factors into consideration, and, which to me includes not only balancing what is specific about this site, but also discretion about the TDR itself. And that is where I am struggling here. I also really think that this is not the same as other constrained site TDRs, because this implicates larger neighborhood conditions that should not be, I think, either resolved or tied down in one land use application. So, that's my justification for not thinking that this is the appropriate TDR to give right now. Under changed conditions, I might evaluate that differently, because like I said, I think some of these things in the future or by a motivated developer would be resolved. And this is an area of density. It's strange to me to be severing TDRs in places of density. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, don't we usually land TDRs in places like this?
Well, we're not landing, we're taking ODA.
Maybe it'll move across the street.
I think the board needs to, I'm not gonna say put our money where our mouth is, because I don't want to put our money where, if we had to go to a takings. But we need to address, rather than have these TDRs keep coming back to us having these lengthy discussions for hours, putting applicants through the time and the cost, when we still bring up the same issues, we need to address this in some manner until such time as we're able to address the whole code. We need to probably meet with our legal office and find out what we can do, because I'm tired of it.
I vow to work on that
I'm tired of it.
immediately. Thank you. Steve?
If this is approved, I would have a frivolous request of the applicants that the entire Mona Lisa painting be put back on the wall instead of just the face of Mona Lisa. Because it used to be the whole window frame with
She was framed
Mona
in,
Lisa
wasn't she?
looking out, and it was such a cool painting on the side of that house. And I miss it. I miss having the whole window frame.
It also keeps the speed down on the boulevard, because you're looking for all those paintings on the houses, and you have to go slowly.
Okay, the conversation's drifting. Thanks for that levity, Steve. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of approving?
Aye.
All in?
Aye.
Okay, all against? I'm going to say nay.
Aye.
Or nay, aye, nay.
An A and an A for an I and I.
We know what we
A
mean.
for an I.
Okay, it's 3-2 and it passes.
Who's the other nay?
Kelly, she said aye to nay.
Oh, okay. You said all opposed and she said aye, meaning the capital letter
But
I.
she was just late like you.
Thank you.
I
Thank
thought
you.
she was just slow.
Yep, I want to thank the board for hearing
Okay.
our case today.
Thank you.
An interesting deliberation.
All right, now let's
and
go to an
thank you
easy
for
one.
coming in. Yeah, it only gets
Thank you.
easier from here. Okay, thank you all. This is how sausage gets made. So Patty, to reiterate that, I commit
I
to
have a
working with
suggestion
legal
off.
as soon as possible on that.
Well, we have to do it with the whole concept of the community recommendation.
Right,
But I have
right.
another thought I'll run by you.
I don't want to wait for them.
I have another thought I can run by you.
Good, okay, great. Okay, up next, we have Emma Fields LLC, annual review for the Aspen Distillery Special Review. Leslie Mott, come on
Hi.
down.
I had a brief memo in the packet for you recommending that we continue this to a date certain. At the time that I had to prepare my memo for you, I had no new information. We did a site visit on June 11th, Tuesday, June 11th, and after that, nothing. So I guess I'll turn it over to Chris Bendon, who represents the property owner, and he can tell us if there's anything new. Oh, I'm sorry. And Tom Dunlop is at the table as well, because Tom's integral into any kind of moving forward with a acoustical analysis of the property.
Great,
Thank you,
thank
Tom.
you.
Thanks,
So
Tom, for being here.
To introduce, before you start, I just want to say, we had a site visit with June 11th. When was our previous meeting? Was it in March? Was it in February? Was it in January? When did we?
April.
It was in April.
I
Well,
wasn't
it seemed
at
like
that meeting.
ages ago.
Mhm.
Okay, at the end of which, I thought we were pretty clear that we wanted to see some action on this, and at the site visit, the takeaway I had was that nothing had happened. And so I'll just start it from there, and love to hear what you have to say.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Chris Bendon on behalf of Emma Fields. I think I share in some of your frustration, but we'll try to represent my client as well as I can here. We have limited update to provide to you. We have a tentative, not an ink yet, but tentative site visit by the sound engineer this coming Sunday night, Monday morning. I have not confirmed that yet. I've let Tom know, and I think Tom spoke with the sound engineer earlier today. I let Michael, the principal neighbor, know. As soon as we have that confirmed, I'll let everyone know that is then happening for sure. That field work will then need to be followed by a report from the sound engineer. I don't know how long that will take, but I would imagine it'd take a week or two. That report will need to be delivered to the county, assuming that we review it and don't have any other questions for the sound engineer. Tom and his department will need to review it and provide Leslie with any guidance or follow-up that needs to happen with us or with the sound engineer. So all of that being said, I would imagine that we're not back before you for a minimum of 4 weeks, but it could be 6 weeks or 8 weeks for that to be back in front of the board with a competent report and guidance as to what to do.
That's guidance as like the fix as well as the report.
Yes.
So will you be producing vodka during that time?
We will. There's ongoing activity on the property. It's at a sort of a minimal production level. I know the board is frustrated. I know that the neighbors are frustrated. I know staff is frustrated. You can probably sense that I'm a little frustrated. I wish this were happening a little quicker. The chairman mentioned the time frames. I'm not proud of that time frame. I wish we'd have a better response and more timely response. But here we are, and here I sit telling you where we are today.
Great, thank you. We've got a time frame for the engineer, the acoustician to come and do a study. I heard it was Sunday night, early Monday morning. Are we going to guarantee that the facility will be in usual regular operation then? If that's the quietest time of the week, it defeats the purpose.
The premise of the sound visit, first of all, to happen in the middle of the night, is that it minimizes any other contextual sounds to the extent that we can, right? We don't have control over the other sounds other than to pick the best time, quietest time at night. We have the ability to fire up all the various different components of the operation that make noise and try to isolate those. So that's my understanding of how the sound engineer would kind of go through and determine what it is that's generating what types of noise and then what to do about it.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to add anything, Tom, or do I want to go to
Sure,
questions?
thank you. I did speak with Stuart this morning to get an update. And again, I have no additional information than what we shared 2 months ago and during the site visit. Other than Stuart is trying to work his schedule so he could be here Sunday night, Monday morning, and he and I have an agreement, a mutual respect agreement, that I can be with him during the whole process, not to oversee or judge. He and I have worked together on projects in the past. I worked with his father in the past. We've worked with his company in the past. So I have full confidence in his honesty and his professional work. So I think it would just be helpful to have county eyes with him when he's doing that evaluation.
Great,
It'll help us when we do receive his work with his recommendations. And I'm sure during the evaluation period, if it's this weekend, have conversations during that study time as well. So that's what I know as well. He did indicate that if he can't make it this weekend, he did say that the ball is in his court to pick a date. He was delayed in being able to select certain dates because of some arrangements that he has with his client. Anyway, enough said on that. If he said he would not be here able to come during the 4th of July week, which I respect, so that would automatically push it another 10 days out towards the middle of July. And then if I were doing this and writing the report that I would be looking for, to me it would be a fairly rigorous process, because coming up with criteria that will mitigate the problem takes some engineering and some study and some calculation to make sure that we're just not wasting time and money. and that there's some production at the end of it that's going to give some relief to the neighborhood. So that's where our department is right now, and we're ready to move forward with it.
If I could, I'm gonna just ask again, so we have a contract with him, and he's guaranteed to come. We have a signed contract, he's committed to coming.
The applicant has a contract.
Yeah.
The applicant has a signed contract.
We have a signed contract.
Okay.
Right, correct.
Just, I think, one thing I think I might want to discuss with our board is that if he doesn't show, we'll find our own guy and move forward and figure out how to do this. You know, I wanted to propose that to my board, because if he just keeps not showing and, you know, once you'll see in 3 months and nothing's happened, we don't want that to happen. So what I understand is he's gonna come, he's gonna do his survey, he'll give us a report within a couple of weeks, we hope, and fixes as well within 30 days. And we'll have something that we can hold him to and hold the applicant to mitigate this issue. But I think we need to make sure of that, and we also need to make sure you understand that we're not gonna delay any longer. That's how I'd like to frame it, and I'm gonna open it up to questions. Patty first, then Steve.
I think the timing is critical, and so we need to, I think, discuss that, but I'm hoping that he can come this weekend. That would be great. I understand 4th of July is crazy around the state and the country. So we need to, if he can't come this weekend, we need to set a time frame. So it's not a month out or 6 weeks out. So hopefully we can turn that around, and I'm thinking maybe 2 weeks. That'll give him after the 4th, so middle of July, like you said. But then I don't know how long it would take reasonably to turn the report around. Do you have any idea?
Well, Chris
Another
said 2 weeks. Let's go with Chris.
Okay, so 2 weeks, but then I want the county to receive the report at the same time the applicant receives it.
Correct.
So we want that to be done, and then we need, I think, set a time frame for action. I don't want this to continue on into 2025. I want this to be turned around, and I think there needs to be consequences if it is not done in a reasonable time frame.
Another condition I wanted to put on before Steve jumps in is that Matt Patel actually comes to one of these meetings, because I think he's the responsible party, and I want him to be here when when we're doing this, maybe at that report.
So I think it's essential that the sound test not just be done on the property of the distillery, but be done on the neighbor's property or within their house, given that they would be amenable to that. We want this to be as accurate of a study as possible. Second, that all of the equipment that could be making the disturbing noises actually operates during those hours. I don't know why the chiller would be running in the middle of the night, but you gotta make the chiller run for a long enough time to do sound check on that, and also the HVAC fans blowing out that side and any other potential equipment that might be inside the building that might be making the vibration or something. That stuff needs to run when the sound test is being done. Otherwise, the sound engineer is wasting his time, it's wasting our time.
Steve, can I add to the
Yeah.
idea of putting it inside one of the neighbors' homes? It should be in more than that one neighbor, because if we're not hearing from other neighbors and they're not getting vibrations or noise, I think that's interesting with the proximity of other neighbors to the distillery. So I'd like to know if the noises are being heard just in one home or in multiple. Does that make sense, Tom?
Sure. It might
This is
expand
a-
the scope beyond
Yeah.
what he can do in a night.
Sure. I looked, and the county's position on this would be that it's up to the applicant and the applicant's engineer to make all those arrangements with the neighbors before Stuart gets here.
So it's a go on.
The access agreements, and then we're an observer at that point.
I don't know if all that can happen by Sunday.
I don't know. In defense of engineering dynamics, Stuart received the paperwork that he needed to fully commit to this project on Monday. So he's working as quickly as he can so 2 days ago. So my conversation with him this morning is described. That's why there's a little bit of uncertainty that if he can't show, it's not that he's not a no-show, it's that he's trying to struggle his own schedule and business obligations.
It sounds like maybe mid-July is going to be a better date to get all the access
let's
agreements.
not tell him that.
No, but I think with
Also-
access agreements and all that to get in people's homes.
I know that I would like, and I think the rest of the board would like, with the report, to have mitigation, a plan for mitigation. And I would like to have this resolved by the end of December. The mitigation put into place, have this thing solved. I'm prepared, maybe my last vote as a commissioner would be to not renew the special use permit to the distillery if this thing is not solved. That's why the end of December is, I have one more week as a commissioner at that point, but I want to see this thing resolved, and I know the neighbors do. I think it's solvable. I really do, but we need to, this is a serious thing, and we really need to solve it. You really need to solve it. Light a fire under whoever you need to, Chris.
I don't want this to be your last vote, Steve. That would be really discouraging.
I don't think we're gonna end up there, I hope. Let's just get it solved. I mean, let's find out if there's vibration and noise. Let's find out.
And how to fix it.
Greg, I just want to
What else you need?
that it is a public hearing today. So
Thank
if
you. He was just waiting to sandbag, to ambush
That's your
me.
first
I wanted to say one thing today.
But that's all you're going to say? You
beat me
didn't have
to
any
it.
other
That's
pearls
it for
of
now.
wisdom? Is there anything else you need
I'm just
from
kidding.
us?
I wanted to Steve's point about access to the other properties in the vicinity of the applicant's property. Obviously, the applicant wouldn't have control over whether somebody is let in or whether they're let into somebody else's house. So I think as long as it's contingent on the applicant securing permission to do that, that's great. If the adjacent neighbors are like, no, I don't want you anywhere near my house,
Yeah.
we can't fault the applicant for that particular
We
point.
get it.
So
Then it just has to be at
With
what, the
their
property
permission
line?
of the adjoining people. yeah.
sure.
Then it's at the property line or in the yard, whatever they let them do, if not go in
Sure.
the house.
I just wanted to make that point of
But
clarification.
Tom
yeah.
Dunlop will be supervising that.
Tom's
I
in
think
charge.
to some
I,
extent.
I want to reiterate that we need numbers. So if they don't let him in the house, I think it's a him who's coming, and he can't do measurements in the house, and we don't know what the measure, then we can't ask them to mitigate something we don't know. So,
Your point's well taken. I
Yeah.
understand that.
Okay.
Presumably, the party that's made the complaint would be amenable to that. I guess I was referring to third parties that haven't complained
Okay,
or anything
yeah.
like that. So.
okay.
And we certainly understand the spirit of the conversation. We want some conclusive understanding of what's going on from as many points as possible. So I think I get that. I can relay that back into the team. And, Stuart will certainly have to make a judgment call from a professional standpoint, and we'll do what we can in terms of access.
We kind of need to know what he's capable of doing in that time frame. He may have,
Yeah.
We don't want to direct him to do more than he can accomplish.
A sound engineer coming into your house at 2 a.m. is not the most attractive sort of thing.
Well, if they want us to solve the problem for them,
Yeah, right.
they're motivated.
Kelly, and
We
then
go
I
to
have a question
Kelly and
after.
then Patty.
Yeah, I'm a little unclear on the specifics. Maybe I'm not tracking the conversation well on Zoom, but I just want to understand what exactly, or I'll offer what maybe I think we should exactly offer. I would like to see kind of hand-delivered requests for access to all the adjacent neighbors. Anyone else who Tom might identify as being relevant for this, for taking noise and vibration samples by Stuart. I would say the next 30 days, these samples have to be collected in the next 30 days, or we will hire our own person to go and do it. I would request that a report be produced in the next 30 days that is delivered to us. That includes, the data from these visits as well as any mitigation recommendations. And then we schedule a hearing shortly thereafter to hear from staff, their analysis of what's been received. Is that along the lines of what we were talking about? I want to be very clear to us, to the neighbors, to Mr. Patel, Dr. Patel, on what's going to happen in the next 60 days.
Thanks, Kelly. I want to make sure that we've created a direction that is enforceable, and I wanted to check in with Rye about that.
Sure. What I heard Kelly's suggestion is that the neighbors be contacted in writing requesting or inquiring as to whether they would permit access for the purpose of investigating the issue that we're trying to solve. That take place, that investigation, or I guess Stuart's initial investigation, take place within 30 days. 30 days after that investigation, or I guess maybe the entire timeline would be another 30 days. So for a total of 60 days, a report is produced. Shortly thereafter, Kelly didn't define the time, but I would guess it would likely be either at the next or the following regular meeting after that 60 days, which would give Leslie and the applicant, Mr. Benden's client, the opportunity to submit information in advance of that regular meeting where this item would be continued to from today. So essentially, I think we'd be looking at the 60 days from today for accomplishing the inspection as well as producing the report, followed by a regular meeting that we would schedule today for the continuation of the annual review for the distillery project. We can start looking at those dates if that's my understanding of what Kelly is suggesting, and if the board, somebody else follows that direction, we can start looking out at what those dates would look like. So I just want to confirm with the rest of the board that that's the direction, as well as staff, that's your understanding that. And before we make a motion to continue, I would suggest you hear public comment to the extent that anybody wants to do it.
Thanks for that second suggestion.
No problem.
Can we compress that timeline at all, or is that what the most reasonable? Leslie, I'm looking at you, and Chris, can we do it sooner than 60 days? Or is that what you're going to need to make all this work?
Greg, we have a regular meeting on the 14th of August and the 28th of August.
Yeah.
So if we wanted to compress it, we could compress it to the 14th. It'd be 2 weeks sooner.
You could compress it any shorter.
Because we need to have time for the applicant to turn around the information, because we have to get it noticed and in the packets, it has to be a week ahead, and the information we want back is not just the decibels and all that, but it's also a mitigation plan. So I'm thinking the 28th might.
I don't think I'll be here, but I'll be at the cast.
I might.
That's okay.
We'll have you call in from the
Let me
Teton
just-
Airport.
Give me a second.
I think I might be here. I'll be here, maybe.
No, cast is Thursday. It's good. I'll just leave from here for Durango.
Okay, you'll be here, good. All right, so we say, Tom, go ahead.
An important piece of this, since we're dealing with mechanics, is there'll be some remedial activities, remedial actions recommended. Those should be implemented based on engineering dynamics recommendations, and then follow-up testing to find out how effective they are, with the clear understanding that the county noise ordinance is not intended to create silence. It's intended to create a sound level that's acceptable to the majority of the people. So if the mitigation that's recommended and constructed is still not in absolute acceptance by the neighbors, there has to be an understanding that there's a point here where they've done what they've been asked to do.
Thank
And
you
I'm
for
not
that.
defending the distillery at all. That's just my experience in dealing with noise mitigation.
It may never go away to everybody's satisfaction is what you're saying, but so that's a determination we will have to make.
Yeah.
If it happens and it's completely unsatisfactory, we can ask
Yeah.
for it to be continued.
Right, if the mitigation's done and there's absolutely zero improvement, then that's another discussion.
Then we have to go back and try again.
Yeah, and I think once we know what needs to be done, we can set a time frame in which that work has to be done.
Yes.
We can't now say, oh, it'll be done by this date when it's a
I
big
agree.
deal, and they could do it in 2 months, or they could do it in 2 weeks. We'd have to determine that at a future date. Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna, I
So
think
we
what I
need
want is a
to-
motion to continue to the 28th is
Yeah,
what
that's
we're
what I
looking
was
for. We're gonna do a public hearing first. Kelly, did you have a?
Oh, sorry, Ryan, I beat you to
Okay,
it.
I see a hand raised. We're gonna do public comment. Lawrence Bond, could you please come on down? I think you're admitted. You have to unmute.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was trying to find the star button there. Thank you very much. I don't want to belabor this. I feel as though the board is well representing the property owners. My client's Michael Mearson is in attendance in person there, and I believe he might address some of your comments about the neighbors better than I can right now, since I'm not there to kind of communicate with him. Just want to say thank you all for all of your due diligence on this. It is very appreciated. We want to, just reiterate that we would like mitigation procedures to happen sooner rather than later. It has been very frustrating for my clients to have to have waited this long since November, and their complaints in December to now only be finally kind of assessing the problem. So we believe that mitigation should occur quickly, and hope that we can do so as soon as possible. I think that there could be done, such as more soundproofing and barriers. But we're happy going to be at the property this Sunday, and we look forward to hearing from him, or Mr. Dunlap, and any other parties. So we hope that we can shield these
We're losing you.
HOA residents.
Lawrence, I think we're losing you. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I believe.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think he can go ahead.
I think we lost him.
But I don't know what happened, but I think if you can hear me, I'll turn it over to any other public comments, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. We've got Michael here. Welcome. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
You're on.
All right. Thank you. I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to speak. Just a little bit of history. I moved here in 1993. I bought my home in 2010. My son was born in Glenwood, and we brought him home to our house at 24 Eddie Lane. It's our home. It's where our lives are. It's where we have built our present and hope to build our future. We are proud of our deep roots in the Pickens County community and our home. Our house is part of what makes Pickens County wonderful. And it's actually a part of what the Aspen-Pickens County housing program is. It's part of its success. We're proud of it. We take care of that home because it's ours, and we're part of the program, and we like that. This noise and vibration pollution that's in our home can be heard, it can be felt, it can be seen from my house. And it's been a long time. It's day and night, weekends, weeks, months have gone by. It's an everyday thing in our lives. I need to protect that. I need to protect our future. I need to protect my home. I need to protect the investment in that property that I have. And I'm asking here today that the Board of County Commissioners help me. I'm here to request that you continue to help me protect this home that's a part of this community. It was built in 1929. It has a rich history of the agricultural part of this community, and it needs to be protected. The time for mitigation is now. I can't speak for the neighbors because I can only speak for myself, but this is every bit of a problem for me. It's coming from the distillery. I can see it, I can hear it, I can feel it.
When you say you can see it, what do you mean?
I can see the actual pieces of equipment right outside my window. From my window, from my bedroom window, from my living room window. I can see the pieces of equipment pointed at my house. I don't have much else to say. I feel that some time has gone by. Some time that should have been used to speed this process along. I feel like we're back here talking about the same thing we were here talking about April 26th or 2 months ago. I feel that we're opening the door again for just another continuance in 60 days when we're relying on scheduling conflicts and we're relying on accessibility to other people's properties that may or may not want to give it. And when is that available? When are they available? It's just, I feel like we're just pushing the cart down the road and with no end in sight. I need an end because this affects my daily life. Please, let's move faster. Let's get this mitigated so that we can all move along. Please.
Thank you.
We'd all like that. Thank you. And I think that the action we're taking today, it gives specific direction and consequences. And it'll something that we can enforce on, which is all things that have to be done, so Leslie.
I just have a suggestion for the board to consider, given the unexplained delays.
Unexplained what?
Unexplained delays. I mean, as Michael said, we were here in April, and I think the board sent a really strong message to the applicant. I'm wondering if, I was just looking at my calendar, if the board would not like to actually continue this to, say, July 24th or even July 10th for a check-in. Like, where are we really in scheduling this? And has Mr. McGregor been able to come up this Sunday and do the work? Or if he hasn't, what is that date? I just feel like waiting until August 28th to check in with the board again is just giving a lot of room for delay.
Thank you,
And
Leslie. I
that was
appreciate that.
on my list of comments,
Patty was gonna
I
say
wanted
that
to have
next.
check-ins or updates. So I don't have a problem with that. I'm just trying to look forward to getting some time booked on our agendas for August. So, because, our agendas are gonna start filling up, our time's gonna start filling up
So
with
here's
budget.
the question. Can we
So-
continue it to, do we continue to August 28th or do we continue it to July 10th?
I think you would, assuming that that's what the board would want to do, you'd continue it to July 10th.
Okay.
my suggestion would be, given what is likely to be a very busy next 90 to 120 days, that you also reserve some time on August 28th to discuss this further. But it should be clear, and whomever makes the motion today, that the action on the annual review is being continued. The public hearing is being continued until July 10th. But you're also giving staff direction to reserve some space on August 28th. Is that right?
I make the motion to what Rye said.
Do we still have public comment open though? I'll second that motion.
I can check to see if there's any more public comment. I didn't see any in the room, and I didn't see any more online, but let me just circle back. Thank you.
Leslie, thank you.
Good.
Is there a hand up, or is that one of us? That's Kelly. Oh, it's you. Hey, Kelly. Speak.
Oh, I was waiting for you to close the public hearing, and then I would jump
Okay,
in.
I'm closing the public hearing and bringing it back to the board.
Okay. I would also just like to follow up on a prior comment I had and maybe direct staff to start investigating our own consultants, you know, in the event that nothing happens by July 10th, we have some wheels in motion. If that's something that we can ask the attorney's office to start doing on our behalf.
Great, he's nodding his head yes, and thank you for the
I'll
suggestion.
start making some phone calls about that.
Okay, yes, Rye's gonna make some calls. So, okay, Chris.
At one, I think, follow-up comment, I think we're understanding of where the board is and the suggestion that Kelly has sort of framed in terms of the time frame and the milestones to meet. We do appreciate having time reserved on the August 28th meeting. That'll be important to make sure that Dr. Patel can be here. I don't know if he'll be available on the 10th. He's, you know, out of state and busy person, and et cetera, as you know. So appreciate that. You'll see me on the 10th. You won't see, you maybe see Dr. Patel, but I don't know. And I'll tell you what I can tell you at that meeting, and hopefully we've made some substantive progress here, as you will be expecting. One comment on one of Kelly's points, which is the written notification to each of the property owners. I think given the time frame, you should expect a best efforts on our behalf. We'll probably going around and knocking on doors and leaving things pinned up. We'll get to some people, we won't get to other people. Some people will want us to come by, some people will want us to go away. So it will be a best efforts on that score, but certainly understand the premise that we need to get, you know, sound readings from as many points as possible.
Right, and you'll keep Tom Dunlop in the loop on that,
Yep.
right? And I wanted to just say, Mr. Merson, will you allow them to take measurements in your house on the night of Sunday night?
I would be willing to speak to our attorney and then comment
Okay,
on that.
please let us know, because if we can't hear it from your
Absolutely,
house,
I'm
that it
not
kind of
gonna-
takes away your ability to complain about it. If we can't hear it, you know, if we can't measure it and enforce on it from what's happening from your perception, then that really ends it for us.
I totally understand
Yeah,
that, but I
okay.
do
Great. You can
request the
consult.
opportunity to speak to my
Yeah,
attorney first.
thank you, going idea. Tom?
The uncertainty of how many people in the neighborhood would be engaged in this is going to complicate engineering dynamics' ability to do this in one night.
Right.
I'm afraid if we have multiple homes volunteering and that they are absolutely timely, when they knock on the door, they open the door, the tests are done, and they go to another house, go to Michael's house. If there's any delays in it, that's going to really impact the performance of the contractor. So he's going to want to know that he's going to want to know that before Sunday night, how many homes he's going to be expected to
I don't think it's
test.
going to happen Sunday night.
Well, there's one house on either side of theirs. When it seems to me, if we do those three houses, we've got it covered.
Yeah, because I think we need the comparison data from one house to another.
But we don't
to
need more than
evaluate.
3 houses.
Yeah.
Well, that's something that you can determine in your scope of work, and that's where we're trusting you to.
It's actually
help the
Chris's
criteria.
scope of work.
Yeah, and we'll do what we can. I mean, certainly the initial scope of work, is a known quantity. To the extent that we can add 1 house, 2 houses, 10 houses, I don't know. Stuart's going to have to tell us what he can do, but we'll get accomplished whatever we can get accomplished and then
Thank
follow
you,
up from
Chris.
there.
And if, at the end of this, if it's not satisfying, we're going to do it ourselves.
We haven't
Yeah,
called
and-
we haven't
and
voted.
Again, it's in our interest to do this. If it requires a follow-up visit, we understand that we'll have to do that, and so.
Great,
we're-
thank
Good luck,
we're
Chris.
clear. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so, Rye articulated the motion which Francie made.
And I seconded it.
Patty seconded it. Any further conversation? I'm going to call it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And Leslie,
And
thank
thanks
you
for
for
being
your
patient waiting
suggestion.
with us.
Chris, thanks for
Thanks-
coming in.
thanks for
I'm
your
gonna take
patience.
5
Tom,
real
thank
quick
you.
before this.
Yeah, we need another 5 minutes, folks. Okay, welcome back. It's Wednesday, June 26th, and this is the final event in our long day.
Oh, we
Item
have
number
open
19.
discussion, don't forget that.
Oh, and we do have open discussion, but that's going to be short. 'cause
No, we don't.
John's gone.
He doesn't have any.
Oh, he doesn't?
He had one thing, but, okay.
He said he doesn't have any.
Number 19 is J&A Arbany Family LLP Conservation Development PUD, CDPUD. Leslie's here to begin. We've got two items on this. It's an ordinance approving a rezoning of the J&A Arbany Family LLP from RS 30 to CDPUD plan and amending the zoning map. That's one item. The other item is resolution granting CDPUD residential agricultural development option 3 GMQS exemption an activity envelope review for the J&A Arbany Family LLP property at 1471 North Thompson Creek Road. And we may be changing the order on this, but that's what we're here for. And I see Jocelyn here with Leslie, and a lot of the Arbany family is here. Thank you for coming, and I thank you for waiting. You know, it's been a long day, and we appreciate your patience. And we probably are a little embarrassed to have you watch us work. Okay, take it away, Leslie.
Okay.
Is it gingerbread
Want one?
I have a very simple presentation, but I think you guys are really familiar with the property because you've been there. In my
Yes.
packet, there are maps of the property. And I'll do my really quick thing, and then I will join as panelist.
And I want to thank the family for hosting us up there on our site visit. We all just love being there, and we're blown away. It's the first time in my life living in this valley that I had seen that property, or the environs even, and it was really just a fantastic time to be there and to see it, so thank you.
It was fun, that road.
It was fun.
It was all fun.
Oh my God, I just can't. Thank you. So I just want to kind of familiarize,
We know that map.
I know. Let's wait.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the third time we've seen it today.
I know, you have. So, and also Paul Holsinger is here today from Open Space and Trails. And is Dale here?
Dale's
And
Dale's here.
And
Yep.
Dale's here too, also to
Is Paul online?
answer any, Paul's?
He's here.
Where? Oh.
Okay.
I'm like,
That's Jeffrey.
Jeffrey's here.
Oh,
Here's
Paul.
Paul.
And there's Paul.
And we have Jocelyn Wood, who is representing the family as well. So this process is a two-step process. So it went to the P&Z, and it is first and second reading for the ordinance, and it's first and second reading for the resolution. The P&Z reviewed this application at their May 21st meeting, and the P&Z recommends approval of the rezoning and the development plan. And as you know, the development plan includes a reduction of residential floor area on the property to 1,250 square feet, limiting the square footage of the agricultural buildings to 1,500 square feet. And in return for the reduction of residential floor area, the applicants are asking for 4 transferable development rights. As a reminder, and for the public record, Greg, you just said this, but I'll reiterate it because it's in my notes, that the BoCC, you did conduct a site visit on the property on June 17th. So this is just a map for context. The red box is the Albany property. You access through North Thompson Creek Road, and there are 5 properties up in this area, and it's surrounded by the U.S. Forest Service land. The larger property, the 400 plus acres, was purchased in 2020 by Open Space and Trails. This property is within the Bertard family, which is in relation, the Bertards and the Albanese are related. And this property up here is owned by Stan Booth, and then the property next to that is owned by John Starr. So the Albany property is 160 acres, and as I pointed out, it's part of a larger inholding in the within the Forest Service. So here is a kind of Google Earth thing of the property, and as you all saw, that's not going to work.
Zoom in a bit or not?
The center is where there is a cabin, 560 square foot cabin. There's a 336 square foot bunkhouse, and there's several small old outbuildings, a tool shed, there's a spring pump house, there's a loafing shed, and there is also a leach field just below the cabin. The cabin is serviced by running water from the spring, and the bathroom is supported by the leach field. So there's roughly 896 square feet of residential square footage on the property today. AVLT has an easement on the property, and I'm just going to jump really quickly to a very crude graphic that I made.
Good job.
I know Paul Holsinger does a much better job, but the upper part of the property is encumbered with an AVLT easement, and that's roughly 80 acres. And the AVLT easement limits the amount of agricultural buildings to 1,500 square feet. The Albany family has agreed to, if and when they need that 1,500 square feet for an agricultural building, that they would locate that within the proposed activity envelope that is being proposed as part of this development plan.
So just to clarify, that the upper 80 acres, the AVLT has already been put under conservation easement, and the value of the conservation easement has been pulled from that. They've received compensation of some sort from someone, tax breaks or AVLT or something. Is that correct? That's been purchased, so this isn't part of what we're talking about today.
Well, it's a total 160 acres, which provides the Albanese the opportunity to seek a rezoning to conservation development PUD. You have to have a minimum of 160 acres for that. It's the reduction below the allowable square footage once you rezone to CDPUD, it's a reduction below the allowable square footage that is tied to the TDRs.
Okay.
That wasn't quite your
It's kind of
question.
clear,
It's about-
kind of.
So it's really about trading square footage here for somewhere else.
Okay.
So as an incentive, to conserve property, our land use code provides a variety of different tools, as you guys have spent a lot of time already talking about today. The conservation development PUD is one of those tools, and the applicant is requesting conservation development PUD option 3. There's 3 options in the code for that. And this option is geared toward properties that are already in an agricultural use and also have a residential unit on the property. So in the summertime, I think we heard a lot about this on our site visit, but the family runs cattle up there in the summertime. Jeff Boutard and Bambi Boutard in their horse leasing business run their horses up there as well. So in the resolution is what would be approving the CDPUD option 3 development plan. So the resolution, the code provides a GMQS exemption if someone zones their property CDPUD. It provides a GMQS exemption for 11,500 square feet of residential floor area that can be represented in 2 single-family residences. The applicant is proposing to limit that residential floor area to 1,250 square feet. Option 3 of the CDPUD also provides a GMQS exemption for 2 1,000 square foot caretaker dwelling units. The applicant is not proposing to add caretaker dwelling units to the property. And the option 3 also provides for unlimited floor area for agricultural buildings. The applicant proposes to limit the agricultural building floor area to 1,500 square feet, which is consistent with the AVLT conservation easement. And as I mentioned earlier, they would locate, if ever they pursued that 1,500 square feet, they would locate that within the proposed activity envelope where they're proposing. They're proposing to place a conservation easement on the rest of the 80 acres, prohibiting further development. In exchange for reducing the residential square footage and identifying an activity envelope and putting a conservation easement on the remaining 80 acres, the applicant is asking for 4 transfer development rights. And I'd be happy to go through with you how you get to 4 transfer development rights by reducing the residential square footage, but I think that's in the memo to you, and I think it would be easier if you just
Move along.
or read my memo.
We should have
or
read
moved
that,
along.
so we did.
So as part of this PUD option 3 plan, the code also requires the applicant to identify an activity envelope. And they have identified an activity envelope that meets our criteria of the code. It's set back more than 100 feet from the high water line of North Thompson Creek. So the P&Z and staff found that the proposal is also consistent with the 2016 Crystal River Valley Land Use Master Plan. The rezoning encourages continued preservation of ranch lands, prioritizes agricultural land uses over ex-urban development, and promotes conservation policies and conservation easements. The rezoning preserves the rural character of the land, which is similar with the surrounding properties and is consistent with the intent of the CDPUD zone district, which is to allow for a variety of conservation development options and limit the density and intensity of development. Rezoning will reduce the potential development intensity on the property and rezoning does not increase the demand for public facilities and is in the best interest of the public. P&Z and staff recommend approval of the activity envelope, and we recommend approval of the CDPUD plan and the rezoning.
You handing it to Jocelyn?
Unless you have questions for me.
I don't.
I have comments, but I want to hear what Jocelyn
Let's go
has to
through,
say.
let's hear Jocelyn's, see
stopping
Jocelyn's
sharing.
presentation.
I'm going to try not to be too redundant of what Leslie has said.
Very nice to have you in the room, Justin.
Oh,
I know,
thank
it was
you,
nice,
thank
nice
you.
to see you.
As it is nice to see all of you. Am I sharing? Oh, wait,
We need to bring in the most important person in the
Yeah.
building.
wait. Zoom, share screen. Oh, here it is. Okay.
See, Leslie, you've gotten so good at technology, you can just do.
Couldn't do it. I have gotten better.
You're getting better.
Thank you for that compliment.
Okay, here we are.
Okay, so I have put together just a little PowerPoint presentation, just to kind of, because some people I know are better visual learners than auditory, and if you can see this, maybe it, the CDPUD is not often used, and so I know it's been something that many people struggle with trying to figure out, what it is and how it works. And I will tell you that in working with AVLT on this particular project, they were very unfamiliar with it. So it was very helpful to be able to get them up to speed on this, and I think they now are. So the Albany family property that you all saw is called the Philly Wolf Ranch. And that is based on the fact that this property was patented by the U.S. government in 1892 to the Wolf family. And the Wolf family, I'm not sure if they're related to Suzanne.
2 Fs? Just one.
Yeah, 2 Fs. 2 Fs.
And you're not from Philly.
The Philly Wolf family, I think John Wolf was the original patent holder on this property. Philly Wolf took it over early on and began ranching up there. And that's kind of what it's known as today. It's 160 acres. It's 4 quarter sections. And it's a spectacular property, as you know. The Albany family bought from the Wolf family, and they've owned and operated the property for 93 years. Just as a point of interest, Planning and Zoning asked that the Albany family consider doing the centennial program. I think that was, and the Albany family agreed to consider that at the time, that when in 7 years that they would submit for an application for the centennial ranching program. I think the 6th generation of Albany's are now ranching the property, and as you can see, this is Jack, who is here in the room with us, as you all know, and this is his son Bruce, and his daughter Bambi is behind, and the Bertard Jeff family and Ty Bertard. So this is one of Ty's kiddos right here, I believe, and as is this. So this is just something that they've been doing for just decades and decades, and it is interesting to know that going forward.
I can see his hat. You can't see the kid.
The property is surrounded by U.S. Forest Service on 3 sides. As I said, the property was acquired by the Wolf family from the U.S. government, as was all of these properties that are currently somewhat in holdings in the Forest Service. And Leslie went through whose properties those are, including the Starr property and the Booth property, and the Bertard property down below. As also mentioned, the Bertard family raises horses on the property, which is another agricultural use for their business. And as was put to me, this property is where baby horses learn to be horses. 80 acres have already been conserved, and AVLT holds that conservation easement. As you know, it's the north section. As you can see, there's lots of wildlife on the property, and this is an example of something you don't see very often, grazing in a nice way and not stopping traffic. The Arbanese are requesting to rezone the CDPUD to CDPUD, and that's the rezoning request. Planning and Zoning unanimously approved their request to rezone the property under CDPUD Development Option 3. And so CDPUD Development Option 3, there's 1, 2, and 3. Development Option 3 has a residential component as well as a commercial agricultural component. And the use of the property by the family for grazing cattle is, satisfies that commercial requirement. Losing my place here.
Well, if you just hit your down arrow.
This one? Oh, down. Okay. So just a few more pics of the property. I know you saw it as during your site visit, but I thought you might like to see it as it's currently being used and is planned to being used going forward. So the purpose of the CDPUD is to allow residential and agriculturally related commercial uses that minimize construction, servicing, and occupation of the residences to preserve the rural character of the lands. I want to let you know that the Arbany family is not asking for any real increase in development of this property. They like it the way it is. They like their 560 square foot cabin. They like their bunkhouse. They don't want to build anything else, and they are happy to limit to limit future construction and servicing in compliance. More commercial uses here. This is a fall pic that I thought was really beautiful. Horses on the property. So the conservation easement must depict an activity envelope, which you saw in the survey that Leslie presented. Basically, how we came up with the size and scope of the activity envelope is we drew a line around the existing development and said, okay, we like what we have, that's what we'll keep, and that's where we're going to go. They have agreed to keep any new agricultural structures within that activity envelope, just to be courteous of the rest of the property. All the lands outside of the activity envelope are preserved. They're preservation areas, and they will be part of the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Conservation Easement. The preservation of the areas are preserved in perpetuity. We think that's phenomenal, and that's what Jack and Ardeen Arbany have wanted and what they are bringing to you. Development of option 3, again, we have legal commercial uses and limited residential development. I think this option fits perfectly what the Arbany family wants and has proposed. Some more of the cattle. The cattle, they generally run about 40 cow-calf pairs on the property. And then, in addition to that, the horses. So, as Leslie pointed out, there are 2 single-family dwellings allowed, totaling 11,500 square feet, and another 2,000 square feet in caretaker dwelling units. So, the Arbanese are not proposing to build any of those, including the caretaker dwelling units at this time. So the Arbany family has used the property for its commercial gain, which is one of the criteria of the CDPUD. That's the existing dwelling that I'm sure you saw during the site visit. It's 560 square feet. The bunkhouse is 336 square feet. So the square footage to be retained is 896 square feet, which would be subtracted from the GMQS deduction after taking out the 10,000 square feet that they're reducing. So the Arbanese can limit the square footage to less than the exemption amount and sever 1 TDR for each 2,500 square foot of reduction. That 10,000 is how we come up with the additional square footage, which is simply what's left over after you take out the 10,000 square feet for the 4 TDRs and deduct the existing square footage. The Arbanese would like to see the property preserved in perpetuity and while allowing the next generations to ranch and recreate on this very special property. We don't envision any real change to what has been going on this property for the past 93 years. Thank you for your consideration, and we, all of us, are happy to take any questions that you guys might have.
Thank you. That was great. It was really fun to see it again and see the kids having fun there. My question is, how many Arbanese are there now? 6 generations in. How big is the family?
I think
how
they've
many-
lost count.
You're all looking at each other.
Ask Ty.
Bruce has a son and 2 grandsons. And then my mom has me and my sister and 3 grandkids.
That's it for grandkids. Okay.
Well, that's the lineal descendants.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In our family, in Jack and Ardene's family.
Right. And the question I have, just out of the blue, is, you've got a small cabin there. Is it going to be big enough, looking forward, for your future family to be able to enjoy? What if you had a family reunion and everybody showed up?
Families, we're related, but we don't like to spend a lot of time. So, the answer to your question is no, the cabin's just right.
And you got a bunkhouse, and you got sleeping bags.
If they show up, they can stay at the bunkhouse if they do, but no, the size is perfect.
Any bigger, and they might think
Might
about
stay
staying.
longer.
Might stay longer, kind of like your mother-in-law type stuff, you know what I mean?
I know.
And I believe they did have a family reunion on the property where they had
They did,
a
the
whole
Berthards,
slew.
and the Arbanese had a family reunion there as well.
It works.
Anyway.
It's camping.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. I want to go ahead, Francie. You can.
Well, I like this proposal, just the way it is, in spite of all our angst over TDRs and everything. This is exactly the kind of property that TDRs were created for. And as I said earlier, if that one in Redstone is worth a TDR, then this should be worth 100 TDRs.
She's not offering that, though.
No, I'm not offering it. I'm just talking about the
Hang on to that.
disparity in our systems, not just here in Pickens County, but in the world. So I feel like if I can leave one legacy as a commissioner, it would be to conserve land. I care about the people that I serve as well, but sorry, I didn't think I'd cry.
Leslie, don't.
To me, it's the most important work we can do. So I
better get.
I would accept this right now.
She's
the
going
way
to
it
start
is.
getting weepy on us. Can you turn off your screen share? Kelly wants to join. Oh, there she is. I see her now, but she wants to see us.
I have.
Oh, I can unshare? Do I
There,
unshare?
something like that. Great. Is that okay, Kelly? Is that what you wanted? Excellent. She just wants to feel part of the group. She's a bit ephemeral.
We want her to be part of the group.
Thank you, Francie. Patty?
Yeah, I am. Thank you, Francine and Leslie. So I got my Kleenex ahead of time. Yeah, this is an amazing property. I mean, just the whole experience of getting there and getting back was amazing. And seeing the county's property on the way back, we stopped and took a great picture of the commissioners and staff on that property. It's beautiful up there. And the family history, I'm a volunteer to the Clapper, Madelon, Caparella family, Smiths, whoever else is interrelated. So I understand the value of generations of local families and the continuation of their efforts in our community. And this is a great, Francie's right on the mark. This is a great example and great use. And the fact that you are being so reasonable and not looking at the dollar value, but you're looking at the preservation and the family history is so important. And for me, this property has clear historic access, which I think sets it aside. And it also has an existing habitable residential unit, which also, is really important. And the continuation of just the family, just the family history up on that property to allow the family to continue there is so valuable. And so I am definitely supportive of this application, but I really want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Patty. Steve?
So I do not like the zone district CDPUD. I have never liked it my entire time as commissioner. I feel like it's not a good land use mechanism in my estimation. I would like to do away with it in the Pickens County Land Use Code. Looking at this property, I think it would be more appropriate to rezone it as rural and remote, or do something as an RS30 property, and accomplish the same basic thing with financial compensation to the family. Now, one question that is, I don't know the answer to, you've already done 80 acres of the property as a conservation easement from AVLT, and I don't think any of the commissioners know anything about what the family received for that in terms of compensation. And I think that could be beneficial to helping me make up my mind. And you don't have to give us that information, but I think it would be helpful to me if we knew what you had already received. Looking at 4 TDRs for, you're just doing it on the square footage based on the 80 acres, and we understand that. Looking at the whole 160 acres though, if it were rural and remote over the whole 160 acres, you could do, I think, probably 4 TDRs you could probably get for that. But then it seems to me, just the gut feeling is you're sort of double dipping on terms of being compensated for what you're receiving for it. That's why understanding what you have already received could be helpful in helping me decide.
If I could address that, it's very difficult, and AVLT had some similar concerns. And after explaining to them that these particular TDRs are not coming from acreage, it has nothing to do with acreage, it has to do with the square footage that can be built in this zone district. Mm-hmm. And what could be built ultimately if there was if it was not rezoned to CDPUD. So in the CDPUD zone district, like it or not, you can build 11,500 square feet. Whether you have 160 acres buildable, 80 acres buildable, or 40 acres buildable. The Pickens County Code is very clear that in order to get to the 160 acres, you can use previously conserved property in order to get to the 160 acres. We're not using that, and again, as I said, Steve, AVLT had this exact question, are we giving you a benefit that we shouldn't be giving you because you're using acreage that we've already conserved? And the answer that they ultimately agreed is no, because we could build 11,500 square feet on the existing 80 acres. And and we're willing to take, cut that back by 10,000 square feet, and it's 2,500 square feet per TDR, which is exactly what, the receiving site would benefit by, at this point in time anyway, in Pickens County's code. And so, while I understand, it is the best option that fit what the Arbanese wanted to do on this property, and reducing it by 10,000 square feet and leaving it with really essentially what's there it just seemed perfect. It seemed perfect. And whether this zone district exists in the future, we don't know. We don't know, how the code is going to look 10 years from now. But for now, and with this family doing what they're doing, this is what worked perfectly for their goals and what they plan to do with the property.
So are you saying that you basically just donated the conservation easement to AVLT and didn't get compensated?
Did you get tax credits?
Yeah, but I don't.
I think I tax
credits.
Yeah, for the AVLT property. Yes, they got tax credits back in.
You got
when was
tax
that done?
credit.
to the state.
Yeah.
They don't really have to tell us.
Which tax credits don't do you any good if you don't have a high income
That's
to
correct.
offset.
That's correct, but there is a market for them, I think.
There were some,
There's a
you
market
did get
for 'em.
some tax benefits.
Yeah, can I add something to that, Steve? So I think that, Jocelyn, you've presented what works for them, but for me, what works for the county and the whole area is that this is in perpetuity. So if their children decide they want to go be movie stars or something and they sell it, then now whoever buys it can't put 11,000 square feet up there. So to me, that has significant value. Of course, I want to, them to have what they want, but in terms of the county, it's the enduring restriction on it that to me has the value.
And Steve, just so you know, whether there was an AVLT easement on the north 80, whether or not that exists or not, wouldn't give them any more square footage. So they would still have, even if it was 160 unencumbered acres, and the Albany family was giving that easement to Pitkin County, they would still only have 11,500 square feet. So that's just how the code is written.
Because of the nature of CDPUD.
And the way the
Yeah.
code in this particular option is written in the code. And I agree with Francie that preserving this property in perpetuity is going to be fabulous for the county. The county's already purchased the adjacent property. It's just going to be a really cool little inholding of pristine property forever.
Could I ask a question about, I just want to make sure I understand. You're talking about the scenario in which we had already rezoned it, right? CDPUD 3. That's the condition in which
That happens
applies.
first, as Leslie pointed out, two-step process. Rezone it
You
to
rezone
CD.
it, and then you can,
And then we can sever.
sever it.
Yes.
If we didn't, and it was RS 30, presumably you could still only develop 55750 houses on it. Is that correct? That's the limit there. I still want to understand this. I thought I understood it, but then I just got confused. So
Well, I think it's close to, I mean, it's almost the same. 5750 times 2 is
right.
11,
Close enough.
11.5. So it's essentially the same thing. So,
And just to add to that, I mean, right now, with the 80 acres, right, they could do it in 235s. They only have one development right. They'd have to compete in growth management to obtain a development right for the new parcel, and that would be at whatever square footage they competed for.
So by rezoning it, we're actually increasing the value that you would then come and ask us to reimburse you for.
Why?
No.
Well, if it gets rezoned and it creates another, an easier
The incentive to the CDPUD is the growth management exemption rather than competing in growth management. I mean, that's a piece of it.
There's gotta be more
Obviously,
some-
in their
right.
case, right, they're doing the rezoning and then reducing the allowable floor area via the TDRs. So
That's the win for the county, is that massive reduction of floor
But
area, I think.
As part of the
Thanks, Greg.
CDPUD, that a conservation easement is mandatory.
Got it. Okay, I just want to contemplate all the ways that this could be done. We certainly, I think we all share the desire to preserve this property and to keep the Arbony family on it and enjoying their lives the way they do. And I think that's the common goal we all share. I think you probably got a preview, having to sit through the previous couple things where my concerns are. I'm worried about the inflation of property values, because if we're giving TDRs at our discretion, we're giving numbers of TDRs to people, then everyone starts valuing their property on what the value of the TDR gets, and it becomes more and more separate from the actual assessed value of the property. So an appraiser may come and say, well, this property's worth X, but of course the owners will say, well, wait a minute, I can get TDRs worth 4 times that. And so that's where I get
And still
stuck.
own the property.
And still own, and stay on the property. It's even better. So I get to keep the property and I get a huge windfall. And I look at it as a windfall because if you're receiving much more than the appraised value of the property, the neighbor's going to want to do that too, and everybody else in the county will want to do that too. And then AVLT has more trouble preserving land because all of a sudden we've inflated the value of land. So that's where my economic argument is.
I understand it, and I like your economic argument. And there are no neighbors other than the U.S. Forest Service and Pitkin
I'm
County.
thinking of Pitkin County in general.
And Pitkin County.
People in Lincoln Creek and everywhere else are going to be thinking the same thing, right? It's like, hey,
Do you think they already are?
they definitely
Oh,
are. We know that, and that's why I'm asking these
I
questions.
think so, and I think, I just feel like this is, a huge win for everybody, particularly because Pitkin County has property, the adjacent 400 plus acres. And it is, it will eliminate any future development of these properties. I mean,
That's a great bonus. We
it is a
appreciate that.
bonus. It is a bonus.
Okay.
And John Starr's property, and
Right.
who knows about Mr. Booth, so.
Right.
Yeah, and I know we have a policy of trying to preserve open space like that, so it's certainly there. When I think of trying to take care of the value to the public and what it does with the commons, if we're gonna land 10,000 feet, nobody has to think about where the 10,000 feet of extra house lands. Is it gonna puff up a neighborhood that probably doesn't like big houses? Where do these things land? We've got 100 plus TDRs out there waiting to land. That's a lot of square footage that's gonna make a huge impact on our community. So we can't say it's just free money so that's what I think about. A TDR actually has value and it costs the community something. So I get stuck on that. I'd like to see if there was some way we can reach a value and a way of doing this that doesn't perpetuate the inflation of property just because we're spending a lot more than we should. It's like selling a horse, right? You know what it's worth. You don't pay more than it's worth. I'd love to know what the appraised value is and use that as a basis.
I don't think we know what the values of TDRs are at this
No,
point.
I'm talking
in
about
time.
the value of the property.
No, I know, but well, you're equating the value of the property with the value of 4 TDRs. And I would say, as you note, there's 100 TDRs out there waiting to land, and I have clients who aren't able to sell them for what they think they might be worth.
Recent value is about 800 to 900,000 each.
And that's gone down from what, 1.8, and so is it?
Went down
Went down from
quickly.
2.3, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
It also came up from 200. So If they,
Well, it's
if the
probably
value's
headed back in that
if they
direction.
went down to 200, what would they, or 115? You know, if it went back down to that, would it feel like a good deal, y'all? I'm just trying to process this and wondering if there's a better way. And if you'd like to come up and have a
Greg,
seat,
can
if you'd like to.
I-
You have to come up. I'm
Greg,
sorry, we
can
need you on the mic.
I want to just add really
Sure.
quickly, but you know, we're also looking at better uses of TDR, so it's not just related to putting square footage elsewhere. So hopefully, we will get that moving
We're
forward.
gonna get to that. We're
so
trying to
we-
sort that out
we
on
can
our
look at the
side.
other options for TDR use.
Right.
I just want to highlight something for the board because of the way, I think this was originally on the board's agenda for June 12th. So when the noticing went out for this, today was noticed as a public hearing on both the ordinance and the resolution, and that's still the case. So I just wanted to make the board aware that as we're floating through and it's not on the agenda, so I wouldn't expect you to catch it, but I was just looking through the resolution and the ordinance, and it triggered my memory that we did monkey around with it because we needed a little bit more time to work things out with AVLT. But today is a public hearing, so I don't, Greg, obviously, whenever you're ready done with board discussion with the applicant,
Then we'll do it at a
let's
public
open
hearing.
a public hearing. But I wanted
like
to make the
doing that.
rest of the board aware of that now because they may want to reserve comments until after there's a public hearing. So anyway.
Great, thank
Just
you for
wanted
that.
to jump in
I
there
appreciate
before we
it.
went too much farther.
That's always helpful. Thank you. I'm gonna, sir, please, you have to identify
Well,
yourself.
I know where that property in Redstone Boulevard is, and if that's worth a TDR.
It's not.
I think not.
This is
I'm-
Jeff.
I'm
this is
just,
Jeff
I'm just
Burkhart.
saying that,
This is
you
Jeff
know, I
Burkhart,
mean, I
right.
know what that property is. I was raised in Redstone.
Yeah.
So that's apples and oranges.
That's where we're having trouble. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff, thank you thank you. Okay, I'm gonna open it to public comment. Kelly, unless you wanna wait, we're gonna wait. I guess you're gonna wait. I don't see anybody online who wants it, but I see people in the room. So, Mr. Perry, come on down. You have to come up and sit down. I have to identify yourself and all that.
Hello, I'm Will Perry, and I'd just like to support the Albany family on this PUD, CDPUD. I think it's a tool that works well for that property for a number of reasons. And one thing I do want to address is this concern about the appraised value versus the TDR values. And remember, these people are donating this land in perpetuity. You know, there's a significant factor there that isn't being addressed. They've got to maintain this property if they're going to keep it in the family forever, and the TDRs help them do that. You know, the appraised value isn't going to do that. And if you equate the TDRs and the appraised values, it's really not. It doesn't help them keep the land going for generations. You need some funding there. The agricultural part doesn't make much money. You know, you can run your cows up there and stuff, but it's more a labor of love than, you know, making a lot of money. So somehow you got to understand that the TDRs help the family keep it going, and I think that isn't being noted enough. The other thing I just had a comment on was the rural and remote zoning, which was developed really for the mining claims around Aspen Mountain, and we've studied it pretty carefully, and the language really isn't suitable to an ag property like theirs. The CDPUD works well in this case. We've looked at it pretty closely, it's rural and remote, and this, because we are not adjoining landowners, but we have a piece of land, 160 acres, up that same place, and we're trying to think what we would like to see happen with it in our family, and we've also had it, you know, since the 1950s, not as long as the Arbanese, but a significant amount of time. We haven't developed it in the same way because we've always had the snowmass property, but now we don't have that. We have that no longer. We are going to want to establish something maybe there for ours, but that's not the point of this meeting. But rural and remote is not a good fit on an ag land like that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Will. Public comment? Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Bruce. So, what's kind of sad is that the American public has come down to everything's about money. This isn't what we're trying to do with our cabin. It's not about money. It's about preserving a piece of land so that my kids, my grandkids, their grandkids can all still go to the same place. It'll look the same. It costs a lot of money to maintain it, but it's not about the money. It's about preserving a nice piece of property. So I think when all of us start talking, how much is the TDR worth and stuff, that's not what we're here for. We're here to preserve a piece of property. And that's what I would hope that you two or all of you would consider, is we're here to preserve the property. It's not about the money. So that's the reason we're here, and that's what we want to do. So
Thank you.
All right,
Thanks, Bruce.
I appreciate that. Other comment from the room? Jeffrey, come on down.
Who is this guy?
Who is this guy? This is the chair, or former chair of our P&Z, right? Former chair?
Former.
Former. Jeffrey Woodruff.
Jeffrey Woodruff speaking on behalf of myself as per Article 2.
Candidate for county
We have to
commissioner.
point out he is our commissioner-elect in District 4, for people in the room who may not know
He's
Jeffrey
gonna be in
well.
that seat right there, because I'm not giving up my
Warm us
seat.
up for you.
And disclosure, I was at the 521 P&Z meeting, and I was also at the 617 site visit. So I want to thank Leslie, Paul, Dale, Jocelyn, Jack, Jeff, Bambi, Rye, and Bruce for allowing me to trespass on their property, which is stunning. I can't think of another place in Pitkin County I've been to that really is untrammeled, that doesn't have a single utility line or visual obstruction or auditory obstruction within 360 degrees of the property. So what a spectacular place in the world. I wanted to add a little more context to the meeting as well. As per the TDR update in December of 2023, there were 416 TDRs issued. And to address Steve's question, 19 of those were CDPUDs in total. So it's Suzanne's December 2023 update. 282 of those are rural and remote. So this is a rare filing. But that said, the question in the code is really, does the client meet 370/40? And the first thing we look at is we say, is it 160 acres? Not is 80 already encumbered by an AVLT easement, but do you have 160 acres, a quarter section, to conserve? And then again, you're turning to the housing, the reduction in housing. So to a lot of the questions in the room, though, we could generate 10,000 square feet in housing through GMQS awards in the next 3 months. But it didn't do anything to preserve, there's no environmental stewardship in that move. It's just going through a GMQS award. So I don't know if equating the receipt of the TDR and then it's going to land somewhere is valid. I think it's really the community values 160 acres as fishing access and a dirt road. And no, Holy Cross hasn't put up utility lines across it.
There's no public access there. You're not talking about public access. You're just talking about
we're talking about conservation values, I think, of the
general.
valley and
Wildlife.
so if we go back to 370/40, it looks at intent purpose, which is low density, location, which is rural. It's a quarter section. It's 160 acres. And no, we're going to conserve it in perpetuity. It's not this ill-defined open space that we see through the more venal land use applications, right? Open space isn't in perpetuity. There could be a change in ownership. I think there's two conditions I would add, and Jocelyn pointed to one, which is there's only one other ranch in Pitkin County that has been in the same family for 100 years. It's Sunfire Ranch. It is in Centennial Farm and Ranch. That has been awarded TDRs that will remain in the same family, and that is a Centennial Ranch. This potentially is the next Centennial Ranch in Pitkin County. There's a 5-page application, and I would love for them to fill it out in 2032 with History Colorado. And I'll leave you with one more. I think, again, this is a difficult to get to site. I think we, Pitkin County, should also work on ingress and egress as we own a property next door, and work with Chief Oliver and staff and make sure that this is really a safe corridor to use from a wildfire mitigation standpoint. That's not a financial ask of the county. It's really, you know, let's work with Bruce and the family and making sure this is a safe place to access for not only the 400 acres from Pitkin County, but also for the family to enjoy as a fishing hole. Thanks for taking public comment.
Great. You stick around for a little bit. I'd love to have you, if that's okay. Because I might want to have a question for you.
If I could ask Jeffrey, the P&Z enthusiastically voted in favor of this. Could you give us some insights as to the comments and the thoughts of the P&Z when they heard this proposal and then discussed it?
Yeah. So I think our hearings are a little different than BoCC's. I mean, I think we really do stick with, and sorry I didn't bring the full manual, but we really do stick with 370/40. Do you meet the criteria? And it's a two-step process, even at P&Z. It's, are we going to rezone, and then the issuance. And the issuance obviously comes to two steps with you. There was one site visit with P&Z, and I think Doug had been on it.
Doug came to the site visit.
And so the referral comments are positive. The application meets the criteria. Again, I don't want to say it's less emotional about the value of a TDR, but it meets what's written here. And it's something, I'm trying to think, last conservation development we saw was an LDCP, was the one before this, that was up the frying pan, was Deer Hammer. So same thing. Is it 160 acres? Does it meet the criteria? And I think, again, I don't want to say it was an emotional or non-emotional conversation, but this meets the criteria of the code. This is the way it's drafted. And, you know, I think we did have more discussion on pre and post growth advisory implementation of changes to land use code came up within P&Z. But again, those questions were answered and we moved past, you know, why is it 3 and not 4? We did have that level of conversation as well at P&Z. And sorry, that was a square footage conversation, right? Really just double checking the math on the, yeah.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Other questions?
I have a totally different subject that I want to get to, but
unless
maybe
somebody
not
else
quite
wants
yet.
to tap in on this. Kelly, are you confident, happy just to listen for now? You're not waiting.
Yeah, I'm holding my discussion. I don't have any clarifying questions for staff or the applicant. So have you closed the public hearing at this point?
I haven't yet. I just want to make sure is anybody online or
There was somebody,
Chris, somebody. Chris, are you here to speak and tell us who you are?
Hello, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me right now?
We can hear you.
Excellent. My name is Chris Nolan. I own a property in Aspen. It's one of these TDR severed properties as it is. I just thought I'd come through and ask a couple questions. Firstly, I think it's great that Pitkin County cares so much about preserving the natural qualities of the county. I think that's an excellent place, and it's a big part of the reason why so many people love it so much. And I'm happy to have played a little part in that for the last 5 years or so since I bought it. So a couple of questions about this one. This is the property that's in Redstone. I joined a little bit late. The one in Redstone. That's
hey, Chris. Hold on, Chris.
Tell him to slow
Chris,
down, maybe.
you got to talk a little slower because it's hard to understand you. So you got to.
You missed the Redstone property.
Okay. This is the property that's in Redstone. That's about.
Oh no, you're on it. We're already on to a different subject. Redstone is we've already. That's been decided, and we're talking about a property in the Thompson Divide area, Thompson Creek area now.
Okay, I apologize. I guess take whatever this was off the record then. I tuned in a little bit late. Thank you so much.
Okay, no
Thanks,
problem.
Chris.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Leslie.
I'm glad you caught that, Leslie, because I was lost.
I thought I was very confused.
Anybody else in the room want to make a public comment? Okay, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion. Kelly
Hey,
has
Greg, I just got one thing real quick before Kelly gets going, and it's a point of clarification off of one of Jeffrey's comments. This application came in before the BoCC reduced maximum floor area in the county.
Right.
So the available GMQS exemption for a similarly situated property of 160 acres would be less than what this application came in for. So the available exemption would be 11,500, and I think, is it 9250 that it would be now? So it'd be 9250 with the math meeting that corresponding TDR per 2,500 square feet. So that was Jeffrey's comment about, is it 3 TDRs or 4 TDRs? There is a correction at the P&Z as to that particular issue.
It's 10,000.
Yes, and the P&Z resolution was amended to conform with the code provision that was in effect at the time the application came in. So just a point of clarification, as you're thinking about the TDR conversation going forward, this property, if it came in today, would not be available. So just please understand that.
And I also understand.
Thank you for that.
These are discretionary TDRs, number of TDRs, or whether or not we award them.
So applying the land use code criteria for rezoning, you have the ability to approve or deny the rezoning and or the development plan, either action in front of you right now.
Right. My intent when we started this was that we would talk about the development plan first, because if we change something there, we wouldn't need to talk about the rezoning. And so that's kind of where I feel like we are. I guess I've made myself pretty clear about my feelings about the inflation of rural properties. If any of the Arbanese or Perrys went and tried to buy a ranch and they found that the price had been inflated dramatically, as we've seen already, it seems like we're contributing to that. I know it's not about the money, but on the other hand, it's a big ask for a lot of value. We have a currency called TDRs here. And those are fungible, and they are worth almost $1 million. And so if your property is demanding, if your property gets $4 million worth of TDRs, then that's just revalued all the other land in our rural areas that might be looking to sell or
Well, who's to say
revalue.
their ranch isn't worth $4 million? It probably is.
Well, we'd have to find out with an appraisal, right?
Well, yeah, but that's not how the TDRs work. They don't work through appraising the property and seeing if the TDR financially matches it. That's
Right. Well, I think my point is that I want to tie, the county bestowing a value on something to an appraisal. That's where I'm going. Steve.
So, a couple of thoughts. One, you end up with less money. Say you do get $4 million for selling the TDRs, the family ends up with, you have to pay federal taxes on that and state taxes. And you end up actually with a whole lot less money than, and you probably end up paying a realtor who handles the TDR transaction some amount of money. I know from experience, you don't get the money, you don't get the list price, you get the discounted price in your bank account. So just wanted to point that out.
Right.
That's just a reality. So one thought I have, I mean, we were all really totally impressed with the property when we visited it. And doing something in perpetuity and the discussion about the economics of ranching, you're doing it for the love of the land. The ranching will never pay for keeping the land up, and the argument to get the TDRs and be able to sell them as a kind of a legacy to preserve the land. Now you have to shepherd that money. You can't just blow it really quickly, but there is really, because it is in perpetuity, there's a really good argument for doing the TDRs for that. Now to get to a totally different subject, and this is a correction, I think, to the resolution let's see, on page 778 of the packet, and this is in the resolution, and it's talking about wire,
Steve,
new
can you say
fences.
where in the resolution?
Page 778
Of our
in our
packet.
packet.
Our packet was 808
So it's the
pages.
resolution,
Full pack.
section
of the page number?
7E, number 3, having to do with new fences.
It's a
It says
condition.
wire fences must be 3 strands or less. Now, how many people in here run cattle and you need a 4-wire fence at least in order to keep your cattle?
Oh, come on, a 2-wire fence would be fine.
Unless you want your cattle getting out all over the place, a 3-wire fence doesn't cut it. A wildlife-friendly fence by the Division of Wildlife definition from years ago was a 4-wire fence, and it just has to do with the spacing, and the top and the bottom wires have to be smooth. You need 4-wire fence for running cattle. You agree with me? This says 3 wires here, and I would like to change the resolution to, and it maybe comes from something in the county land use code, and I've run into this before.
But we can
Directly out of the land use code.
Can we change it in the conservation easement?
It can be changed, but that's, the language is word for word out of the land use code for what we've adopted for wildlife-friendly fencing. Obviously, people have brought up exceptions for agriculture, and that can be written in.
Yeah,
but-
so I mean, there are different ways to do wildlife-friendly fencing. One is, you could have a 48-inch high fence that you lay down in the wintertime. After the cattle are gone, you lay the fence down.
That's what I was gonna ask, 'cause like a lay-down fence, does it have to comply with the wildlife fence, or if you're laying it down, does that change that?
Well, I think there's different ways to have a fence be wildlife-friendly, but do a lay-down fence is one way. Doing the spacing, like you
I think
need
we're
a
getting off
foot
track.
between the top
Everybody's
wire and
talking
the
at
next
the same
wire.
time.
The 2 middle wires can be barbed wire.
This is a conversation y'all should have over a cup of coffee
Yeah.
sometime.
But anyhow, I want to point that out, and I think this
Change it
needs
in
to
the
be
amendment.
changed to make it doable and something that works for you
Right.
guys.
Over a steak.
Over a steak somewhere.
Right, and Paul and Dale, could we say, or as amended in the conservation easement?
If that's what the board wants, we can do that.
Okay.
I think that would work out fine, and then you guys can work out the details, whether it's this many strands of wire, this high, or lay it down or lay it up. I don't know. But a layup is basketball, I think.
Okay, Kelly has her hand up. She's been very patient.
Thank you. Yeah, I haven't had a lot to say because this is very straightforward for me. But I do want to just, Greg, kind of ask for some clarification related to. You had said you wanted to talk about the development plan before the rezoning. I'm operating as if we're talking about both of these at the same time. So I just want to clarify if there's additional information to be presented related to the development plan, or, you know, if there's some points of that you wanted to call out for us to discuss, you know, otherwise, you know, I'm feeling very comfortable with the meeting and the application as presented. So can I get some clarification from you on that?
Sure, thank you. I would like, you know, in a perfect world, I would want to have a conversation on alternatives to the TDRs. Honestly, that's what I would try to do. Either alternatives to TDRs, or at least TDRs where the value actually is tied to a fair appraisal of the property. I'm concerned not so much about this property, which I'd say is priceless. I'm happy to be the, you know, other people have said that before me, I'm sure. But what I'm concerned about is that we're making it much harder for anyone else to conserve property. It's much more expensive anywhere else in our county and our community. And so what I'd really like to do is is contemplate alternatives and ask our staff to work with the family on ways we can find a resolution that, one, compensates them fairly for the property, for this conservation easement, and allows us to try to keep the inflation of values of the rest of the property in the county from going crazy. So I'm thinking bigger picture than your own property, but I see what we're doing here today would affect, like it has in the past, any future deal the AVLT wants to make or any other conservation group, maybe even any rancher who's trying to buy land is going to be faced with, well, hey, I could get TDRs for this and it's going to be 3 or 4 times the value or twice the value or a fraction more of what you'd normally pay. Would anybody here pay extra for the property? That's where I'm going. So I would love to cut to the chase. If I could, I would try to continue this and ask for. I'm gonna just say I'll let you jump in a sec. I would suggest we continue it and ask our staff to negotiate and at least converse about what other alternatives might work so that we can resolve this, giving fair compensation for the property and what we're asking as perhaps an alternative to what's being proposed. That's where I'm going. So that's how I would separate it, but I'm happy to hear what you have to say now.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know if this assuages your concern at all. The price per acre that we paid for Snowmass Falls, for 80 acres is about $4.25 million. So our equivalent recent purchase out of pocket is not far off from what the value that they're requesting in TDRs for 80 acres, not even including the 160 acres, not even including the reduction in square footage. So, I don't know if that provides you any comfort in being able to support this. I'm prepared to vote in favor of this today. I don't need to continue it. I think this is a very special property. I just imagine that Teddy Roosevelt's comments about the Thompson Divide were made on this property, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's how I envision it. And I think it's an amazing opportunity for Pickett County to be a part of this generational history moving forward. So I don't think we need to pivot on strategy for this property. And I think that the application is very appropriate.
Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate it.
How would you feel about my making a motion, Greg?
I think it's time.
All right, I'd like to
Thank
make
you,
a
Francie.
motion to approve 19A, an ordinance rezoning the J&A Arbany Family LLP property from RS 30 to CDPUD plan and amending the zoning map. And I'd also like to make a motion to.
We have to do one at a time because I think the other.
Okay.
But can I have a procedural question? It's my understanding that now it says on here we're doing a first reading, 2 on the resolution CDPUD. I thought that was a 1 read to be done on July 10th.
Yeah, and so I misspoke this morning when we were talking about that, and Suzanne confirmed because it's approval of a PUD plan, the resolution's a formal resolution, not an informal resolution. So they both need, assuming that I heard that motion and there would be an attendant motion for the resolution, it would similarly be to approve on first reading and set
And
for
then,
a second
but
reading.
the key thing is that the rezoning on second reading would have to be approved first before the formal resolution.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clear
So
that
what
up.
does that mean? That we could have to go all the way through A at a second reading before we can start on B?
No,
No.
and I'm
You can
sorry.
approve both on first reading today.
Correct.
We can, yeah,
They're
but
both
we
on
need,
first
yeah,
reading,
but we definitely need to do the rezoning second reading approval before we do the resolution about the
Resolution, second
CDPUD.
Correct.
Okay,
So Kelly, was it your motion or Kelly's?
it was mine.
And I'm
Okay,
gonna,
Are you
I'm,
moving on A or B?
That's A.
and I'm gonna second it, but I have a question as to the conservation easement and the fencing. Is that part of the resolution granting the CDPUD? So therefore, we would need to add that amendment into that. Okay, just want to clarify.
Yeah, got it.
Thank you.
So we have a motion, a second, further.
To approve it as amended.
No, the next one needs to be amended.
Oh, I thought you said it was this one.
So we have just a motion, rezoning the property
Except for
from
second
RS
reading,
30 to
public hearing on July
CDPD.
10th.
Set for public hearing on July 10th. Further conversation. I have nothing left to add. I think that I'm actually gratified to see everybody so strongly in favor of it. I still reserve my concerns about what we're doing, and I'm hoping we can work on that.
And I appreciate those
future.
concerns, Greg.
All in favor?
Well, I have discussion also.
Oh, we got more discussion. We've got 3 ayes in discussion. Go ahead.
So I will vote in favor of it, especially since this is the first reading, we get a second crack at it, but I'm not happy with CDPUD, but it is in our land use code right now, and what Jeffrey said is
Thank you, Jeff.
totally correct, and that's why I voted in favor of previous CDPUD applications, because they met every line of the code to the T, and we had no grounds for turning it down. And I would love to see it changed as we go forward, but that doesn't apply to this application.
Got it. I think in protest, I'm compelled to vote no, although I'm glad it's going to pass. All in favor?
Sound like Lauren Boebert.
Asking us to vote again.
All in favor, is that, did we have an ayes?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed?
Aye.
1 nay. The yeas have it. Thank you all.
All right, now I'll make a motion,
Okay, you want to make a motion for the second one?
which is a resolution granting CDPUD residential agricultural development option 3 GMQUS exemption and activity envelope review for the J&A Arbany Family LLP property at 1471 North Thompson Creek Road.
As amended with the
About the
issue
fences?
related to
About the
fencing.
And this is for July 10th, public hearing?
The second reading and public hearing on July 10th.
Great, thank you. And did we have a second?
And I'm seconding.
Patty has a second. Further conversation?
Thank you.
Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, it passed. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys.
Look at
Got
me.
one more reading to go through.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Have to do it all over
Be
again.
safe
Thanks for your
driving home.
patience today.
Okay, we've got some open discussion, and I want to get to that so we can get us all out of here.
You have an amendment.
Thank you all for coming.
Guys, thanks.
It's like making sausage.
Appreciate you guys coming in, listening to this. Do we have any open discussion?
No.
John had something, then he-
John Ely John Peacock did not have any.
Yeah, we're pulling.
No.
Francie?
Peacock says no.
Letter
I think I hear you out there, John.
Thank you, Bruce.
But I can't remember
Wait,
what-
Greg, we gotta wait, guys, we have to finish our meeting though, but thank you guys for coming up, be safe driving home, please. Thank you.
Hey, John, are you still there? Or
We'll
do you
see
want to
you
add
on- we'll see you
anything?
guys
Or are
on
we
the
done?
10th.
I'm still here, and Greg, what I thought was right for open discussion is not. It'll come back to you in another meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. I can't think of any open discussion other than thank you all.
I
for
got a
your patience.
question for you. Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead,
yeah, go
Steve.
ahead.
Well, I'm disturbed by the application process and the approval process for the permittees on the North Star Preserve
Yeah,
for the
me too.
commercial. And I would like to somehow revisit that, even for this year.
I
think
talked to
there's some
Gary.
inequities that,
I talked to Gary for about an hour yesterday. And I still think we could bring it up again. I really think we need to rethink the entire thing. I don't know we can this year, but rather than having a restriction on commercial operators, it'd be nice to have a restriction on private. but we can't do it as long as it's Forest Service, so we have to wait for that trade. But I asked him specifically about Eric and about, can we make an exception since it's canoes? Can we change the wording? Can we do something to make it possible for him to take 30 people in canoes over the season? And Gary says, we can tell him to do whatever we want to do, but it's not pretty.
And it opens the door.
It's gonna open it up.
And it opens the door for everybody else.
And we have a process, and it may not be perfect, but I would encourage Eric to be part of the improvements of this, because I think we will revisit it because of the concerns that have come up. But the fact is that you score X, you're gonna score X if we rescore these applications. And so now we're already into the season. We can't do this by the end of July for Eric's time frame to put canoes. And I feel badly because his service is different, but that he didn't score it, however the reasons were. But I encourage Eric and the other gentleman who came in,
Right.
yeah, to be part of the process into reevaluating how we're scoring these commercial permits.
Thanks for
And we
that.
wish we could control private use, but as you said,
Well, as soon as we exchange with the Forest Service, we can.
which is gonna be
Here's
years.
the way, maybe, if we're lucky.
And
But
to
thank
me-
you.
To me, it sounds like they're being penalized for doing some good things that,
I know.
because they're smaller and they're doing things differently and they end up getting penalized for it on the scoring system, which doesn't, it sounds like
It bothers me a
that's
lot.
backwards
But the
to
thing
me.
is, we only have 5 permits, and those permittees that got permit, I mean, those activities that got permitted, those companies, probably scored higher for many reasons, and they're probably good stewards and do good things, but they scored higher overall, and I'm sorry that Eric was 7th out of however many applied, but it doesn't mean he was misscored, it means he just didn't get enough points, and the other guys got more.
He might have been misscored on the transportation and the biking thing. That's an issue. He has them bike up, and that's supposed to be a good thing. So
How does he get the canoes up there? Doesn't put them on a bike.
no, he takes the canoes up, and then the people bike up. I think I'm not quite sure how it works, but
I think that it's certainly concerning. We have to go back and remember what the initial purpose was for doing this the way we have with the number of permits, reducing permits. We expanded from 1 permit, which was 1 permit for many years, up to, what did we have, 16? And clearly that didn't work. Many weren't necessary, so we reduced them. We're trying to figure out where the sweet spot is. We're trying to balance a nature preserve with people who want to exploit it commercially.
I know.
And I think that's the tough part. So when somebody comes in and says, I want to be able to exploit it commercially, why don't you let me? We've had reasons why we're not.
And the problem is, it's public waters. They're floating on
Yep,
public waters.
We see that too. I think it would be worth reopening with open space to understand if we want to go and unpack and look at the process that they went through to make their conclusions where we should be there.
I think that's part of the process for this next
Yeah.
year.
So I think we can say we're going to reopen
And
it.
I want
and
Eric
look
to
at
be
it.
involved in that because he's got some maybe valid concerns, but I think he's going to have some good suggestions.
Right, and he's going to have to compete again next year, right? And I think that we have to keep in mind what our original goal was, and that was to try to reduce the number of
Get some kind
commercial
of balance.
operators on that. Because other
But
problems
see, I
come
think
up.
that's the wrong approach. I think we should be reducing private users, but we can't right now, so it doesn't
Right,
matter.
so
And don't forget, this was also in the backdrop of a whole group of citizens who think we should only have 1.
Or none.
Originally, we had one for many, many years. So opening it up to many,
And
it's hard to
it's-
pull it back once you've opened the
It's
door.
interesting, a lot of the letters of support came from those people who don't want us to have any commercial use, and they're supporting Eric getting a permit for commercial use, so I'm confused.
It's confusing, but we can revisit it.
I think we will be
So I
revisiting.
think one consideration, and maybe it wasn't in the scoring system, but if someone has a canoeing operation is different than a stand-up paddleboard.
We don't divide them out by a raft, a paddleboard.
Well,
or-
perhaps someone doing something like the canoe thing, which some older people who can't do the other stuff, maybe they should get some points for that on the scoring system.
I agree.
I don't, and that.
Then you're gonna have people
we
with
have to
small
look at the
children who want
scoring
more
system,
points,
I
and
think.
people who are of color that want more points.
Systematically, and this would be something probably
It's like
for-
ADA is what it's like. It's not black
So
or
then we're gonna have
white or
motorboats.
Latino, it's ADA.
Yeah, but not all old people
Jet
are
skis.
ADA, Francie Jacober.
That's true, but one aspect of ADA is that the whole mobility vehicle thing, all you have to do is say you can't ride a regular bike because you have a disability, so you can ride this kind of bike. So it's the same with getting in a canoe instead of standing on a paddleboard.
But he makes them ride a bike to get in their
All
canoe.
I can say is I tipped my mother over in a canoe. I tipped my mother-in-law over in a canoe up there.
So we want you to be the canoe
Canoes
judge.
aren't necessarily
These canoes
more
don't
stable.
flip, they have those little,
They don't flip.
They have training wheels.
no, yeah, training wheels.
We
Outriggers.
I didn't dump, but
So
my
they're
wife
catamarans.
dumped
They're
her
not.
mother.
They're not canoes. They're catamarans.
My wife
Yeah,
dumped her.
trimarans, actually.
They put in at Grizzly Creek
And dumped out of the canoe.
dumped her out of the canoe in the Colorado River.
Yeah.
But she was about 85 years
Yeah,
old.
yeah, I did that
She was
both
a
to my
happy
mom. and
camper.
my
But that wasn't
mother-in-law.
still
All right, you guys.
It wasn't intentional.
It's 6:17.
Can we go home?
Okay.
Any
I
more
need a
open
motion.
discussion?
Any more open discussion?
Right?
I don't have anything for you right now.
Yes, here's my last open discussion. Right, I would like to plan a conversation about TDRs and TDR value and tying TDRs, whether they're for a constrained site or for a remote property, that it ties somehow to an appraisal of the property so that we can use the TDR mechanism to provide fair market value.
That could bite us in the butt.
Well, we're going to
I
examine
don't
that.
think
I'd
I'm
like
gonna support that.
Maybe I'll find a.
Hey, Greg.
Sir,
Greg,
John.
I think it'd be important to get board direction on that versus one
Exactly.
commissioner.
Right, yeah, that's why I'm asking. But I did want to see if Rye even thought that would fly at all.
Well,
Sure,
we
we can
can
all go.
amend the TDR program to do that, but let's find a time where we can notice that discussion and have a lengthier, maybe it's a work session agenda or something like that, and I'll work with Peacock and Greg and the rest
To
of
get
the
it on the
board to
agenda.
come up
I
with
want
it.
to jump in. Didn't we task the Community Growth Committee to wrestle with this? And what, maybe a report out on their timeline and progress?
That would be
Thank
helpful
you.
also.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Said we
maybe
were
that's a
gonna
good
apply for a
vehicle to do that, give you an update on where things stand with the Community Growth Advisory.
Can we do
timeline.
that first? Because if we're
Sure.
gonna talk about TDRs and the community growth and the whole land use thing, I don't wanna talk about it like 2 or 3 times. It should be one
I
inclusive
don't want to
conversation.
piecemeal it.
Let me get with Kara, who's
Light the fire.
spearheading that effort in admin, and talk to her about the board's desire to get an update and talk about it, and we'll make sure that fits sometime when you guys actually have some time to talk about it.
And
Great,
then I also
thank
wanna
you.
talk about the municipality of Redstone that we're gonna help develop.
Sure.
I'm not kidding. I
hear ya.
really mean that.
You just want to be mayor.
I do want to
Yeah, right.
thank you guys for such a long day. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wait, go, you
I
got,
have
you
a
got
motion.
10 minutes. I move to adjourn.
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you all.
Thanks, Kelly.
That hurt.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
That hurt.